Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket. And today is Game 6. Technical disasters were averted yesterday. I don't know how they happened. I wasn't here, but I did turn on the old team viewer at 3 in the afternoon to find out that things had gone completely awry. I was sitting there, unsurprisingly to many of you, I'd be sitting at home absolutely furious and swearing at my computer screen in complete confoundation as to how the hell they got to where they had. But they had! And I was able to finish with a thumbs up from Jason as it all came back online. I could see in my computer screen at home. As it was, it looked like another damp squib yesterday. We've had one decent game, and England happened to be in that. And of course, England lost that with record-breaking abilities to score the highest score in a T20, a Champions Trophy match, and then lose by the highest winning margin ever scored in a ICC Champions Trophy game, or ICC Champions, in fact any ICC tournament I believe. So England taking a shit cup, as it were, at the end of it all. But today we have Game 6, and it's a must-win game for Bangladesh as they take on New Zealand, having lost their first game already. In the end, actually, it wasn't so bad against India, because India dawdled to get to the total. So what should have been a bigger net run rate loss turned out to be probably not as bad as it could have been for Bangladesh in their first game, because they got themselves in all sorts of trouble in their first game against India. I am joined I should be joined by Gary and Messi, but Gary is trying to get himself online as we speak. He's another technophobe. It might take him a little while, but I have got Messi at the other end, all the way from Perth. He can manage it, and he's with me. How are you today, Messi?
I'm well, thank you, Bear. Just to let you know, the temperature is currently about 29 degrees. It's going to go down to about 19 degrees by the end of the game tonight. It's about 27% humidity, so actually quite a nice day. Warm, but not that uncomfortable.
Well, we're today Pindi. Pindi's north again as well, so
yeah.
It seems to me that the further north you go, the more chance you seem to get a dew. There was dew on Saturday in England's game, and it really did help Australia, I think, at the end. I think the faster bowlers who got absolutely tapped were sliding onto the bat. But that was Saturday's game. Today's game, I shall give you the playing 11. Who's won the toss? New Zealand chose to field, so presumably they won the toss. They've stuck Bangladesh in. Bangladesh go Tanzid Hassan, Najma Hossain Shanti, Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Tawhid Hidroy, Mushfiqur Rahim, Mahmudullah. Oh, Mahmudullah back. Jaka Ali, Rishad Hussain, Taskin Ahmed, Mustafa Zur Rahman, and Nahid Rana. Obviously, Hidroy got a ton the other day. The rest of them did absolutely pony at the top. Jaka Ali got some runs as well, didn't he? And got them really back in the game. But no one else has scored any runs in that Bangladesh side, which will be a concern for them.
Gary's in the waiting room, by the way.
Oh, Gary is in the waiting room. Let's let him in. New Zealand go in, presumably unchanged. Will Young, Devon Conway, Kane Williamson, Tom Latham, Ratchet. Oh no, Ratchet Ravinder is in. Presumably he was injured in the first game. Was that correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. I presume otherwise he'd have been picked. Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Matt Henry, Will O'Rourke, Carl Jameson is back as well. My word! So that's quite a decently balanced side. I would say there.
Yeah, Jameson came in as an injury replacement. I can't remember who for now, but
he's bound to get injured himself, isn't he, in about 5 minutes? Because that's usually what happens to these tall guys. It's a bit like Green for Australia, isn't it? I mean, the problem with these big, tall all-rounders is they're great when they're fit, but they're hardly ever fit, which is unfortunate. They have such big frames that they can't carry it all. Morning, Gary! I can't hear you.
Yes. You can hear me now.
I can hear you now.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Bear. Good morning, messages.
Good day, Gary.
I'm sorry I'm a bit late on this morning. A bit late back from work last night, but glad to be here. I'm not seeing much cricket on my screen, is that right?
Oh shit, yeah, it might help if I turn the right fucking channel on, eh?
Everybody loves Raymond.
Yeah, everyone does love Raymond, but we're about to get the first ball of the cricket. You two chat between each other while I quickly go and change the...
One of my favourite programmes from the late 90s, early 2000s is Dr. Katz. And one of my favourite guests on Dr. Katz is Ray Romano. He is very, very funny indeed on Dr. Katz.
He's a smart cookie.
I can see Bangladeshi players. So the Mahmudullah is still there, looking every inch of his 39 years. My favourite single malt, the Mahmudullah. But yes, New Zealand look very good, don't they?
Yeah,
they do. I mean, and especially with Ravindra and Jamison coming in, that's going to strengthen them a bit too.
They pretty much bat all the way down now, don't they? I mean, Will O'Rourke is the only one who doesn't bat.
And they've got a lot of people who can bowl. You know, it's a good mix.
Oodles and oodles of them. Well, we are going to have some batsmen come out to the crease, presumably.
I'll tell you what, yes, because you're with me on this. Not only have they got plenty of players who can bat and who can bowl, but they've got players who can field.
Yes.
Fielding of the New Zealanders is just outstanding.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is. Oh, we do have a super chat, by the way. Let's do that. Muttley got in really quickly with a fiver. He says,
super chat.
Says, woof, morning, primates. Let me see how long I can stay awake before I need an old man nap. Love and sausage.
Oh, I always need an old man nap these days. I never get the chance to, and everyone has a go at me when I do.
I've already booked mine.
Well, the other piece of news, of course, is Liverpool went 11 points clear yesterday. Sweet. After Arsenal managed to fuck up at home against Arsenal. Oh, what a joyful
all
weekend.
Over Red Rover, I'd say.
I was at Goodison on Saturday. Very pleased to be there. Felt a little emotional as they played Z Cars. There's only 3 or 4 more times maximum that I can hear that again. But
New stadium looks fantastic, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, both my brothers were there for the test.
Do they play the Z Cars theme at the start of each game?
They do.
Oh my God!
Well,
always have.
Opening batsman are.
Nazmul Hussain Shanto. He'd be pretty good in a panto. I don't know if he could act though. It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
I don't know who opens up with him, to be honest. That's clipped out first ball into the leg side, out towards the boundary. Quite quick outfield again. They'll get back for 2. The bowler is this guy.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names. Matt Henry.
I'm very impressed with Matt Henry because he's also appearing in The Devil Wears Prada at the Dominion in London's happening West End at the moment. So he's a man of many parts.
Many first names.
Next ball attempts to pull it. There's Tanzid, and there is no run. What's Tanzid's name? How come I haven't got him in here? Oh yeah, Tanzid Hassan, isn't it?
Yes.
Guy at the other end. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded, and was remanded, just reprimanded, was Tanzid.
Matt Henry, third ball. Oh, that's just. There's an attempted pull. He kind of pulled out the shot, did Tanzid. And he just about pulled it out of it enough that it dropped just short of Will O'Rourke, who's at mid-on. So it was a dot ball.
If 50 over cricket is to have a future, it has to be played on fast, bouncy wickets where it gives the full range of shots and angles to batters and it gives some help to the bowlers. Playing on puddings like this, no point.
Well, that one is guided back with a point, and there is no run. But then it just becomes an extended version of T20, doesn't it? If there's nothing in it, if there's no variation, I mean, if it's all about batting, the wicket does fuck all, and there's nothing because it's a white ball, then it's just an extended batting practice for T20, and it'll just become even more turgid. You need
I can say it now. It becomes a game where pace bowlers are in the game, where spinners are in the game, because there's pace and bounce, where all the shots are available, where batters can find angles, they can play somewhat defensively and still score runs.
Henry's in. There's a big appeal for Eldar. That's got to be close. Ooh, I might review that. Might have pitched outside, but it did seem to come back in, maybe a little bit high, but it's very much on the line of leg stump. They're not going to allow me to bat on that now. I was about to go under for the fall of the first wicket, but well, they are going to review it. I think that's not a bad review.
He needs to either have swung it or seamed it back into the left-hander from right arm over the wicket. And we haven't seen much swing nor seam in this tournament so far.
First 2 overs is about it with the swing.
Yeah. But it is a new ball.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be an inside edge. The question is, did it pitch outside? I think that's in line with leg stump. The question is, did it pitch in line and hold its line? He bowls quite wicket to wicket, does Matt Henry?
I think it's hit him slightly outside off leg, I should say.
Do you? I think it's hit him in line.
I think it's probably pitched slightly outside leg myself.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Did it? That for me would be. Otherwise, I think it's held its line on pitched in line and held its line on leg stump, and it's. But it's not been given. We
have another super chat from Brian in Brisbane who sent us $5 just to hear more of Gary Annoying Bear.
Well, the thing I'm about to say to Gary is, well, that can never happen because it's as much to do with the deterioration of the ball as to how puddingy these get and how useless the bowlers become. I mean, that white ball gets really fucking soft, and they have 2 new ones from 25 overs old, but it's shit basically after about fucking 6 overs. So they need to. If you want that sort of cricket, I think they need to come up with a better ball pitched outside. Probably was going to go and hit on, but it did pitch outside, which was the thing I was worried about. And yeah, there it is. You know what?
I like 25 overs of speed. I know the ball does go soft, but it's when it starts off like a soft ball that worries me. I know the ball isn't soft, but the pitch makes it so.
Oh, that one goes across Shanto, and he jabs it as ugly, and there was no run.
There's barely a ball carried to the keeper. Barely a ball.
Yeah, it's also where you play it. I mean, like, for example, I mean, me and Messi were talking. I mean, the first game in Lahore, I think Pakistan expected Jude to come down, didn't come down. England playing in, sorry, that was in Karachi. England playing Lahore, get stuck in, and we said, oh, well, there wasn't any dew in Lahore, they'll probably get away with it, it'll be all right. Then there is a load of dew for the last 12, 15 overs. Makes it come onto the bat, changes things really in favour of the batsman. England did have loads of pace, but as you say, it was all fucking useless. The ball's wet, it's soft, and it's coming onto the bat because it's skidding off a slightly damp surface. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do? I mean, how do you change those things happening so that it's like how you want it, Gary? I just don't think that's the way it is, and that is the problem with it. I think.
Hush you two for a minute. Few hellos to say. Jonathan Shorland says, Kia ora, everyone. Muttley says 2 teams, 1 cup there. Mog says Ravindra got clocked in the head a game or 2 back, so he might still have a bit of a headache. That's probably why he missed the last game too. Concussion protocols.
Right, concussion protocols. Okay.
Brian in Brisbane says New Zealand should romp this. Stephen Kelk says, hello world, can anybody help me prepare my lecture on non-linear programming? Don't come to us. Stephen.
Well, I tried. Well, I haven't signed up yet, but there is a place I'm thinking. Oh, now that one came back in. Carl Jameson is a new batsman who I haven't got a jingle for because he wasn't in the original squad, so I'm just going to grab him. He sounds
it's a bowler
like this.
rather than a batsman.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
I got under for full first wicket. 26.5 I got this morning. Carl Jameson is in. That one does come back in a little bit. Does this for about 2 overs, Gary, and then it goes completely flat. I mean, that's ridiculous as well.
Well, it is.
No run.
All cricket is better for pacey, bouncy wickets, and 50 over cricket you need all I can get, and so I'm just looking for that help.
By the way, you've grown a moustache. Your handles have got a lot longer down the side of your. Yes.
There's a Fu Manchu would be looking at you jealously.
Cross between Fu Manchu and a walrus. Carl Jameson is in. Oh, no, he's not. He's clothed that again up towards mid-on, and there is
threw the
no
shot
run.
too early because the ball was just not arriving at the bat.
Yeah.
Yes, it's all going very soon. I'm going to indulge myself in a hot towel shave somewhere in Tooting this week.
Yeah, I had a haircut last week. It was the nearly end of winter haircut. I don't think I had it cut for like 6 months or something. And I always do it. I always say, I'm going to get cut, and then it takes about 3 months to actually get round to doing it. Carl Jameson coming in, fourth ball of the over. That's pulled, it's on the line of leg stump. Might get 4 for that. Does indeed get 4 for that. I don't know who that is down at long leg, but he didn't get round very quick. And it is 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Cafeteria bowling on the hip short.
Yeah, very much so. Did seem to go a little bit off the seam, but it was way too straight, too short. You're right, Gary. And where do you play all this cricket? I mean, that basically leaves you to a couple of places where you play ODI cricket. Probably South Africa and Australia, maybe a bit in England.
I just refuse to believe that with. I'll break off.
Now that's pulled. That's gone all the way. That's buffet bowling at its best.
Shot.
Short on the hip. He just picked it up, did Tanzid, and deposited it over deep mid wicket for a big one of these.
Yeah, lovely stroke there. Waited for it. You could almost see him pause a beat before he went through the ball. Well, I just refuse to believe that with technology the way it is, with the understanding of soil and this kind of stuff, that we shouldn't be pressing grounds to say, look, use the information, use the technology, change these squares.
Well, but then you get homogeneous cricket all around the world.
Well, you don't. You don't.
That's across the batsman, and it's left alone, and there is no run.
Because I think there was a ground they were talking about earlier this week, which had one strip that was Australian soil that they'd imported just for.
Didn't seem to make much difference, though, did it?
Well, maybe it doesn't, but it's a sample space of one. I think we should be bolder, particularly in ODI cricket. I'm not talking about T20. We know what works in T20, and I'm not talking about Test matches either, which needs a lot of the kind of natural elements to find its full kind of fecundity of play and of outcomes. But ODI cricket needs help.
Well, yeah, you could go the other way though, Gary. You could make it more favourable to the fucking bowler, couldn't you? Low scoring ODIs was just as much fun.
I've been to a 55 over match that was finished at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Well, I think the pitches at
1976, I think.
There were some pretty good pitches in England in 2019, which weren't high scoring, all of them.
Yeah, that one is down the track comes Shanto at Henry. Yeah. Gets an under edge into the pitch, goes back to the bowler. There is no run.
It's not so much the kind of roads that you get 370 playing 370 or 370 playing 365. I'm not so much talking about that. I'm just talking about, and we all know it when we see it. Oh, this looks a good pitch for both sides here. There's plenty in it for the batter and
yeah,
the
but
bowler.
that's the kind of that's magic, isn't it? When that happens, prodded at by Shanto through the keeper, and there's no run. Unfortunately, it's. I think it's I mean, maybe it's as much to do with conditions of soil. If you've got Australian soil out in Pakistan and they can't make it act like it's in Australia, well then surely that's outside conditions. And
well,
there's not a lot you can do about that.
We need to have an experiment of more than one. We need to look at it, and maybe it needs some modification as it goes along. It's just that.
Well, to be fair, okay, here's an example. They did it, didn't they, actually, as that's prodded down towards third man for a single.
In New York, but they didn't have the prep time.
I mean, they had 3 months, didn't they?
Yeah, but the pit. Yeah, you do need years. It took years for the drop-ins at the MCG to work out. Now they're very good.
Yes, true.
Same in Perth and Adelaide. They're both very good pitches now, but it took them a long time to get there.
Indeed.
Well,
nobody's saying it's easy, but this day and age, throwing your hands in the air and saying, what can we do?
It's not that I'm throwing my hands in the air. I mean, I'll come back with another argument. That one is into the offside and there is no run. Yeah, it is becoming more and more irrelevant. I'll sound a messy again at the top of the show. This is the 6th game. We've had 5 games. Only one was reasonably close, and that's 1 out of 5 so far. Mainly because is it the advent of T20s means that teams just go for it, don't care about losing wickets. There doesn't seem to be a lot of that going on. Very one-sided games. People get behind. And then they don't see a way out. A couple of teams have had some stands that have brought them back.
I think it's partly that. I also think it's a situation. Oh wait,
that's defended in front of his off stump. Seems to keep maybe a little bit low. And
whereas a T20 can go either way quite easily, a 50 over match class is much more likely to have an impact on the result. And the truth is, the best teams have won in all the games so far. England or Australia could have won between them, but the other sides that have won have been considerably better than the sides that have lost.
Playing on that day, yeah, it's true, but I mean, you would like to think that on their day, any team should be able to beat the other at this level. It's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Well, you do. I mean, these games, I did a bit of analysis either a year or 2 years ago on the English domestic 50 over competition, and there just are not enough close finishes, and the game thrives on close finishes.
Yes, exactly. Which is why they brought in T20, because it was more likely to happen, wasn't it? And even there, it doesn't happen that often. because it changes the parameters of the game to a certain degree.
Sorry, I'll do a few messages with indulging us. Kieran Roseblade's got some advice for Stephen about linear programming. He also says, bet the unders for the innings bear. Tidy little earner for you.
That's what I'm
Ashley
doing.
Partridge says, bet over 300. Bangladesh can bet deep. I believe in the bear and his brother Gary. Impressive tash on Gary, says Mog. Kind of Ned Beatty.
Yes. That's defended out into the offside. There is no run.
Ned Beatty. Or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, you're thinking Nick Kelly.
Also, it's a bit Merv Hughes and boom.
Yeah,
It is a bit, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's Merv Hughes, but more so.
It's double trouble if you're actually looking at me on YouTube and you're also thinking of Merv Hughes, then that's more than anybody have to suffer.
Carl James in at Shanto, who's 1 off 6. And he tries to turn that around the corner. He's getting it to go a little bit away from the left-hander, but his line's quite straight. And there's no run.
He's homing in on the stumps, which I think would be quite a good idea from round the wicket, but not such a good idea from over the wicket, which is to the left-hander anyway. And the main issue with that we've already seen, as a ball would have been cannoning into the stumps, but pitched outside leg, and therefore the batsman is immune from LBW.
Leah's a fan, Gary. She says, Gary looks like a well-fed Mitch Johnson in a positive way.
This one is a little bit fuller, a little bit further towards the off stump. It's just defended by Shanto out to the offside. There is no run.
Do you get much of Mitch Johnson on media in Australia, Jez? Because I thought he was very good whenever he's done media work. And he was here for the 2019 Ashes, I think.
Not that I've noticed much. Bear in mind that most of the cricket that I watch, I'm with a gorilla.
Ah, true.
And so I don't actually hear the commentators a lot of the time.
Jameson's in. Again, it's on the pads, and again, it's just this time does get contact, goes down towards long leg. Might try for 2 there. They do indeed. In fact, an easy 2 in the end.
A super chat jingle, please, Bear.
Oh, yes, I can get you one of those.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero! They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
And Jay has sent us £2 and says Gary's tash is mint. Thanks, Jay.
Oh, yes, me, sorry. Drop down towards third man, but there is a guy just back with the square on the offside, and he collects it, and there's no run.
You
Can't
know
the glove in the end, actually.
Ned Flanders in The Simpsons always refers to his tash as the old soup strainer.
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid it does strain the soup, which is one of the reasons.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about the tash, the top lip bit.
You got to trim it.
You got to keep it above the lip, otherwise it's fucking irritating.
But the whole rationale is that you don't have to do anything with it.
I know, but the fact is that you do. That one is again on leg stump. Oof. Going over the top, probably. Crash into his thigh pad. Cramps in for room. Shanto is 3 off 11 with that dot ball.
Bobby Shanto's all at sea.
He is.
Boom. Stephen Kelk says the tash helps Gary to bowl those unavoidable semantic bounces there. Eric J says, morning, gents. And Kieran Roseblade's says, one of the best matches I've heard in a long while was the first T20 World Cup match in New York. The pitch was lethal, but made for a really interesting game. Yeah, I'm not sure it was entirely fair, frankly. And Muttley also says, that's my favourite Super Chat jingle. My beard tash has been feral for several years now. You and YY Pom. YY Pom has a magnificent beard moustache, of course.
So if New Zealand win today, is that Pakistan out of their own tournament, rather like England were in 1999?
Yes. Well, they're pretty much out. Well, they are out. Two teams are going to win.
No, they're not necessarily out. I'll
really? That's down the track comes Tanzid. Bottom hand comes off the bat, slaps it through the offside. It's not going to quite make it to the boundary, but they will get back for 3.
You see, that's a little bit of my argument made there, because the pitch is so slow. That's the kind of shot you're almost forced to play. playing a pace bowler as if he's a sort of dibbly-dobbler. Whereas if there's pace in the pitch, it opens up lots. A length ball can be deflected down past where slip should be. It can be hit on the up, all kinds of things. But the only thing you can do with that ball if you want to score runs in the power play is take a couple of steps down the wicket and kind of slog at it.
Yeah, but that's there is a bit. Oh, that's driven uppishly, but inside mid-on even, and that Tans is not having a problem out there. He's driven that one up inside mid-on. It's gone all the way for 4 runs.
Just to explain to you, if Bangladesh win today, and then if Pakistan can beat Bangladesh, and New Zealand lose to India, then each team apart from India will have 1 win, and it'll be determined on net run rate.
Just to say, that shot was a half volley. Do not bowl half volleys on this.
Oof, down the track comes Shanto. There's a big heave at that. Goes under his bat through to the keeper, and there's no one. I mean, true, that one seems to be dying at the keeper. It was 84 miles an hour. I mean, I get what you're saying, Gary. I do. I don't think you can put it all down to that for ODI cricket. It's just the world has kind of moved on. And,
there's a bit of that.
And,
sure.
The problem with it, I mean, I know a lot of people, I like the second innings, but there's so many dead overs in the first innings, particularly overs sort of 10 to 40. Bar the odd wicket here and there are just basically a nudge fest to see where you're going to get to for the last 10 almost. And it's a waste of 2.5 hours of my time, quite frankly.
Well, I'll comment on that in a moment.
That one is guided down towards third man. They'll get a single.
In the run-up to the 2019 World Cup, I saw quite a lot of England's ODI cricket under Owen Morgan, and England largely did away with the boring middle overs. They had quite a few matches where they scored 400. I think in one match they made 490, and they literally just kept going. They literally played as if every over was a power play over, but that seems to have been a kind of evolutionary dead end. Not even Australia do that.
Well, I think
that depends on talent as well.
And to a degree, I mean, that was the best England side we've seen for a very long time. That's short, and again, Townsend comes down the track, has a big flap at it, and misses it, goes through the keeper, and there is no run. I mean, that was the best England side we've seen for a while. I mean, they were top. I mean, this is it. We complain now that we're not winning. We've got a pretty good side, but it's not very consistent. And there's a few places up for grabs that, we need a better second spinner. Livingston doesn't do enough often enough by a long fucking shot, does he really? Salt, there's 2 positions. Salt is okay when he's good, but he's not good enough at the time. That one's on a back foot, pushed up to the mid off this time by Tanzit.
I mean, I think you're right there that the talent does make a difference, and I'm hoping at the end of this series, end of this tournament, that England have some pretty wholesale changes, to be honest.
Well, to be fair with England as well, I think Josh Butler is a shit captain.
Terrible. Always has been.
Exactly that.
There's also been a very poor batting form.
Yeah. But Owen Morgan was a quality leader, knew what he wanted to do, and it was, he inspired his team. He wasn't the best in it by a long shot, but he led when he came in. He led the way into the new era, and then by the end, he was by no means, should have been in the side, but he knew how to lead a side. With Joss, he just looks like it's not a big deal.
Jamar the Stats Man asks how Australia went in the one, and they actually won, to my surprise, but they played very well right through the middle order.
They did indeed. Jameson is in again, first ball next over. It's just defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
And Stephen Kelk says, was it my imagination, or did Bear almost offer to help me prepare my non-linear programming lecture before?
No, because I know nothing about non-linear programming. But I was trying to. There were things I wanted to do for the website, and I even got myself a tutor last summer to learn SQL API. I wanted to make the scorecards because, basically, they cost a fortune to get someone to do properly, or not a fortune, but something we can't afford. So I thought I'd have a go at it myself. Oh, now has that gone through? Oh no, it hasn't got an edge. It's a great ball though, foolish and going across the batsman.
Did carry.
Rare
ones.
No run.
I'm a great fan of Grant Sanderson, who is a wonderful teacher. Does YouTube channel. Is it 3 Blue 1 Brown? And so I watch some of his stuff on, and they have titles like non-linear programming, and I really enjoy it. And then I forget completely what it all meant a day later.
That's the trouble, isn't it? You need to actually do it for it to sink in.
Yeah, it's also hard. Greg Sanderson's stuff is hard.
Now, was that an edge? I think it was. It might have been
died.
a cutter. It was an edge, but it didn't carry anyway. Dropped well short of.
I tell you what, if it was a cutter, it was at 85 mile an hour.
No, it wasn't a cutter. No, it went off the pitch actually.
did
He did
go
look
off.
behind, so maybe he did get a little nibble on it, but it dropped short as a keeper.
I don't think he did actually. I think it just moved too much for him.
maybe.
Yeah, but you've seen 2 balls there, 2 good balls. One bounced a yard or 2 in front of the keeper. The other, off much the same length, was taken around sort of stern and height.
Well,
It's very hard to bat in conditions where that kind of variation is off the pitch.
Well, defended back to the bowler, and there's no one. Hard to bat freely
Yeah.
is what
Yeah.
you actually mean, because it means the score's lower, and you've
Well,
got to lower your expectation for a score.
What I did learn a lot from on 3 Blue 1 Brown was what this AI, what it actually is, and how it works. These large learning networks, whatever they are.
Large language,
Whatever it is,
yeah.
LLMs.
Yeah.
And it shows just the phenomenal amount of energy that these systems are going to need.
yes, large language models is what it is.
Yeah, that's it, LLM.
Just the bat turns in Shanto's hands and just goes
And
out towards mid-wicket, no run.
I think these corporations and the bonkers billionaires who sit at the top of them are looking at sort of 5, 10 and 15-year projections and saying, where are we going to get all this energy from? And why have we got all this military sitting there doing nothing when we could be grabbing energy? And more than most things, the energy required by AI and what that will do to geopolitical structures is worrying me.
Well, yeah, defended back to the bowler and there's no run. I suppose you could pray for nuclear fusion, but it ain't going to happen.
We
That's
have
a
been
lot of
since I
praying.
was a kid.
Yeah,
I remember
exactly.
being
Yeah,
told that
that's
as a
right.
kid.
Yeah. It's the same as the Jetsons. We've been praying for that too.
I actually think.
Jamal's,
Anyway, no, go on.
Jamal the Statsman says, will Australia play another quick instead of minus? I don't think so. They'll just stick to what worked from last time.
I'm sure they will.
Eric J says some good extras work available for Gary as a member of Napoleon's old guard.
More Kaiser Wilhelm, surely.
True that. Sadakas says Morgan is a great captain. Remember when he wasn't making any runs at KKR in the IPL, but his captaincy took KKR to the final.
Yes, I do remember that.
I'm going to reflect a little on that, on captaincy and leadership in sport in a moment once we've had this book.
Well, Henry drops that one short and it catches, stands it in the stomach. He's threw his shot way too early. Well, I was going to say it. I mean, look at Moyes, the same people he's got at Everton. What fucking Dyche was doing and what Moyes has done.
Yeah, well, it's increasingly I'm thinking that in all sport, they're young men, sometimes young women, but you've got to give them clarity. You've got to say, this is your job.
Yeah.
Go out there and do it. And Brian Clough was always very clear on this. It's all about good habits. And Bob Paisley didn't speak much, but what he used to say is, pass and move, give it to a man in a red shirt. And we've got now, because of data, we've got heads full of all kinds of stuff. And of course, we've had Pep succeed with it, but very few others do. Just be clear.
That one it's good bowling from. To be fair, Bangladesh have got to a reasonable start. Well, actually, that's a 3.79. There seem to be some big shots, but
because there's no angles, there's been no little dabs down to.
Well, it's been pretty
third
straight
man,
bowling, to be
there's
fair.
been no push and run, because there's no pace to work with, so you can't take the strike rotation. It's all or nothing. It's a slog over mid wicket, or a clip to leg, or it's not.
Well, Jameson's in again. Henry's in again, and that was defended back to him, and there is no run.
Going back to Morgan, I think Morgan was always very, very clear about what he wanted from Jason Roy up top and Alex Hales, and then down through the order. and that clarity. And when that clarity was challenged, he was pretty quick in media interviews to say, no, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it. We crash and burn on occasion, but we're going to win more than we lose.
Yeah, which, to be fair, is Bazball. That's a nice shot. Pulled short, dropped short this time by Henry, and Townsend has managed to pull that out to deep mid-wicket. Is it 6 or is it 4? Couldn't quite see. It was... They haven't decided on the TV either.
No, they're going to have a look.
No, they've given it as a 6. I thought it was, but...
Yeah.
Good fetch.
Short arm pull, really. Oh, yeah, hit the sponge just on the full.
I mean, that bounced in Henry's own half.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see what he was trying to do there, to surprise him, having bowled such tight lines so far, and then wide of off stump, but it didn't work.
That's down leg side. That'll be given as a wide. And is. Yeah, leadership is important. I know one thing I've got to say. I don't know how anyone in the England side can really take Joss Butler's voice seriously as much as anything else. Would you take orders with anyone with that voice? I just wouldn't. It make me laugh every fucking time. I'm sorry, Joss, but you know, it's an unfortunate affectation, but it's just the way it is. It's not even an affectation, is it?
It's not a voice made for sledging, is it?
No. Ooh, on the back foot tries to cut it up and over the infield. Doesn't really get much of it, but he's fortunate it goes between a couple of fielders. Halfway out to the boundary, and they'll get back for 2. Townsend moves on to 24 off 21. He's going all right. Shanto 8 off 20, but they haven't lost a wicket.
I think the other thing that goes alongside clarity is that sports people are transactional. If you're a manager and you say to a player, I want you to do this and I want you to do that, and you go and they do it, and in the next match they say, I'm leaving you out and dropping you for X or Y, then belief just ebbs away. Yeah.
That's Fuller again. Fuller seems to work better, and it's defended by Townsend. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. Mogg manages to give the impression he knows what he's talking about. He says also LLMs aren't even remotely close to actual artificial intelligence, but the public loves an easy name. Stephen Kelk says, nevertheless, their performance at certain tasks is phenomenal. It can't do graduate level mathematics, but as a co-pilot for coding, it is an amazing tool, for example.
Well, yes,
Some programmers told me that as well. I mean, one of the things it has been fed is an enormous amount of code from very, very good coders at all these companies, and so it is fantastic at spitting out code.
Well, you know, you look at the Wright brothers aircraft.
Jameson is in, down the track comes Shanto, knocks it over down towards deep point. Sort of didn't go fully through with a shot, but timed it nicely. There was a fielder down at backward, sort of third man, quite wide. It's Conway. He's gone around, he's fielded it, he's slid into the sponge, and I'll probably have to have a look at this as whether it's 2 or 4. My feeling is I probably just about didn't give away 4, but no, he did actually.
His foot on the
sponge as he tapped the ball round, so that will be another one of these.
So we went from the Wright brothers to the moon in the space of one lifetime. I think with this stuff we're at the Wright brothers at the moment, maybe a bit further than that. So the question is not what it can do now, it's what it will do in 15 or 20 years.
Well, it'll be a bit,
and that's often scary, but the scariest element for me is this energy cost.
Well, that one is played on the back foot out to the covers, and there's no... Weirdly, Britain as a nation, if it was smart, could do all this probably with renewables. We've got fucking ocean everywhere. Wind everywhere. Not a great deal of sun, but a fucking lot of open space.
They need that energy for mining fucking cryptocurrency.
Well, that too, but I mean, you know, if you...
That's the most pointless waste of energy I've ever heard of. I was pleased to see that somebody stole $1.5 billion worth of crypto yesterday, so that was...
Oh, did they? Nice, I like that. That's clipped into the leg side, out to square leg, and it's no run. Yeah, now it's all just meme coins, isn't it? It's just fucking Ponzi schemes left, right and centre, essentially, for the idiots.
Well, I asked my elder boy, who did a bit of, only for fun, put £100 or something into crypto in the quite early days, and I said, how much is it worth? And he said, well, I don't know. Sometimes when I look at it, it's 400, and sometimes it's 40. He said, anyway, I don't know how to sell it, so...
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat, to be honest.
I think so too.
Yeah, I've got a couple of £100 in it. I did something very stupid. Oh, that's pulled. It's aerial. He's got enough of it. It's gone wide of mid-wicket. I thought it was more mid-wicket was straighter, but he ain't. It's gone all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Good start, this Bangladesh.
And one more four than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance.
See, I was stupid with crypto. I had a friend told me I took a couple of £100 in. And my friend, who's big into it, told me what to buy, and I bought all this shit. And there was one of the supposedly stable coins that went down. I can't remember what it was called now, Theta or something. And I only had about 10 or 20 of them, and it got up to $250. And then I read a story about how there was a run on it because of this, that, and the other. That's pulled by Shanto. Oh, there's no one out square leg. Suddenly, towards the end of the power play, they're getting along. Shanto's finally picking it up, and he gets himself 4 more runs.
Jemisin's not bowling well.
3, 4.
Anyway, it was a stable coin, and I saw it going down. And I thought, it was up at this, and I only bought it at this, and it's going down now. I'll wait till it gets to some point, and I'll pile in. And it got down to some stupid sum, and I piled in, and then it just kept going down and down and down. And a couple of days later, I actually read an article on what it did, and I thought, that was really fucking stupid.
It's a fucking mugs game.
I really didn't know what I was doing when I piled in, assuming like the stock market, it would recover some of its value quite quickly. No.
My investment strategy is whenever I read or hear anything about crypto, I don't like the people. So I don't want to be part of those people. So I'm having nothing to do with it because they're not my tribe. Never will be.
Yeah. Well, there was something like 800,000 people who've lost money on the Trump coin because of the people who snagged it when it first went up.
Exactly. That's how it works, isn't it? That one is a little bit shorter and across Shanto. This time he fishes at it, misses it, goes over his top edge, through to the keeper, and there's no one. 12 off that over. Good over for Bangladesh. 45 for none after 8. Tanzid 24, Shanto 20. Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, Guerrilla Cricket for all your AI discussions. Rich Turner Music says, good morning all. We're impressed by the return of Gary, who is the walrus. I noticed, Rich, you were saying you were pleased to be going to Annie's book launch and hoping to run into Hendo. Well, you'll probably run into Gary as well because he's planning to be there.
I will be there. I presume we'll have quite a few quiz teams that night because it's the night Watchman quiz that night as well. It's the same night.
All right. Farang says, greetings all. Hope everyone is well. Exclusive BRU Discord poll. Bangladesh will be between 5 to 9 for 100. Just finished work. Yeah.
Well, they're doing all right at the moment. And as we've seen, once the ball gets a little bit older and you get out in the power play, if you haven't lost wickets in the power play, you can, there's a potential score on here for Bangladesh.
Mitchell Satnav has assessed the pitch and made a decision.
Well, he has indeed. Let's see how this one works. Well, the first ball is wide outside the off stump and fished at. And there is no run. It is this man.
Even if my cover is well, sturdily keeps wicket.
Around the wicket. That's full. Was that out? I think it is. Well, there you go, Gary.
Fucking hell.
Spin takes the first wicket as we didn't even get to the end of his jingle there. He's floated one up on the leg stump. Tanzid has gone to clip it into the leg side, got a toe end, it's just spooned up, caught quite nicely, I presume, by Phillips at mid-wicket.
Was it?
Well, no, it'll be Kane Williamson, won't it? He kind of clothed that, didn't he? Really didn't get on top of it. It was full enough to do that, or hit it somewhere else.
I'll take issue with you, Bear, because I don't think it was spin that took that wicket. I think it was slow.
Yeah, it was slow, but he gave it a bit of air as well. I didn't turn, but I mean, you can't always put that down to a bad pitch. You've got to say the bowler fooled the batsman a little bit, took a little bit of pace off, gave it a little bit of air. He went for the shot, thought it was there. He wasn't there, you got to hand that to the bowler. Even though Bracewell
is a slow bowler
rather
than a spin bowler.
Wow.
Rich Turner took that wicket. He just sent a message saying Bangladesh have done well not to lose a wicket.
Yes, they have. Well, I was just saying the same thing anyway.
The crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Considering they were 33 for 5 in their first game, that's very good.
Yeah.
I like this guy, but he's not a number 3.
I think they put him in. He's a kind of number 3 pinch hitter, isn't he? I mean, I presume.
Yeah.
I think they think
Wild card.
he'll always get in within the power play, so we might have to get some extra runs out of him.
It's where Rashid Khan should bat for Afghanistan.
Yes, probably.
Bring the chaos.
Yeah.
One time in 4, they'll win 4 match. They'll win 1 match in 4 just off
Bit like
70 off 45 balls from Rashid Khan.
a bit like Narayan in the
Narayan's another. Yeah.
he never plays international cricket, does he?
No.
He'll get banned. Right, Miraz. Here we go.
Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz.
That's floated up. He goes back and plays up to mid-on, and there is no run.
It's damning with faint praise because Shakib Al Hassan is a fantastic player, but he's very much the pound shop for Shakib Al Hassan, isn't he? The Haiti.
Ooh, that one slipped past the outside edge. Didn't turn. Prodded at by Miraz. Well,
They're having a look.
they are, I think. Latham is pretty convinced that he thought there was a little nick on that.
They've only got one review left, haven't they?
Yeah, and they didn't review that. It'd be interesting to see. We've seen it before. There has been a little nick.
I suspect Miraz is going to get himself up pretty quickly anyhow, so this would be a wasted review.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get into my under. What they offer me? 69 to what's it, 24 runs? That one's back to the keeper, and there's no run. That's a fair shake of the tail, I think. Oops, no, I'm not going to bet £53.
Yeah.
Bracewell down the track comes from Miraz. He does get climbed into that one. I think it's gone all the way. It has gone all the way.
Yeah.
Back over to bowler's head. It's one of these.
Eric J says, if Gary's the walrus, who is the Eggman?
No.
And Matley says the walrus is, or Rich says I couldn't possibly say. Eric says Cuckoo Kajoob, of course. And Stephen Kelk says Nick Nat paid away, give the lad a bowl. And that brings us up to sorry. Mog says, good coders, have you seen the shit that gets released into the wild these days? Barely fucking alpha builds half the time.
Well, no, but that's my point. All of it has been fed into the AI.
Yeah.
But obviously, there are some very, very good coders out there who do the really high-end shit, and that's all been fed in as well. And I think, having spoken to a few coders that when I was thinking about doing it, a few of them said to me that there's no point. It'll all be done by AI in 10 years because it's actually really, really very good at coding.
You'll just ask it to do it.
Yeah.
Voice recognition. And
I mean, it does. With all these things, you've got to know what you want to input to get the right output, to be fair. And another friend of mine thought that actually that would be the big job. Would be one of the really well-paid jobs would be the people who ask questions of the AI to get the phrasing right so they get the right fucking answers. I mean, it creates all sorts of weird possibilities. Will O'Rourke. He's going to come into the attack in the 9th over. That's interesting.
He's the. I think he's the most exciting young bowler in the world game at the moment, and I just hope that we get to see the best of him. Marco Jansen would be the other contender, although Jansen's got a lot more experience than O'Rourke.
Yeah,
this lad can bowl.
Yeah, he can. He was really good in the series against England, wasn't he? Will O'Rourke comes in. He'll get a jingle in a second. That's was Shanto trying to put his bat away? I don't know, but it's gone down towards third man. They'll get a single, and we'll give him.
See the extra pace there, because that's the first ball I think that's been run down to third man for the classic ODI limited over single. But it's because O'Rourke's got that extra bit of pace. It just opens up the angles, but it also, of course, opens up the wrist.
Well, indeed. Well, he's got jingle.
He'll never make 95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
And he'll bowl to Miraz, which could be quite interesting. That's maybe why they brought him on, just pure pace.
not going to be able to charge O'Rourke.
No, he's not. Well, yeah, but he's going to be able to put it out there wide and short. And Miraz is definitely a batsman who'll slap that one. And it got what it deserved, which was 4 runs. Hit hard and behind square. No one's going to stop that.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
If that was the first ball of the over, we'd all be saying that's a bit of a loosener there outside off stump, free the arms for Miraz. But it was the second ball, so I don't know whether you can have a second ball loosener or not.
Well, possibly. But that was just a shit ball, wasn't it? He just dragged it down and shoved it wire.
Just to let you know, the GPL has hit £70 and is open for another half hour.
That's fuller. Better. Mahady just defends it out to cover and there's no run.
Yeah, he had to move well for that catch there, Kane Williamson. And because it was clothed, it's one of those ones where you can be fooled a little by the trajectory of the ball. It can either be coming quicker than you expect or slower than you expect. So it was a decent catch, but that's what you're in at short mid-wicket for, so... Will
O'Rourke coming in. 4th ball of the over. Oof, that will get the prods at that, does Mahady. It grubs through to the keeper. There is no run, it's 88 miles an hour.
Miraz just looks at his partner there and says, what am I going to do with that? The ball just died and just didn't get up at all.
No, it didn't. Again, he looked behind, maybe he got a little tickle.
Yeah, as far as AI and programming is concerned, Stephen Kelk says it's also about being able to spot if the LLM has produced buggy code or nonsense, which requires you to be skilled in the first place.
Well, that's true. Clipped into the leg side. Ooh, they go for the quick single.
Did he hit the stumps with that?
No, he didn't. So who was putting their arm up saying, how's that?
Yeah,
it was Matt Henry. Maybe someone was in his way and he thought it had hit the stumps. I think he probably would have been out if it had hit. It's gone straight to mid-on. Oh, even miles out.
It's a very strange run, isn't it, when you hit it straight to a man who is, for once, saving one. They're not on their heels and on the edge of the circle. Because that's what a good start allows you to do as a fielding captain, is save one.
Well, maybe... Oh, wow, that's gone quite a bit off the pitch. Across... Shanto, that was. It's gone out to the 3rd man, and they'll get a single.
88
Would
miles
you change? You can discuss what a pass score might be on this pitch.
Well, Mog's going to take your place, but me and Gary are just going to switch sides of the table, as it were.
You've introduced me for the boring middle overs. Thanks very much.
Well, I did notice you wanted to do 20 on the trot.
No, I did.
I don't do these things anyway.
I'm very grateful for that wish being accommodated. But I'm in the studio tomorrow, Bear. So you'll
It'll be good to see you, Gary, in person.
Good to see you.
Well, it'll be one of the last few times you come here. Of course, I've sold the studio.
I think so. Goodison and Sydenham.
Exactly. I'm thinking of getting a blue plaque made up and just put it on the outside of the building. Guerrilla Cricket was here 2016 to 2025.
Get one for Nunhead as well.
Yeah.
In comes Bracewell. This is full on the stumps, just defended, no pace off the bat, so a predatory fielder comes in from cover. There is no run. Is that Mog there? Is that Mog?
It is.
There, Mog? Welcome,
I'm afraid so.
Oh, all right. Welcome, Mog. As goes back this time, does Shanto, and there is no run. What have you made of it so far, Mog?
I'm watching the Zoom feed, and mostly it looks like some sort of strange glitch electronics music video.
I wonder if that'll get better. Supposedly where we got a proper business lease line stuff.
Goes back again, does Shanto, and he punches this up to long on. Outside the power play, there's always one to a fielder 3/4 back to long on, and they walk a single. 59 for 1. New Zealand halfway through the 11th over. They're going a little bit under a runner ball for the power play, which is probably under par these days. And it's Miraz pinch hitting at number 3, who goes back, and the ball just cannot get to him, and it's fielded at short mid wicket. So I must say, that I think New Zealand have got the selection right with plenty of spin options, and I think Mitchell Santner has got his bowling changes right so far. So this is a little more down the leg side, or rather it was made to be down the leg side by the movement from Miraz, but again, he can find no angle, and the New Zealand field is very much in on the one, stop the single. The last ball of this over, he gets through his work admirably quickly, does Michael Brace, when he goes back and cuts from the line of the stumps out to deep backward point, and they're through for 2. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 61 for 1. Miraz has 13, Shanto has 23, and we have your messages.
Did we determine what a par score was for this joint?
Oh, we didn't. No.
Where is this?
70.
This is Rawalpindi.
Rawalpindi.
This is where England played on. No, they played at. This is the first game at Rawalpindi, I think. I don't know. I'd say, looking at it, if you can get 280 plus, I think you might be able to shout.
Yeah, I'd go 270 as par, but anything above 300 is going to be a very good score, I suspect. What about yourself, Mark?
I would probably go somewhere between 270 and 280. Give or take.
Yeah, I think we're all of one mind. As
morning,
Willow
Tone.
Rourke.
Tone's made it in. I'm not on my own. Thanks, Tone.
Oh, very wide. I mean, that's a wide in Test match cricket. It went down the offside. A sprawling Tom Latham did well to take the ball. That was almost Harmison in the first ball of the Ashes wide.
That was like India bowling yesterday.
Yeah. And what we need is a bit of Virat Kohli, because what
else can we
saves
want?
New Zealand against Bangladesh more than Virat Kohli? That's
It's
what
been
we're seeing.
5 minutes since I've thought about him, so
Yeah.
clearly it's well due.
Yes, so more Virat Kohli. But now we're back with the proper cricket, as this is defended into extra cover. No run. Mark, tell the listeners how they can get in touch with there, and I'm going to make a strange sound now, and a biscuit to anybody who recognises it. So if you want to send some
What?
Mark will tell you how you can get in touch.
Space Invaders?
Not quite.
Oh.
Right era.
Nobody uses Twitter
Pac-Man.
anymore, so that can fuck off. Is it Pac-Man?
Nope.
Is it Dig Dug? Centipede?
It's another wide from Willow Rourke, whose radar is going missing here. The man from the Wicker Man, Willow Rourke, is not being able to land it on the right part of the pitch here. 2 wides and 3 balls.
He had a very Lord of the Ringsy touch about him with the Pakistani commentators the other day who were calling him Uruk,
Oh, right.
which amused me and probably no
Wasn't
one
that
else.
character in Game of Thrones as well, the sadist in Game of Thrones?
No, that was Ramsey.
Yeah, who was torturing Rook. I
Ramsey
think this
Bolt.
ball is just much more on the stumps, tucked off the legs, and again, New Zealanders are admirably close inside the ring, so they save 1. So if any listeners know what is at the say a biscuit. A biscuit is your prize.
Send
Indecisive.
through the post.
I thought of this on the bus on the way home at 11 o'clock last night. As Rourke's in again, that's down the leg side, that's to be tucked off the pads down to fine leg for the most regulation of a regulation single. 64 for 1, 8 squared.
Anyway, get onto YouTube, super chat, and you're guaranteed to get read out.
Absolutely.
No matter how
Answers to
stupid it is.
Gary's question in a super chat, please.
Yes,
I've already given you
because
a
I
clue.
still have no idea what he's doing.
No, I don't either. It's a bit weird.
I've already given you a clue by saying it's the same era as Space Invaders. It's a very Space Invaders-y thing as well. As
The song of
Willow
the
Rourke's
game.
in, this is an inside bottom edge from Miraz, who was attempting to pull out of a cut shot or was perhaps beaten for pace, and the ball takes the bottom edge and goes through to Tom Latham. I do think we're going to see some bowled off the inside edge in this later on in this match.
Yeah, but that isn't always to do with the face of the
No,
pitch.
it isn't.
Modern batsmen these days don't have straight bats, man.
No,
They're all
it's
coming
playing
down.
It's playing with a bat that's angled at sort of 8 o'clock instead of at sort of 9 o'clock or 6 o'clock. As Will O'Rourke's in again, and this is outside off stump. No feet again from Miraz, Nahidi Hassan Miraz, whose foot went forward but did not go across, and consequently ball missed the middle of the bat. No run.
Well, let me tell you what the bookies have as the line, shall I?
They'll be lower, I expect.
No, they're usually pretty accurate, actually, on the line. It's quite tempting either way, you never know. So they have the line at 290 and a half.
Oh, they're higher. Wow. Here's Will O'Rourke. This is on middle stump. It's clipped up in the air, but straight to the man at mid on. The experiment, well, I mean, they've been playing him up the order, but Miraz fails, 13 from 14. No sort of shot at all. I think Will O'Rourke had too much pace, and that's the deal with a fast bowler. You get 2 wides at the start of the over, and you get a wicket at the end.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. I'm tempted to go under that.
Well, I tell you what, that line will be 290 now.
Yeah, it's gone down by 1 run. No.
Is that all?
No, actually, it's gone down by
10, surely.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
They've got it locked at the moment, so they'll be running it. No, it's gone down by quite significantly, actually, 273 and a half.
Well, I thought he was going to contribute that many runs.
More runs. He's already contributed 13. I presume his average is his average. Now that's tempting to go over.
I suspect the algorithms are looking at a number 3 getting out in the 12th over or something, rather than the number 3 being the particular number 3.
Never touched by human hands.
Yeah. So it's a new batter. I'll give you his name after his jingle.
It is this dude.
Red eye on the store. Towed red eye on the store.
Yeah, he's got a bit about him, Hiridoy. His average is 36 at a strike rate of 83. Neither of those are elite level international ODI figures, but they're not bad at all. As a new over, as Michael Bracewell comes in, and this is just jabbed into the offside, and they beat the 2 men in close, and therefore they're able to take a single. Shanto goes to 24.
Of course, Hidroy got runs in the first game. He got a
100,
ton.
did he?
Yeah, he got 100, but the last
Exactly 100.
exactly 100. But unfortunately for them, they'd lost too many wickets, and but by the end he couldn't walk. He cramped up so badly.
All these strength and conditioning guys that we have following international cricketers around now, and they can't bat for 30 overs. It's extraordinary, really. As Bracewell is in, and this is just pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. Or rather, it's not extraordinary, because strength and conditioning coaches, their jobs rely on there being work for strength and conditioning coaches, and if everybody's perfectly happy all the time, there isn't any work for them.
The man who sells batteries tells you need batteries.
Yes, this ball is pushed to extra cover. There is no run. So, Mark, anybody? So I'll give the answer. I mean, it's not such a great question anyway, but I just wondered if anybody had recognised
no.
No, I'll give you the answer after this. As Hiridoy faces his third ball, I think it is, and gets off the mark with a sharp single hit into the leg side.
Quatermass.
No,
it
was the opening riff of Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark's Messages. So I thought, that is what came to mind to me. And I think they were called Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark before they shortened the name to OMD. Liverpool band in the late 70s, early 80s. And,
everything was miniaturised in the 80s.
Well, did they do Enola Gay? Was it them?
Yeah, they did. This ball is pushed to point. There is no run. Yes, I remember being at a gig at Liverpool University, and I didn't want to go at the front. It was too rough for me. This ball is pushed into the offside, so I stood at the back and I turned around and said, who's that standing next to me? And it was Andy McCluskey of Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark. It's the end of the over, 66 for 2, 13 gone. So if you do want to send your messages, YouTube is the place to go, I believe.
Yeah, Twitter sucks balls, and I can't remember my Blue Sky password. What was I up to? Stephen Kelk, I'm not sitting on the set of Total Recall. Sudahu says 300 looks like the average in the past few years, but there's not that many ODIs to compare.
Yeah.
200 or 300? 300.
300. Kieran Roseblade says it's still a decent start from Bangladesh. Consolidate from here until 35 overs and then attack. Just need to keep wickets in hand. Unlikely.
We seem to be following a drone, which is following what looks like a lorry here. And if that was happening lots of parts of the world, that would be very dodgy. This is down the leg side from Will O'Rourke, whose radar still isn't working. And that would be a wide in Test match cricket, and they run a bye. Now, people who know more about cricket than I know will be able to tell me, is that recorded as a wide, or is it recorded as a bye, or is it recorded as both? Do you get 2 runs, or do you get 1 run? I've never actually clear.
Well, if you run on a wide, you get 2.
It's a wide.
Yeah, but what's it recorded as?
2 wides.
2 wides?
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Oh, right. As Will O'Rourke is in, and this is short, and it's beautifully pulled, swivel pulled by Shanto, whose eye is in now. That was only a little bit short and only a little bit wide, but beautifully put away through square leg.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And this is why I think 270 is about par, because Shanto's got 28 from 38, and he took the time just to try and assess the pace of the pitch, and he's now batting well. But I think you do have to invest, 10 off 20 before you can start playing shots, as this ball is defended by Shanto back to Will O'Rourke.
Yeah, which you've got time to do in 50 overs, but as
you do.
At the end of the day, if you do assess it and you do stay there long enough and don't get cramped, you can probably go quite large.
Yeah, but it does make getting over 300 quite tough if you're.
If you only lose 5 overs.
Ball in the power play.
Nah, not. I don't think that's the case, Gary. I think that's why to a certain degree. After this ball,
Will O'Rourke is in, and this keeps low, bounces yet again in front of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
I mean, that's why, to a certain degree, that ODIs have changed so much. People know what they're capable of in 20 overs, so if they can keep wickets till 30, then you only need to be going up 4, 5 and over till you get to 30, and then you can potentially score 160, 200 in the last 20 because you've got wickets in hand and you've got a bunch of bangers. That's how people kind of approach it these days,
If you go to 10 and over on this pitch, playing some bloody good shots, tell me that.
Average first innings total, 278.
This is off the edge, would have flown to slip. There's no slip in there, and it goes to the boundary for one of these. I do think that if you've got a guy bowling at 87, 88 miles an hour, I think you've almost got to have a slip all the time. It's a run-saving position apart from anything else.
Well, only if it goes, yeah.
I mean, I would always have a slip.
Like third slip, though.
Yeah, but you do have a wider slip when you've only got one, don't you? But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a lottery as to whether it goes at the angle, but we've got to have a slip. This ball is just pushed off the legs to short mid-wicket and returned to Latham. It's elongated over. It's got 1 ball left in it.
Don't invoke his name.
Who?
Elon.
Oh,
Okay.
God, yeah. Oh no, I'm trying to edit these people out of my life, so they tend not to be on my mind. It's the best way to deal with them is to.
Well, back to our earlier point and LLMs and all that shit. It's going to be a bit like Blade Runner, isn't it? Just companies running the world.
As this ball is swivel pulled to deep square, and they're through for a single. Well, we live in a Phil Dickian world in lots of different ways.
It's getting more and more William Gibson-esque as far as corporations and that sort of stuff goes.
Yeah. Well, it's 77 for 2, and Shanto has 33. And we're seeing the Manhattan here, which is helped by a few extras, but 1, 2, 3, 4 overs of the 14 have gone for 8 or more. Shows how it's difficult to hit boundaries consistently.
Stephen Kelk would like Gary for you to get off the fence and have an opinion about something for once.
This ball is pushed to a longish on, I'll call it, 3/4 of the way back, and they go for a single. Well, you know, we're guerrilla cricket. We're not here to be vanilla. We're not here to say
exactly.
disappointed with that. We're here to say I'm disappointed with that.
Fuck off! I disagree with that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You fuck off too.
Yeah, fuck.
The only thing I would caveat that with is that we try to provide some evidence. We try to provide a rationale for our views, but forthright is what we're here for. There are plenty of options if you do not want forthright. Speaking of which, Matthew Hayden on comms. Dear, oh dear. This ball is pushed into the leg side, or barely pushed, actually, just defended, old school defended by Hridoy. And he has 1. Am I saying that right? Hridoy, HR together at the start of the word.
I think the H. I'd imagine the H is kind of silent.
This ball is again just pushed back to Michael Bracewell, whom we should praise. Actually, he's got 1 for 12 of 3.5 overs, and I think 6 of them were in one gob, wasn't it? From at the end of his first over, so he's not giving much away here. This Bracewell. This ball again is a slight leading edge, I think, there from Hridoy, and Michael Bracewell does the fielding. So bowl your overs quickly, don't give them anything to hit, and all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and the game's gone on, but the runs haven't gone on. This is defended, there is no run.
I think a run rate of 5.26 of not too bad. I think go along at that for 30, 170. Look to double it at 30, you're looking at 300 plus.
170 for 3, 170 for 4 isn't bad. 170 for 6, not so good.
Yeah, true.
As this ball is punched into the leg side, and there is no run. It's the end of the 15th over. I think just a single off that over for Michael Bracewell, who is bowling well. And you have your messages.
Yeah, Messi says messages. Surely it's Messi Jez.
Oh, very good.
That's some quality right there. Companies already run the world, Bear, according to my Google, according to my Apple Mac using Google Chrome, delivered by Amazon.
Very true.
And Sidhu says money runs the world. It just so happens that it's the companies that have it all.
Well,
or as we will start calling them Zaibatsus, as they do in Cyberpunk.
The world go around, the world go around. And he just taps that on the head, does Shanto, and as with the previous over, takes a single from the first ball. Over to you, Hridoy, who has 1 from 8. And I'm not saying he needs to hit 2 6s in this over, but I don't think he can play out 5 dots again. Well, he can, obviously, but I don't think that would be a good strategy.
He's playing the very long game.
Yeah, very long game, which when you cramped up after sort of a couple of hours batting in the previous match, is it may or may not be the right idea. Conditions are different. Rawalpindi at the end of the Khyber Pass. This ball is just clipped into the leg side, and it is no run. I think Pindi in Urdu means village, isn't it? It's village of the Rawals, which is a name in that part of the world. I may be wrong in that. When I'm remembering stuff from the past now, it all gets jumbled together, so that may be two pieces of information melding into one. And,
as long as you sound authoritative, no one will notice.
Oh, absolutely. The medium is the message. As O'Rourke's in again, and this is again tapped on the head down to Kyle Jameson at third man. Back in international cricket for the first time in a year, Kyle Jameson looked a bit rusty.
Yep.
He's a class act, and I'm looking forward to him playing more red ball cricket. I hope he does play red ball cricket.
He had a stress fracture, didn't he? Same as everyone else.
It's 30
he came
now,
in for Lockie Ferguson, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He's 30 now, James, and
Really?
he might fancy
Wow.
making a bit of money before the end of his career, so we might not see him in Test cricket. This ball is defended. There is no run.
But he's not a great T20 player, is he?
No, he might have to get by on £15,000 a week in the 100 instead of £40,000 a week.
How will he
what
manage?
a problem that is.
Yeah.
Let's start a collection for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happens with things like benefits. I'll come back to that. Testimonials in England as Will O'Rourke is in. This is a short ball. Doesn't really get up, but he sways out of the way. Does Shanto. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, County's going to give benefits to players who've been on stratospheric contracts in the 100 and in franchise cricket around the world. I mean, I don't mind a benefit for the county stalwart who's is at the end of 20 years service on a relatively low contract, although even domestic cricket contracts in the UK are not at all bad these days. Picture breakup, but Will O'Rourke's in, and I think that's no run. Shanto stays on 35. New Zealand are 80 for 2 after 16, and drinks, because what we need now is a break in the cricket, which does give us
Cha-ching! Gary Bingo. Oh, sorry. Muttley says back to Messi, jizz can be pretty messy too. I wouldn't know. Stephen Kelk says, my friend Tony asked me not to say his name backwards, and I said, why not?
Oh,
some multi-layered humour there, he says. And that is that for the time being.
So Bear, how have your bets been going recently? Because we always enjoy when you get angry because you've gone under and a stand of 170 is put together by 2 wicket keepers, one of whom is actually English, and blows it. So.
Well, they've been going all right. The horses have been going well.
The horses?
The cricket,
Jeez.
not so much so. Yeah.
Don't get me started on horses. Yes, they have I think that. And look, I'm no expert, but I suspect the drug testing regime is about as strong as it is for top-level tennis players.
Well, yeah, you could be right there. I don't know what's going on with this satellite signal.
No, where's our tech man
works
there?
over here.
Speak
Get
to the
Tony
IT
on.
guy.
Get him sorting it. Come on. This woman's been trying to clean this frying pan for like 6 fucking minutes.
No. Oh dear. If anybody is, I mean, this we need to put a warning on for gorillas coming on screen here, because if you've got photosensitive epilepsy, this is going to trigger it for sure.
It's very much like a migraine headache.
It is
on
like a
the
migraine
screen.
headache.
Speaking of tennis players,
yeah, we're getting an ad for what would it be? It must be the tennis season coming up. We're still a decent way off the French Open. It's the BNP Paribas Open. It's the start of the.
It must be at drinks now. So, yeah, is it?
yes.
Yeah, it's drinks. We saw them coming on. Clay court tennis is much the same as the rest now. They've done what we're hoping cricket doesn't become, because all the surfaces, whether it's clay or grass or hard court, play pretty much the same now. It's not like when I started watching tennis when there was a bit of moon ball on the clay court and there were definitive clay courters, some of whom didn't even bother playing Wimbledon because grass courts with their lower bounce and pace didn't suit their game. Now it's pretty much homogeneous, I think.
Apparently, it's all full of drug cheats. That's what I.
Well, no, the top level does have a kind of disappointing number of issues to deal with, and there's always an explanation. But one wonders why plenty of other sports don't have masseurs putting dodgy substances into world #1's bodies. But
So Yannick Sinner got banned for 3 months?
That
For
was
drug taking, yeah.
The best 3 months, he didn't take the drugs. It was a minuscule amount that was transferred apparently from the hand cream of the masseur as this ball is defended. there is no run. And, the intention might not be there, but it's funny how other sports have masseurs. It's a major part of cycling, and yet the drug testing regime doesn't pick up those things. But you can't have a sample space of one. But another world
picks up
number
plenty
one,
of EPO instead.
Simona Halep was also banned as this ball is punched to mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. So what's the line in the importance of being earnest? For it to happen once, maybe unfortunate, twice as careless, or something like that. Sorry about misquoting you there, Oscar Wilde.
3 times as a criminal conspiracy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the cricket, they are playing, and Bangladesh are 81 for 2. Michael Bracewell continuing his excellent spell round the wicket to the left-handed Bobby Shanto, and there is no run. They've got to start showing some intent, I think, here, Bangladesh. Maybe they're just being especially cautious. First over after a drinks break can often bring a wicket, but there's just not enough intent for me here, as again that ball is just pushed into the predatory ring, and it's the captain, Mitchell Santner, who impresses me, I have to say, does the fielding.
They're trapped in the boring middle overs, that's what I can't do anything.
As indeed am I. As this ball is punched again back to the bowler. It's just too passive here from Bangladesh. Hridoy has 3 from 12 and Shanto has 35 from 51. He's round the wicket again as Bracewell. Again, he can do nothing with it. Just can't make an angle with the lack of pace. It's the end of the over. Another over with just a single from it. Michael Bracewell has 5 overs, 1 for 13. So, yes, he's channeling the 1979 World Cup there.
Stephen Kelk says, drinks? I'll have a cider, please.
Oh,
Eric J says, you cannot be serious, Gary.
Very good.
And Stephen Kelk again, let's just get down to business. Gary, tell us about the relationship between swing and the proximity to rivers.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Another bit of Gary bingo.
Yeah. Is that Matthew Hayden in the middle there?
Yes.
Really
yeah.
Like Matthew Hayden.
Looking like a great big odious Bradman.
Well, I'm not one who can speak with freedom about looking a little heavier than once they did. As Will O'Rourke again can't get the radar right, and that's way down leg side. And it's another wide. I think that may be the 4th or 5th he's bowled. It's been a real licorice all sorts, as I think Paul Merson used to say as a football pundit in the UK. He would always refer to licorice all sorts for anything that had a modicum of variation, never mind a standard deviation of more than 2. But that was a non-standard deviation because it was well down the leg side, and a wide is given. So O'Rourke's in again, and this is defended again into the predatory ring. His run. Yes, the middle overs here living up to their name, the adjective that precedes them. They certainly are boring middle overs at the moment.
It's almost like watching Test cricket without the drama. No slips.
Yeah, without the slips.
Yeah. Well, mind you, in the subcontinent, you already see slits anyway. Probably don't get.
Yeah, you do.
You only get about 4 or 5 overs of space at the top of the game, and it's still down to the spinners.
This ball is defended. There is no run. It's just extraordinary how Pakistan decided to go in Test cricket with their spin twins, Noman and Sajid, and they're just taking all the wickets for Pakistan in Test cricket now.
Well, they've gone down that route. Just right, we're going to produce Bunsen burners.
Yeah,
fuck the pace.
They've turned a little bit, but you have to say the skill of the bowling and the captaincy of them has been outstanding, I think. As here's Will O'Rourke in again, and this is just tapped on the head as it goes down to Kyle Jamieson at third man, who delivers the ball back scrappily to Tom Latham, although, to be fair, Latham should have been behind the stumps there, not to affect the run out, but to allow the ball to bounce on the square and soften even more. He took it slightly on the half volley, and a single is taken. 83 for 2, 17 and a half gone. Current run rate, there's your problem there. The current run rate is now down to 4.7.
Yeah, they've dropped quite dramatically in about
if you
4 or
wanna
5
get up to
overs as well.
300, you're putting it on the late order to hit a lot of boundaries.
Could that be Hridoy not making any runs?
This ball is defended, just like Test cricket. Slightly turned round, but I think Chanto was defending that properly.
Yeah, they've got to try. They've got to try and manoeuvre the ball a bit better here.
I mean, these aren't, in the main, these aren't dot balls because of fantastic fielding. It's not Glenn Phillips leaping about like a salmon at backward point. They're dot balls because the batsman intends it to be a dot ball. And, you know, they're not 4 down here. They're only 2 down, one of whom was a bowler anyway. This is a bouncer and an attempted sort of swat as it went past the helmet, but there was no connection.
He was in no position to play that shot.
No, he wasn't. But this is, I mean, New Zealand are well on top here, but they're not doing that much in order to be on top, are they?
Well, no, I mean, this is it. Bangladesh have got to come out of the shell a bit. Even if you're knocking 4 or 5 singles and over, trying to get a 2 here and maybe the odd boundary, and you're still going to carry on at 5s and 6s. But they seem to be just plodding at, well, a single and over. They got wide off this one too.
He does come down the track and attempts a slog and absolutely cloths it to mid on, and there is no run. Well, maybe that's what they're saying. Maybe the problem is that when they have been aggressive, they've looped the ball to the infield and been caught. So he did attempt to be aggressive there, and that could easily have gone mishit into the infield. But you look at that Manhattan there, and the last 4 overs have been tiny dots. Not so much Manhattan as Hampstead Heath, really. No skyscrapers at all. 18 gone, 82 for 2. Are we being too negative? Send your messages on YouTube.
De Castro says, on that note, just saw a hilarious advert on Star Sports. India versus New Zealand, blah, blah, blah. It's do or die. Really? If New Zealand win today, and of course they should, it settles the group. India and New Zealand advance to the semi-final.
Well, hype never
won't matter what positions they finish.
Well, that's why I guess we can hope that Bangladesh win today, and then.
Well, Hridoy has taken a single, pushing the ball to mid on or long on. If they had mid on up and mid on or mid off up, we'd have seen just maiden after maiden. An attempted sweep gets a top edge and spins away from the fielder, who is I'm not sure who the fielder is.
I think
it's
that was a
4.
It was Will O'Rourke.
It's a 4. Will O'Rourke, yeah, a 4. Thank God for that.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
It's a horrible top edge, really, and just enough bat on it as Will O'Rourke dived. Thank God the advertising is now 5 metres behind the board, because I've seen players do that and go head first into the advertising. Zafar Ansari did it at the Oval. Very scary, as that's brilliantly fielded at short extra by Glenn Phillips. A word about Glenn Phillips, actually, and this may be my lack of knowledge about the subject matter, as he's in the Gens brace well. He gets through the overs Jadeja-like, round the wicket to the left-handed Chanto, and he pushes it to the man back, 3/4 back, and they take an agreed single. Glenn Phillips has been diagnosed with ADHD, but his level of concentration in the field seems fantastic. He's on it all the time. As this ball is punched into the leg side, so a bit more positive play here from the Bangla boys, and they're through for a single. 90 for 2.
Is he on medication for it though?
I don't know, but he apparently, as I've heard from other people who've got quite a diagnosis in adulthood, as this ball is bottom edge, and they're through for a single. It's the end of the over. It's a much more positive one for the Bangla boys, albeit it wasn't filled with great shots. There are 8 from it, 91 for 2. As I understand, it makes you more comfortable in yourself. You now have a reason, explanation, a diagnosis for why your life has been full of sort of wrong turnings or dead ends or surprises. So that in itself makes you feel sort of more comfortable in your own skin. But his level of concentration to pull off these stops and catches must be extremely high, watching absolutely everything in order to have the anticipation. It's not just athletic skill from Glenn Phillips. And I just wondered how that worked, because I certainly don't know enough about the condition to be able to comment on it, other than the observation. Comes down the track, does Shanto, and gets a horrible kind of clothed ball that would have been caught had there been a mid-off in, but there wasn't, and it sort of dribbled away to the boundary. But this is better from the Bangla boys.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where there's a rope. The ball won't like it, but it has to go.
Tennis shot.
That was a good shot.
Agassi's return of serve.
The best thing about that whole ADHD thing, Gary, is you said at the start a word, and then you went on for what?
Yeah,
well, 6 hours.
Well, it's my last over, so I'm going to indulge myself as Will O'Rourke is in, and this is pushed into. Oh, it's rather takes a pad, goes into the offside. There is no run, but we don't want dead air, do we?
No.
So I'm not saying that you guys would have left it as dead air, but there we are. It's always a balance. O'Rourke has
suddenly we
128.
both stopped making noise.
Off 5.2 overs. It's been a very mixed bag. Say the licorice all sorts have been out from O'Rourke, and he's playing in black, so there's an element of licorice in the semiotics or whatever it is of the black suggests, as he's over the wicket now to Hiridoy, who attempts to knock it on the head down to third man and doesn't. It passes the outside edge. There is no run. But these two should be feeling a bit better about life, shouldn't they, now in the middle?
Well, you'd have thought so. I mean, they're looking quite settled.
Yeah, and they are playing with a bit more positive intent. You still get the feeling so many of the positive, the aggressive shots are mistimed. That there is a looping ball that's going to be caught by the keeper or by short extra, something coming. O'Rourke's in, and this is Fuller, defended, fielded at point on the square, and there is no run.
Well, Hiridoy's strike rate is up to around about 30% now, so he's really taken off.
I think when it's slowish like this, I mean, you just need to get a score on the board. And they've got a reasonable bowling attack, Bangladesh.
Well, might be good in these conditions. The old hand of Mahmudullah might be called upon. Batting and bowling. 39 now, Mahmudullah.
I know.
But is defended, and there is no run. So we're approaching the end of the 20th over. There will be a change after this ball. I'll be thanking you for your attention and look forward to seeing you from the studio tomorrow. And yes, it's South Africa against Afghanistan tomorrow, isn't it? South Africa. I know it's South Africa. I'm not sure who they're playing. As Will O'Rourke in to finish the over, and it's outside off stump, a little bit short, and it's just punched to point. 97 for 2 after 20. Hiridoy has 7. Shanto has 45, and you have a new set of gorillas, so thank you very much.
We do indeed. We've been joined by Billy. Morning, Billy.
Morning, Bear.
How are you, mate?
Sun is... Gary, it is South Africa, Australia tomorrow, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
So big game.
It's a good game. And we're joined by Andy as well, who's out. I presume you're in Bali still? Is it Bali?
Yeah. Yes, I am, Bear. Thank you for welcoming me into the broadcast, and hopefully I'm set up pretty well.
You are indeed.
I've had to battle a lot of rain.
Bracewell comes in to start the new over, and this is turned into the leg side by Hiridoy for no run.
What I can confirm is that Bahrain beat Indonesia in the final match of the series today.
Bracewell comes in once more, and Hiradoi uses his feet to get down the pitch and clips it to a similar man at sort mid on. There's no run. Bangladesh just ticking along really, 4.7 over so far. They might need to up it a bit. Hiradoi gives himself room, he goes high, this could be caught, and that is a wonderful catch at cover by Kane Williamson. Had to take it over his shoulder, went high, really good take. Hiradoi has to go for 7, and Bracewell has his second.
It's interesting, Bill.
The dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
Yeah, it's interesting, Billy. It was a good catch. And what I find bizarre about, I've just come off watching an associate level series between Bahrain and Indonesia, is that what I see is that at some levels they really struggle to take the easy ones, but they're really good at taking the hard ones. And that one, as an example, with Williamson, I saw a catch exactly like that today. It was a really tough catch, having to run back, looking up into the sun, ball coming over the shoulder. Yet the one that sort of comes straight to the fielder, they're sort of like freezing the headlights. But thankfully on that occasion, Williamson didn't do it, as you would expect, having played for New Zealand for a long period. But anyway, aside from that scintillating repartee, that's a big wicket for New Zealand, obviously. And it's Bracewell who does the damage again.
Well, Mushfiqur Rahim is going to come to the crease. Have we got a jingle for him there?
We have indeed. He sounds like this.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Short and sweet.
Perfect. Well, I mean, the pitch does seem to be taking a decent bit of turn from what I've watched. So Bangladesh, with their spinners, will certainly be in the game. I think if they get to something like a 250, would you say, Andy? Or Bear? I think that's... Well, hanging off this ball, Bracewell's going to come in. This is a bit flatter, and he goes for a little lap sweep, Mushfiqur, and they will get a single, nicely fielded. He gets off the mark.
I reckon, if they get 270, go for it, Andy.
Forgive me, guys, I haven't done my homework, but which ground is this?
It's Rawalpindi. No, it's Rawalpindi.
Bracewell comes in.
Well, if it's Pindi,
Bracewell comes in around the wicket, and this is defended to point no run by Shante.
Yeah, well, if it's Rawalpindi, I don't think 270 is a defendable score.
Bracewell bowls. This is wider, bit of bounce and turn, and it's cut out to deep cover. I don't know, Andy. I'm going to have to agree with that. The pitch does seem to be taking a little bit of turn. I mean, Bear's watched a bit more than me, but
it's also really.
I mean, if Bracewell can get it to do a bit, then the Bangladesh spinners certainly can.
Well, again, it will depend whether the dew comes down to a degree, won't it? Whether it will speed the pitch up, but the pitch is really bloody slow as well. It's not coming onto the bat at all. But then if it gets dewy for the last 15 overs, then chasing 300 will probably be possible. But scoring it in the first innings might be tricky.
Guys, if it's helpful, Aseema's at the ground, so I can just text him and see what he thinks. But my experience in Pindi is that no, there's no way 270 is a defendable score against this Black Caps batting lineup. And remember, the best player in the world has come back into the side today, Rachin Ravindra. So, yeah, I wouldn't think 270 would be enough. But that's just my personal opinion, obviously.
I expect the Kiwis to win, and I would expect them to be able to chase down 300. But Bangladesh might think they've got a chance at 270. Is all I'm saying.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Santner comes in, left arm rounded, he hits Santa on the pad. It looks to be turning a lot and going down leg stump, but that's the thing. I agree with you, Bet. I think 270 gives them a great chance. I really do think that would be defendable, to be honest. We know, because I think runs on the board counts for so much in cricket, to be honest.
Well,
especially in a format like this, there's a lot of pressure in such a short format.
Yeah, although there isn't so much.
How many teams have defended a winning score in this Champions Trophy so far? How many teams?
None. I don't think any.
Yeah, but they're all.
There you go.
They haven't played a match at Pindi, have they yet? Maybe
No, they haven't. And to be fair, a lot of the first innings scores have been really bloody shite and non-defendable.
Yeah. Santner comes in from around the wicket. This is down the leg side and should be called a wide unless Mushfiqur got a glove on it, which I'm not sure he did. They come through for a wide. Well, they get a run. Wasn't taken cleanly behind the stumps. I always quite enjoy watching Mitch Santner bowl, I have to say, Andy. He's got a really nice action, gets through it well. I mean, in general, I just love watching New Zealand play cricket. Santner comes in once more. He keeps a little bit low and it's turned into the leg side in the air for a brief moment from Shanto. But they will come through for a single.
Well, he's certainly made a name for himself, Billy, in recent times. I mean, that match-winning effort in the second test in, was it Chennai, I think it was, in India? I mean, he took 13 wickets. I mean, he became a folk hero after that.
This next delivery is played calmly by Mushfiqur on the back foot into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single.
Well, I'm right in thinking that was the first test he played in absolute years, had he? I mean, he basically was no longer a test player. They presumably just called him up because it was India and they needed another spinner.
That answer requires a little bit more of an explanation, but more or less, yes.
At the balls, this is short and wide. Brilliant fielding by backward point. I'm not sure who that was. The left-handed Shanto carved it, and it looked for all money like it was 4. But fielded really nicely. That is something you will always get from New Zealand. Their commitment in the field is the best in the world, I'd say. Santner balls again. This is shorter and hacked into the leg side, and once more fielded nicely. So a bit of pressure just building here. The last delivery of Santner's over. It was a rather ungainly hack into the leg side, but well fielded. So Santner comes in. This is on the pads and turns into the leg side. They'll come through for a single, but it is only a single. So Bangladesh 105 for 3 to end the 22nd.
Oh, it's me. I'm doing socials, aren't I? Farong says, no future BPL contracts for Kane Williamson. Should have butterfingered it. Poor sportsmanship. Dan De Castro says, great cricket, Kane. Never seen him drop a catch. Well, that sounds like Gary. Oh no. And messages note says, South Africa and New Zealand have both defended the first innings score. There you go. That's our memory of the competition so far. We're only on game 6. Of course, yes, South Africa got a massive total against Afghanistan, who didn't chase it down. And New Zealand...
Bracewell will come in once more. This is defended by Shanto to start a new over for no run.
Who did New Zealand play first up then?
Pakistan.
Oh, that's right. And they scored 320, didn't they? Pakistan with
Bracewell comes in, and this time Shanto uses his feet to push it down at the ground. They'll come through for a single. Nice timing from...
Well, Bear, maybe I should rephrase my question. Which lesser side has chased a total? Obviously, New Zealand's an elite side, so is a lesser side chased a total or set a total? Well, no, set a total, I mean.
No.
Bracewell comes in from over the wicket, and on the back foot, Mushfiqur defends into the offside. They think about a single. Oh, well. So he comes in and he just picks it straight up. I think me and Gary Naylor, who is ever opinionated, have a similar view on this. Why in the last 2 years does the batsman seem to pick the ball off at every opportunity? I'm not really sure I like it, to be honest. Bracewell bowls, and Mushfiqur uses his feet and squirts it down to the third man, but can't get a run. I don't know, what do you think, Andy? It just seems to be something that's really come in the modern day. I mean, occasionally it's alright if the ball literally drops at their feet, but it seems to be quite excessive. I think you should just let the fielders do their job. But Bracewell comes in to hold that thought. 2 balls left in his over. This is tossed up and slog swept nicely by Mushfiqur. He looks... Oh no, he hasn't got all of it. Off the top end of his bat, goes high, and it's straight down the throat of kind of deep mid-wicket area. And that is the 4th wicket that Pakistan lose. They certainly seem to be in a bit of trouble.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Bracewell has 3.
Yeah, that's poor.
It looks like that Bangladesh is not in too much danger of setting 250 or 270. You sort of also have to question it slightly, guys. I mean, obviously I'm coming in from a Kiwi angle, being a Kiwi and all that type of thing. But you're throwing your wickets away. He's out for 2. And what over are we up to? 22.
2.5.
Why would you play that shot? Like, honestly, why would you play that shot at this juncture in play? When your best chance, as you guys have both alluded to, is to get to 250, 270. You don't know what happens at that stage, but the problem is now they're 4 down, and now 250, 270 looks like, firstly, a long way away, and even if they got to, let's say, the 42nd over on like 220, which could, with some late order hitting, push them up towards 280, 290. Now they're going to struggle to get 200. I'm just being honest about that.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was no need to play that shot. I think at this point in the innings, and you just come in. The pitch is hard to start with. It's slow. You've got to get the pace of the pitch, and then maybe you can expand your shots. But you've got to try and tick it over at 4s and 5s, 6s and over for the next 10, 15 overs, and then think where you're at without losing a wicket. Best teams in the world, as you say, Andy, will probably do that. They don't try and smash it out of the park. But I don't know. It's a bit depressing, really.
It does seem to be the kind of pitch that's difficult to get yourself in on,
exactly.
As you say. There, or Marmadullah is going to try and do just that with 1 ball left in Bracewell's over. So Bracewell will come into the right-hander. He bowls. This is looped up and just defended. So 1 off the over and a wicket. Bracewell has 3 for 24.
Bear, just before you go to socials, I mean, there was a classic case in point was New Zealand against Pakistan the other night when New Zealand lost 3 quick wickets, and they had to readjust, and they put together 2 beautiful partnerships. There was one between Williamson and Latham, and then between Williamson and Phillips. But they had to adjust. And this is a 50-over match, right? It's not 5 overs, it's not 10 overs, not 20 overs.
I know, exactly. I know exactly what you mean. That's right, dead right. And then Phillips exactly came in and gave it some spanky as well at the end, so they got up to a decent score. Baby Shaker says, great ball by ball commentary, Billy. Why, thank you.
Santner comes into bowl, and this is turned into the leg side for a single, and Shanto will reach his 50 or 71, the only one that's really applied himself, and he got in against the quicks, and then as the spins turned up, he's just played sedately. A very nice 50, showing his teammates how to play on this wicket. So Bangladesh 107 for 4 at the moment, but it's even if they get to something respectable, it's not even 270, 250. It's 220.
No, I mean that's the point.
I'm not saying they can win the game. They're not going to win the game there, but if they get all out, which is a possibility for 180, then that's kind of brainless.
I mean, they've really got you got to stick in at this point in an ODI.
That comes in from around the wicket, a little bit of drift into the leg side. This is turned for a single from Marmadullah, who gets off the mark.
Well, I mean, it's part of the problem, isn't it, with the ODI thing, though? I mean, they play so much T20 now that I think their brains do get a little bit fried about how slowly they can go and recover. It takes a little bit of adjustment. You've got an extra 30 overs. It's 2.5 T20 innings, essentially. It's not.
Yeah,
it's quite a lot.
Of cricket. Dante comes in at bowls. This is on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Shanto. That would be another single.
I mean,
go on, Bear.
What I was going to say, as we often say, I mean, England score 320 in 50 odd overs in a Test match without being too too dangerous and too many risks, should I say, really. So those sorts of scores should be very doable in an ODI, even though I suppose fielding positions are different, etc. But
yeah, Santner comes in. They've got 1 slip in at the moment, but he seems to be bowling a bit of leg side theory, not necessarily intentionally. And this one should be called a wide, and it has been. So he'll have to re-bowl that. Yeah.
Forever. There was an obvious wide.
Yeah, it was. This is a better line and length from Mitch Stantner as Marmadullah presses forward, and it comes off the outside after his bat for no run. 110 for 4 the score remains. What we've seen as soon as the spinners have come on, Stantner,
what do you guys think about?
They've really tied them down.
What do you guys think about
Stantner?
After this delivery, Bear wide on the wicket. Stantner comes. This is. Goes on with the arm and once more should be called a wide down the leg side. And it is. The umpire raised his arms that wide.
Bear and Billy, maybe a point of discussion for the end of the over. What do you guys think about New Zealand giving the captaincy of both the limited overs side and the 2020 side to Santner?
Mamadilla faces up once more and this is drops into the offside for a single. Well, we can discuss that after the next delivery. There's one ball left in the over. So that fantastic opening, well, not fantastic, but it laid a decent kind of platform from Tanzan and Shanto, which was 45 against the Quicks, and then ever since then it's been really hard work. Santner will come in to complete the over, and this is cut nicely, very square, and they will come through for a single. So 113 for Bear. Do you want to start that discussion?
Well, I think with all these things, you kind of you try someone out and you think, are they going to fit it? And then you see where they go. And currently, I think the team respect him. Seems to have a pretty good cricket brain on his shoulders. Typical Kiwi, really, and I think he's stuck to it quite well. He's a permanent player in both white ball games. They seem to think he's there for the long term. So, and has been there, been to the World Cup final. You know.
This is where I was kind of going.
Sorry, Andy. Bracewell starts again. This is pushed down the ground by Shanto for a single.
Very hard to do a three-way commentary and while a spin bowler's bowling, but just to give you some stats for the listeners, Santner's played 114 ODIs and 190 T20s, so he's definitely proved himself, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Bracewell comes in over the wicket to Mamadou. This is on his pads and turned into the leg side for no run. I think he's definitely the right man for the job, and I mean I also think they don't. It's very rare that teams will split the T20 and ODI captaincy. Bracewell will come in. This is a lap sweep, and he doesn't get any batsmen. It might be called a wide. No, just a dot. It wasn't collected cleanly behind the stumps, but Mamadou went to try and flip it over, and there's no run.
It's interesting you say that because of course Pakistan has done exactly that.
Bracewell comes in again. This is pushed up to mid-off for no run. But Pakistan like to not be conventional, and their form hasn't exactly been fantastic.
Hold on, and not just Pakistan, Australia as well. Australia also Cummins is not
bowls, and there's a bit of turn there, and Mamadou defends for no run.
Wasn't Mitch Marsh captain of the white ball stuff, but he's.
Yeah, no, Mitch Marsh is a T20 captain. Pat Cummins is a Test and limited overs or one-day captain.
Mamadou turns his next delivery.
I don't know if you guys have
picked up side. That will complete Bracewell's 9th over, 3 for 25 so far. So you just assume he's going to be bowled out, which is something that you don't see that often.
I don't
bowled out this early on. Go on, Andy. Sorry.
I don't know if you guys have picked up, but I refuse to use the game to be represented by the colour of the thing that they throw down to the other end. You know, I just hate that bloody term.
White ball.
About me. But what I'm saying is that I think New Zealand's actually made a really good move by appointing Mitch Santner. I'm not saying he's the best player in the world. I'm not saying he's the best captain in the world. He deserves the opportunity.
Santner starts his 3rd over. This is turned into the leg side.
Yeah, but
will come through for a single.
Sometimes they work out the best, don't they? I mean, Owen Morgan, you wouldn't have said was the best player in England's side, but he certainly was a good captain. You know, a good captain can make all the difference. I mean, look at the difference in England's Test side between Ben Stokes and Joe Root. Not that much change in player personnel, and the results were markedly different. You know.
Santner bowls wider on the crease this time. It's something that he does quite often. Sometimes bowls closer to the stump, sometimes wider, and he does so there.
Yeah, and equally,
actually, you know what, Billy, he actually bowls a lot of no balls that never get called. I've watched him really closely.
Santner bowls. This one's flatter and turned to so they could push for 2 here. They haven't necessarily run that hard between the wickets so far in this partnership, and they will stick to just a single. Bear, you mentioned talking about Santner. You mentioned the word respect, and that's incredibly important in a captain. Your team have to respect you and want to, you know, and your messaging needs to be listened to. And I think that was one of the things with Roots. Not that he'd lost Santa bowls, and they'll think about a single. They'll get one with a misfield at sort mid on. Not Joe Root, of course, hadn't lost the respect of the dressing room because, in my opinion, he's the greatest batter that England have ever produced. But I think the messaging, having lost, I think, was it 1 in 17 tests we'd won?
Yeah, something like that.
The messaging goes. So just having a new voice in the dressing room, a new leader in the dressing room helps in that case. As the next delivery is defended by Marmadula into the offside, no run.
That moves on to another question, right? Is that how many voices can you have in one team, right? You've got one team representing your nation. And I think New Zealand has got it right by naming Santner as captain.
Santner is going to complete the over to Marmadula, and this is pushed down the ground. There's another misfield, and they'll get a single. So 118 for 4 Bangladesh. They're moving at a sedate pace. 26 overs gone.
So Billy, my point is that last season, I mean, and you guys probably don't follow it as closely as I do because, you know, you're in England, I'm in New Zealand. Well, I'm actually not in New Zealand, but I'm a New Zealander. But we went through like 5 captains last year. We had Williamson, then we had Southey, then we had Santner, then we had someone else. And then there's this debate at the moment because New Zealand coach Gary Stead, his contract is up. And there's this talk about maybe they split it, they try and entice McCullum away from being the next thing they're going to happen. Obviously, do they get Stephen Fleming in and
brace for balls, and Marmadula dances down the pitch, and that is Bangladesh's 5th wicket that they lost. Marmadula goes to 4, another really terrible shot. Bracewell has 4 for 25.
That was shocking. He's going to get this. From where they are in the game, that's shocking.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Yeah, completely agree about 118 to 5. Most of Bangladesh's wickets have been pretty neat as he danced down the pitch. It turned a bit and he skewed it off the outside half of his bat. Another decent take by O'Rourke. I mean, he's never going to drop that, but coming over the shoulder it can be difficult. And that is their 5th Bracewell. It's the easiest 4-for he's ever going to get so far.
Well, I mean, well, we've talked about this. It's literally 4 overs. Well, you can't be playing those sorts of shots and throwing away wickets in the 26th over of an ODI. You know, he's just got to consolidate at this point.
This is the issue there. You look at the last 2 wickets, ridiculous shots. They're basically playing themselves out of the game. But what I'd say about Michael Bracewell, I do have a little bit of insight on Michael Bracewell. I actually saw him in Nelson on the 3rd of January. Went to watch a match there. I was back at home for Christmas. And I reminded them of how many bourbons they smashed on a boat trip that I happened to be on. Just by coincidence, it wasn't planned. Ended up on a trip with them in Barbados 2002. And yeah, it was a good match. The 65 games. But he actually lives right next to into place, so I don't know what
Can't hear you.
Yeah,
your internet's just completely broken up.
I was wondering if that was just me. Yeah, you might need to reload your thing. And with just some news coming through from England now, I don't know if you've seen this. You might not have literally in the last 20 minutes. Bryden Cast is set to miss the Afghanistan game and is a doubt for the champions for the rest of the tournament.
What? Oh, so injury?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out.
Billy, is it a political protest?
No.
I'm just gonna try and find out quickly.
Presumably, if he's got injury, I do wonder whether Jamie Overton might slip into Bryden Castle's role. He got absolute tap the other day against.
No, he's definitely not just been dropped. There's a problem. I think because
he hasn't been dropped. Is he sitting out because he politically doesn't want to play Afghanistan because of the issues that the British government faced?
No.
Well, Bracewell has 5 deliveries to get to his 5 for balls, and this is defended down the pitch. So no, he is not. Let me try. But here we go. Struggling with a blister on his left toe.
What? That's going to keep him out the rest of the tournament.
I've not. Well. I had exactly the same reaction as you. That's an interesting one. Bracewell balls. This is tossed up and hit with some authority back to him by the new batsman Jacker. So 118 for 5.
By the way, guys, I've got a solution to this. I read something the other day. I'll just do it through the sport. So let me just commentate and also do it. Sorry, Billy.
This is defended into the onside for no run.
Go on, Andy.
I saw something on Facebook the other day. I forget which player it was. I forget which division it was, but it was football, and he played with a lump of steak on inside his boot to protect a toe.
Wow. This next delivery is turned into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. Checker gets off the mark.
Well, I'm sure they used to do that in the old days, didn't they?
How can you dealt with a blister on a toe? Seriously.
Bracewell bowls around the wicket, and this is defended into the offside. So no run. Yeah, it's
well, it's an odd one.
It's an odd one. I mean, look, playing with a blister on your toe is going to be incredibly uncomfortable for a fast bowler, but not something that you'd think would keep him out. So Bracewell ends a brilliant spell, 4 for 26 from his 10 overs. He really has ripped through the Bangladesh top order, or you'd argue that Bangladesh have got themselves out, which I'd be Bear and I and Andy would be more in that camp. I guess.
Yeah, I mean it might keep you out for a few days.
I think that we probably underestimating them taking Michael Bracewell. And it's also be honest, Bear. I mean, he is not even an off spinner really. He's actually a wicket opening batsman, but he's found his place in the order and he's offside.
Santner starts another over, and this ball is defended, and the keeper will collect for no run. Starting the 28th over here. Bangladesh just trying to get something beginning with a 2 there.
Well, it certainly looks that way now, doesn't it?
Joker will face up from Santner around the wicket. This is a bit wider and doesn't turn, and it's defended with a straight bat.
I mean, at the end of the day, they've created their own problems here because they part of the reason they take these big shots is because they can't fucking rotate the strike very well. I mean, most of the better sides are rotating 4s and 5s and 6s and over.
Santner bowls this is tossed up, and it was a full toss actually, and Jekyll very nearly just chipped it short mid wicket where Williamson stood, who has taken a good catch beforehand. It was a low full toss, and he just spooned it there, and it would have been an extraordinary dismissal. Santner will come in and three dots off the over so far around the wicket, very wide on the crease. This is swept, and it will beat the infield. This could go for 4. Could be the first boundary we've had in a while, and so Joker gets to 5 with a boundary. A nice sweep.
By the way, Billy, I have to say you're doing remarkably well to keep commentating why I'm talking a load of shit at the other end. But I have to say, how can you pull out with a sore toe or a blistered toe? And it's just like, well, why would you even mention it to the manager?
Santner bowls, this is defended by Jacob. Well, you'd absolutely think that they've got lots of strapping and stuff that can solve that issue. I mean, it's got to be. I
mean, once it's exactly that one.
Yeah.
Once it's broken the skin and then the skin hardens underneath, then surely the pain goes away, doesn't it? Yeah.
Santner bowls, this is defended. I mean, end of the 28th over, Bangladesh 123 for 5. Yeah, do you think so? And also, you know, while that would be painful for a fast bowler, as I say, you've got lots of strapping to deal with it. But, you know, also, England don't have a travelling replacement. I don't think they're allowed to call someone up.
But forget about that, Billy. He either wants to play for his country or he doesn't. It's a very simple question.
Well, presumably it's the medical.
I think it's obviously it's obviously not just your standard kind of tiny blister. It'll be
big.
I'm sure it'll be
And the medical staff would have made the call, not him.
Exactly. I don't think it's him. But it's a weird one. I think it's probably been phrased in the media as a blister, but it might be something slightly worse, because your mind immediately goes to a tiny one in your finger, but it's probably an enormous one on his right toe.
You'd certainly hope so. I mean, and also we've seen in times gone by, and Bear will know this, guys cut as Jamieson comes in.
We're seeing the return of Carl Jamieson here. This one's down the leg side and should be called a wide. You'd think he came from around the wicket to Shanto, who remains there on 55. Carl Jamieson, we've seen the spin work wonders, so it's interesting that they've decided to go back to pace here. Do you think that's the right call, Andy, to bring Jamieson at this juncture, or would you have bowled some part-time spin?
Don't matter, does it?
Yeah, but we could have. I'd really like to go on about Overton's toe, but no, I think you also got to remember that this is the
turned into the leg side. This next delivery from Carl Jamieson. It's Bryden Castle's, Andy.
Yes, I know Bryden Castle's toe. I know it's not your toe or my toe, anyone else's toe, but. No, I think this is actually, it's not so much whether it's a good move or not, it's just that Kyle Jamieson's been out with injury for the best part of a year now. So this is, given that New Zealand beat Pakistan and then India beat Pakistan, this is the perfect opportunity to give Kyle Jamieson some overs, as we're saying right now.
Yeah, well, not for 26 of his 4 so far. This is a wide bouncer, but shouldn't be called a wide. So I mean, it's such a when Carl Jamieson, what England New Zealand series was it? Well, Carl Jamieson made his debut. It was the same match that Devon Conway scored a double ton, I think.
Well, that was
it 2020? Was it?
I thought.
No, I don't think so. I think Conway made his debut at Lords. That was 3 years ago, but about 9 months later, England came to New Zealand, and I think that's where Jamieson did it.
No,
yeah, I think that's right. I remember Carl.
But I think the Conway innings was further back than that, wasn't it? Unless the years have gone by that slowly.
Probably was only 3 or 4 years ago, you know.
I think it might have been 4. Let me have a look.
Because
I'm pretty sure I was
professional, aren't we? We're so we can't even between the 3 of us work it all out. But Conway certainly made his debut at
Jamieson bowls on the stumps, and this is turned into leg side for a single. But I thought Jamieson made his debut in that series as well. I might be wrong.
No, the first time England came across Jamieson was definitely
the first time England saw him.
Yeah.
Maybe. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is he's such a good prospect. Then and injuries have really stunted his career, because I remember seeing at the time, I mean, a wonderful bowler to watch, and remains. He's just been unlucky.
I don't know if we're on commentary later or not together, Billy, but I'll look into that.
Jamieson bowls from around the wicket, and this is pushed back to him. No run. I'm just trying to find now.
What I can tell you for certain is that neither Conway or Jamieson were part of the 2021 New Zealand champion side that won the inaugural World Test Championship. Neither of them were in that side. Yeah. Conway was in the.
Conway's double ton, Andy, was 2021. So yeah, 3.5, 4 years ago. And I'll try and find. Jameson, one ball left in Jamieson's over, and this is turned into the leg side, and they will get. So yeah, I thought it was about 2021.
Hold on, so Conway actually was in the side that won the World Test Championship, because New Zealand won that in 2021.
He might not played. He might not have played in that game, because he played later because he played in that summer against England after that, and he scored the 200 on his debut. He scored his. That double ton was scored on debut, so it would have been later in the summer. So he didn't play in the final. There might have been. Who was the original? There might have been Ross Taylor's last game at the World Cup final or something. So he wasn't in the. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They. Go on.
But Billy, where you are right. Where you are right. It was the same season. So depending on how you look at the seasons, but Conway made his debut, and I think Bear could be right here. Well, it does sound a bit weird. Carl
Jamieson made his Test debut against India in February 2020. That much I've had. So that would have been basically the first time that we'd seen him in England, and all I remember is he had a good series. and it was a pleasure to watch ball. And I think got a couple of big IPL contracts off the back of that.
Yeah, if that's the case, then he probably did in a World Test Championship. Didn't think Conway did.
I've just got the scorecard up for that.
God,
and Latham. No, Conway did play in that World Test Championship final.
Santner comes in, starts the 29th over, it's turned into the leg side.
Yeah, he got 54 in the first innings.
Was that before or after his debut? Well, it was obviously after his debut at Lords. So what? New Zealand played a one-off test against England at Lords.
Santner in once more. This has turned into the leg side. For a single. Yeah. Well, no, they didn't. It's because I'll tell you why. India and England were playing a 5-test series, and then after 4 matches, India decided. I can't quite remember. It was I think it was something to do with the IPL or something that they were only going to play 4, and then we had to rescheduled the 5th for the year after.
Yeah, because it was all COVID shit going on, wasn't it?
It was COVID, but I think there was something to do with the IPL, wasn't there? I don't know if you can remember. This is swept. Nearly out and short front leg by Jaker off the top edge. Santner got a bit of bounce,
Billy,
but luckily he survived.
Billy, I remember exactly what happened that year. What happened that year was there was a standoff between England and India, and they couldn't play the last match of that. We're getting totally confused, by the way, between a whole bunch of different subjects. But in that particular year, India forfeited essentially the last
balls,
test.
And this is turns. It's hit Shanto on the back leg, but there is no run.
They didn't.
Well, no, but they played it the last year. They didn't forfeit it.
They forfeited it by a year, basically.
Yes.
They were supposed to play the probably at the Oval. I'm guessing it would have been, but they had to reschedule some IPL games because of COVID.
That's right.
And the bowls, this has turned into the leg side, and Jake will get a single.
They split it in half.
That's what I was saying. I thought it was for the IPL.
Yeah, they split it in half, didn't they? Because they had to cancel. They tried playing it with COVID, and then it hit India really hard, so they cancelled it. And then they reset the second half of the IPL for November or something, and they didn't want to October.
Can we just establish something? Did Jameson play in the
last ball of Santner's over, and this is down the leg side. It might be a wide, and so he'll get one more. Bangladesh 135 at the moment.
Yep, Carl Jameson
the end of
did play in that World Test Championship final as well.
Yeah.
I
would have thought.
Okay,
last ball.
Santner will complete our stint. 29.5 overs gone so far. This is fired into the leg side, very flat, and hits Jake on the pads. And there will be no run. So Bangladesh, well, we've bought New Zealand some wickets in that stint. Bangladesh are 5 down and looking in quite a lot of trouble, you'd have to say. Oh, hello Messi and Fourthie.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Tony's supposed to come and take over for me.
Tony's on a work call. He's asked me to hob in until he can get on.
Is he indeed? That guy's not got his priorities right. Disappoints me.
Well, I promise not to speak over you too much, Fourthie, this time.
I'm dropping off there. It's Andy out. Welcome, Mrs. Welcome, Fourthie. Have a good call,
Thanks,
lads.
Andy.
Cheers, Andy. Thanks very much.
You
Tony's here.
Can stem the tide of wickets, Fourthie.
I don't know if I can do that. It's not looking great for Bangladesh. 131 for 5 after 30. I was just thinking, Bangladesh, would it have been more fun to have had Sri Lanka or West Indies in this competition? Maybe that's unfair. Okay, first ball of Jameson's over in, and that's hit out to the man at deep point, and the score ticks over to 132 for 5. They never seem to quite come to the party, Bangladesh, at these international tournaments.
Yeah, well, they've got a side that's set up. Didn't they have a decent run in the 50th World Cup? Hi, Tony.
Hello.
Tony is here. I shall leave you to Tony's dulcet tones and catch up with you in 10 overs.
Thanks, Messi. Jucker just nudges it off his pads and they come through for a single. He moves on to 8. Shanto's on 60 off 85. He's holding the whole thing together. Hello, Tony. I can't see you, but I'm sure that you're there.
I am very much here. I don't know why you can't see me. I can see.
Well, I can see your I can see your forehead peeping up over something that says Gorilla Cricket.
Oh, that's really weird. I might try that.
I can see you've got more of you is emerging.
It's rather scary.
Like a sort of reverse striptease or something. That's
the bear is going to come in and he's looking at the cameras quizzically.
An attempted pull.
No, Tony. You're perfect now. You're good.
You're in panoply now.
I'm perfect. I like being perfect.
In all your glory.
I saw some discussion about blooded boots earlier, and my name being taken in vain. What was that all about?
Bryden Cars has been is out of the Afghanistan game and potentially the tournament with what's been called a blister. But as I was saying to Andy,
like a drain anyway.
More serious than that.
Well, let's hope it is serious. That's shovelled round the corner by Jack. Come through. I think about 2, but they.
You Aussies, unbelievable. Wishing ill on your opponents. I mean, outrageous. You've just beaten us pretty comfortably. We're in absolute dire straits as a side. And you're laughing at our misfortune.
Well, excuse me, I might point out this is the young man who wrote an article basically saying England were absolutely hopeless and had no chance whatsoever. So,
I'll read you
people in glass houses.
A couple of texts I've got from friends. That is a bouncer which sails over the head of Jacka and it's called a wide. 2 texts I've just received. Fourthly, did you watch the cricket the other night? Apparently, according to the Poms, they were the better side and didn't deserve to lose. They certainly are a funny bunch. And then someone else comes in. That's the national narrative, of course. And this is the country that took over the world with an empire where the sun never set. Gave us the English language and the Beatles. What happened?
Now, that reminds me.
Australians never lose an opportunity to wade in. In comes Jameson. And that's deflected down to third man by... Is it Jaker or Jacka?
Jackarally. Isn't it?
I've been saying Jacka, but I don't know.
Jackarally, yeah, that's what I've been saying. Apropos, by the way, of that, we have a new jingle written by one of our jinglers, Mr. D. Handjob of Melbourne, all about moral victories. But we're saving it. We are saving it until Wednesday on a condition, and I'll tell you what the condition is in a minute.
This is the phrase that will not die. Jameson in again, round the wicket to Shanto, who mistimes it to mid-on. There is no run at the end of the 31st. Bangladesh 138 for 5. I think, Tony, are you on social duties?
I am indeed.
Yes.
So I'm going to quickly tell you those.
Well, I think the moral victory. I think I was on the country seat yesterday, and we were talking about that. So I'm delighted that a jingle has been made because we did float the idea.
Eric J says Bear's forgotten his role again. That's what drinking does. Muttley says. I don't think it's the drinking. Stephen Kelk says, Forthy and Messi. Thank you for ball by ball, Billy. Well played, Billy, says Muttley. And Tony, says Stephen Kelk, but I don't think I've played because I hadn't arrived yet. He was just saying I'm here. All hail Tony the Pun Master, all hail Forthy the knower of true music, all hail Billy the chronicler of every ball, says Stephen Kelk. What a welcome that is. What a welcome.
Very intelligent man, Stephen Kelk. Should see his website. Jaker or Jacka, whichever you prefer, played straight down to Mitchell Santner, who's come back into things. He's number 24 off his first 5 overs, and that's a dot ball to start with. Santner to Jacka, round the corner. Little rhyming triplet there.
Tony and I are, of course, in a fantastic mood over this weekend because both our respective football teams. I'm a Liverpool fan, he's an ardent Watford fan.
Wow.
Apparently the league's wrapped up.
Put the scum away. It was all done by half time. We were magnificent.
Can I join in this triumvirate? I'm a Coventry fan. 7 wins out of 8.
Oh, very good.
Under Frank, I always said it was a great appointment, Frank Lampard, and I do not want anyone to go over
were you? I was just about to ask that. Were you happy at the time?
No, I was very unhappy at the time. In comes Santner again, 3 dot balls so far. Big forward defensive from Jacka. This is going absolutely nowhere, this innings at the moment. I guess it's always this difficult stick or twist phase, isn't it? You're 5 wickets down with 20 overs to go. You have to regroup, and you see the overs ticking by and no runs being scored off it. But what can you do? What you can do is take 2 steps back, but it doesn't make any difference. Just glanced round the corner. I think they've hurried through for a single. That isn't going to make much difference.
This is the pickle they got themselves into in their first game against India, as I recall, and and it's one that Pakistan got themselves into yesterday.
Yeah.
But
although Jackarally can find his way out of it.
Yeah.
It's needlessly giving away wickets, though. I mean, they played a couple of appalling shots. Mahmudullah, in particular, a terrible hack.
I quite like the idea of you being ball by ball, Billy. It quite suits you, I think. That's pulled rather around the corner to deep square leg, and Shanto will keep the strike, and the score moves on desultorily to 144.5 at the end of the 30-second, Tony.
Muttley says, all hail McVeigh, Thane of Corridor. And of Glarms, presumably. Thane of Corridor. Did you mean Corridor? Or does he actually mean Corridor?
Usually Corridor. Well, I suppose Glarms is spelt Glarmis, so I
Glamis
suppose
and of Corridor. He also says, Muttley, all hail McVeigh, Thane of the outside toilet and that little gravelly patch next to the garden shed. Kieran says, now, does Billy want my cousin's number or what? Hello, what's going on here?
We're not on this again, are we? This was brought up in the new back end of the New Zealand series, I think. He's got some cousin that he wants me to meet. I can't remember. Was it in London? I'm not sure.
Meanwhile, Jamison in again, digs it in short, but it only gets hip high, and it actually hits Shanto's hip, and just squirms away on the offside for no run. He's a big unit, Jamison.
He's 6 foot. I think his best part is 6'8". So you're absolutely right. He had I think with that comes the potential for back trouble, of which he's had a fair bit. So he's had a bit of time out, hasn't he? Muttley also said, by the way, it's a young one's reference. Tony said rather dismissively.
We were discussing that in the last stint, Tony. That he's had Jameson's injury troubles because he came to England and was fantastic.
He actually doesn't bowl that fast for a very big man, and that's faster than I can bowl, obviously, but 135, and that's played down to points. Dot ball.
Well, I've just been interviewing a charming young lady for a role of a creative director, and she'd worked on a couple of publishers that did 4x4 magazine and caravanning. And she said, and she was talking about the demographic for caravans as people like my dad. So I had to ask the inevitable question: how old her dad was? He was 15 years younger than me.
And that's pulled around the corner.
I thought, thanks for that. You haven't got the job.
They come back for a single. As I observed last time, I think Tony was on at the time. I just recently discovered that George Harrison was younger than my oldest son is now when the Beatles broke up, which I found a bit traumatic. That's what happens, isn't it? How old are you, Billy? Can I ask?
I am 20. I'm 21. 22 in August.
Good Lord.
Very good. Very good. I remember being 21. That's played down to long leg.
I'm not sure I do, but that was nothing to do with how old I am now. It's a period of my life that was fogged, shall we say?
I don't remember most of it, Tony. It all each day blurs into one.
A couple of years ago, I went to my college reunion, and I saw some people I hadn't seen for 40 years, literally since I was 21. And although everyone looked a bit different, it didn't sound different when you started talking to them. It was sort of the years slipped away. Obviously, objectively, everyone looked a bit different, apart from one or two freaks. That's played down to Gully, dot ball, Jameson to Shanto.
I will tell you, Billy, Kieran says she's at Newcastle University, very local. You could take her to a nice eatery for some food. Now, do I sniff a bit of matchmaking of some kind going on here?
Guerrilla matchmaking.
Guerrilla matchmaking.
I can recommend a fish and chip shop in Whitley Bay that would.
Is that called?
There's loads of them.
Is it Riley's or no? That's right. I can't afford Riley's. I think it's out of my.
Can't afford Riley's. Let's not go crazy with fish and chips on the first date. We'll lead up to that, and that's cut down to deep point by Jacka. Comes through for a single. Actually,
there are some nice fish and chip shops in Tynemouth Bay, where we go for a swim occasionally.
Oh, blimey! I bet
bloody
that's
freezing, Tynemouth.
Well, we are nuts up north, so
you are.
All those slightly shrunken nuts after a swim in the cold water, I'd imagine. But
I'm not sure they can. I'm not sure they can get any smaller.
Stephen Clark says, "Funny, that's how old Kieran's female cousin is." I don't know how old. Billy's age. Yes, I would imagine that would be the answer to that. Right, I was going to tell you. Yes, too late. Santa's back in the attack.
No, Santa's back in. God, they're whistling through these. That's to curtail the ad. Played round the corner, dot board. You got time to tell us, or do you want to wait to the end of the over?
I think I'd better wait to the end of the over.
Yeah, fair dues. He does whistle through them, doesn't he? Yeah, you can come in after this ball, Billy.
Yeah, don't worry.
You're an expert analyst. And that's played off the back foot. They'll probably, yes, they will run a single. Yes, Billy.
You got to respect the sanctity of the delivery, Forty, as you well know. Santa, no, he's bowled 6 overs on the spin. We saw Bracewell get. Did Bracewell bowl 10 on the trot? I don't know if you can look that up somehow, or was it broken up?
Well, I don't know actually.
Let me try and find out.
Felt like it was 10 on the trot. Oh my goodness, that's really floated up. And they've got in such a defensive mindset at the moment that Shanto can't do anything with it. Just patted down to mid-off.
Well, the thing about Bangladesh, of course, when they've tried to use their feet, they've skewed catches and have got themselves out. But the problem is, they've just allowed Santa and Bracewell to settle.
They play so many matches at home, they accumulate the points, and then when they get, I always just feel when they get to these tournaments, they're not tournament ready. You know, they're not oven ready like Brexit.
But the thing is, objectively, they are the weakest side in the tournament. So
Indeed.
It's not necessarily surprising.
Yeah, that was a dot ball. You didn't miss anything there, and that's another dot ball. So I mean, what you're missing is Bangladesh digging themselves into a hole. .11 ... from Santner this over. Shanto, considering it must be a very long time since a boundary. In comes Santner for the last ball of the over, and they'll probably get a single, and Shanto will probably keep hold of the strike as it goes down to long on. End of the 34th, Bangladesh 146 for 5, and Tony is going to tell us what it is.
Oh, right, yes. So, moral victories, immortalised in musical form by Mr. D. Handjob of Melbourne.
Oh, yes.
If we will play that to usher in England's arrival against Afghanistan, but only if at least 3 people kindly donate via Super Chat requesting it or saying yes please. We're not going to specify an amount, we're not that greedy. It's up to you, and we know how much you support and help us and already, and we are so grateful for it. But if you'd like to hear the public unveiling of Mog's moral victory musical tribute, then we do need just 3 super chats to request it, please. That was what I was going to ask for.
He's in a rich vein of form. I very much enjoy his extended mega mix of the Virat Kohli jingle at the moment. That's a good one.
He's a rich vein of form. It makes it sound like a batsman or a striker.
Yeah. Well, you get that. You get that with groups, don't you? They have a rich vein of form, and then they go off the boil sometimes. Every Fall album was welcomed as a return to form, regardless of whether it was or not in the reviews.
Well, that is true. The messages are piling in. Let me see. Funny how old Kieran's female cousin is, says Stephen Kelk. Probably best not use the GC as a chat-up line.
Really?
Why not?
Maybe not.
I would say it's an absolute. You'll be beating them off with a shitty stick, Billy, if you use Guerrilla Cricket as your calling card.
I mean, for the right lady, yes.
Well, yes. Short of sight and hard of hearing. Stephen Kelk says, and the fact that we both know Kieran. Well, there we go. And Ashley Partridge says, can they get 300 today? I don't think so. I'll have a look at the stats. But from recollection, it's very much a bat second wicket as well, isn't it? This heavily skewed towards chasing as being the option at Rawalpindi. 10 and over would be what it would take, says Ashley Partridge. So that gets us pretty much up to date there. Let me just see if you chat amongst yourselves, and I'll find out the average first innings facts and figures for you.
We had a very important client called William Brown when I was in agency land, and he thought an awful lot of himself. But we also remembered when we first started working, he was a junior, and he just wanted all the advertising put on bus sides, so we called him Billy Bus Sides. And we carried on calling him Billy Bus Sides when he was like, over emperor of the entire world at Unilever. He was Billy Bus Sides to us. The only reason I mention this is because your name's Billy.
Well, my real name's William, so that kind of...
That's nice, yeah.
Kind of works.
I hope William Brown isn't listening to this and knows how we disrespected him.
I think you should call Jason into any creative review of bus side advertising, because he's probably seen more. He's probably seen more than most, waiting for them at Streatham High Road or wherever he does his bus change. Right. In 26 ODIs at Rawalpindi, the average first innings score is only 217. If you look at the first two ODIs New Zealand played here, which was in 2023, and those were the only two played that year, it was 312. But they batted first twice, lost the toss twice and were put in, which is itself indicative. They made 288 for 7 in the first of the two ODIs and then 336 for 5. 60% overall of games are won by the team batting second here, 40% by the team batting first.
Phillips is going to come on to bowl, but it's kind of... I'll go on after this ball.
Yes, it's titanium wrists Phillips to the attack after some of the catches he's been taking recently. One magnificent one in the first game. That's pulled by Shanto to the sweeper, and it seems the convention these days that the sweeper's 10 yards in from the boundary. And this one.
Just on those stats that Tony did, it's kind of what I was saying earlier. I know that Bangladesh have batted poorly, and you always think in this day and age that 300 is really a necessity if you're batting first. But the reality is, this pitch is, I think this is a kind of 270s about par, 260s about par on this pitch.
I'll be going along with you.
Phillips in again, and that's just closes the face of the bat, Jacker, to the man at short mid-wicket, dot ball.
Because it's certainly taken a decent bit of turn and bounce, and Bracewell and Santner, while they're decent spinners, they're not the best in the world, and Phillips is on now and getting it to turn.
They're doing the right thing. They're hurrying through some overs and hiding their fifth bowler, I guess, while Bangladesh have to regroup in these middle overs. Jacker facing up to Phillips, who's... No, Hendo doesn't rate him, but he's certainly looked good so far this tournament in all aspects of the game. That's just a couple of strides down the pitch, but he can't capitalise on it, just pats it straight back down. Oh God, there's horrible haydos in the commentary box. Not what I wanted to see. Phillips in again, fifth ball of the over, and that's played out to the sweeper on the offside, dot ball.
Did you rate him as a player, Matthew Hayden?
Well, he scored a lot of runs. Just felt like even when he was scoring a lot of runs, he was bullying them, bullying the runs, bristling with all that macho testosterone coursing through his body and standing 3 steps outside the wicket and the crease and all of that. I never liked him. But he scored a lot of runs, which is his job. Phillips placed that one down to long on. How about for a single? How about you, Billy? Did you rate him as a player? And you're probably
a bit young, but from what I've seen of him, as you say, a lot of flair and arrogance, I think, with the bat. But,
arrogant, that's the word.
I couldn't necessarily give too much for an opinion. I mean, was he almost like a Kevin Peterson figure, but less prolific?
Not quite as contentious in terms of his outspokenness. No. I don't think.
Well, he's an outspoken chef and Christian as well, which is a strange mix. Sorry, Tony, any messages?
Yes, I think it's me, isn't it? And there are. Just William says, Eric J. Najmul needs to hit 100. Wouldn't disagree with you there. Ashley Partridge says, Billy, what do you think? But I'm not sure he's specifying about what. Go after them now, I think. So yeah, the time has come to attack. I could translate that as. And Billy, what would be your opinion of that? So I'm going to throw that question to you.
I think I'd maybe give it another 5 overs. Actually, I think these two are going to need to score the bulk of the runs. They need to try, if they can, to kind of get to 175 at the 40 over mark, and then
in comes O'Rourke, who's picking up the slack. And start of his 7th over, and they play that round the corner. They'll think about coming back for 2, and they will succeed. Shanto scores 2.
Well, Baby Shaker has cast his vote. Says, "What a boring game." We'll try and
Well,
keep you entertained in other ways, Baby Shaker.
If they can go at 5 and over for the next kind of 5 overs, get to 175, and then able they can try and put the accelerator down, and if they can get to 250, that'd be a fantastic effort. But it all relies on this partnership, really, I think.
In comes O'Rourke round the wickets to Shanto, who is straight down the ground, very nicely, very crisply. I suspect that will go all the way. Yes, it does.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I mean, I know Shanto got in against the pace earlier, so maybe it was a bit easier for him, but he's the only... We haven't seen him play a single rash shot, really, that I can think of in this innings. And that's a beautiful drive, and he's just held the post. He's played proper cricket.
He has, and he's held the innings together, and he's gone at sort of 75 strike rate, and you can't really expect any more from him. The partnership's now 37 off 58, so it's venturing towards respectability, as it were. Defended by Shanto off the back foot. I can think of 2 songs with Billy in the title of the song. Billy, do you know any?
Oh, I can think of one immediately.
Was there something about Billy Whiz or Billy the Kid or something like that?
Might be. I was thinking
Billy, wasn't it like Billy Ray, Billy, I don't know.
Billy Don't Be a Hero is where I would have started.
By Paper Lace. Billy, don't be a hero, don't be a fool with your life.
It did have a tune when they did it.
Yeah, and that's played to short mid-wicket. There's also a song called Billy by the alternative band Horse Girl. Don't know if you know
maybe Mog could turn the Billy Don't Be a Hero song into a jingle for whenever I come on air. I think that'd be a nice way to serenade myself to the mic.
I think Dylan did was it the Ballad of Billy the Kid on Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid?
Correct. Yes, I think Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid.
From the film.
Oh, there's a song on Pavement's last album, Terror Twilight, called Billy as well, I think, come to think of it. Oh, there's so many. O'Rourke round the wickets to Shanto. Pulled. Ooh, he almost got himself into trouble, but there was no... If there'd have been a short square leg, he'd have been out, but there wasn't.
It's a very well-directed bouncer from O'Rourke. We saw a wonderful battle between him and Jacob Bethel in the New Zealand-England series, and that's a well done. I always think bouncers... fourthly, I don't know what you think about this, but so many fast bowlers will bowl a bouncer that only really gets up to the ribs, and then it'll just get swatted over square leg to 6 and picked up. Really, you've got to be short. You've got to be at the badge of the helmet, really.
Yes, I mean there can be one which sort of follows you, which comes into your ribs that you think is going to be fuller than it is, and you raise your hands and raise your hands and raise your hands, and in the end it hits your gloves and spirals off. That can be an effective one, but I do know what you mean. In comes O'Rourke for the last ball of the over the wicket to Jacka. It's a slower ball. Jacka misses out completely. His timing's not there. At the end of the 36th, Bangladesh 156 for 5.
Right, yes. They need to attack the bowling, was what Ashley was saying. He also says Shanto goes after them. Who's the 5th bowling person for New Zealand? Who have we got? O'Rourke.
Well, they've got Matthew Henry. I mean, they've got
Henry.
3 quicks.
Is Nathan Smith playing in this one? Smith in? Oh no, Jameson presumably for Nathan Smith.
They've got 3 quicks, Tony. So they've got Jameson, O'Rourke, and Henry, I think, and then Bracewell Santner.
Bracewell Santner and a bit of Phillips thrown in for variety.
Exactly, yeah.
Mr. D Handjob in Melbourne says, "Geez, rate yourself much to get intro music, Billy." Oh, Billy's like a young George Michael, apparently, says Ashley Partridge.
Mm-hmm. Dot ball, first ball up from Phillips to Shent.
Next time I'm wandering in a park in Newcastle, I shall give the public lavatory a wide berth.
Desmond Dean is the nice park in Newcastle, isn't it?
Yes.
Phillips
it is.
ran the wicket to Shanto, and that's Fuller, and played off the back foot, but it sort of gets away with it. Played down to long on for a single.
Billy Idle, says Eric.
Sorry, Billy?
Billy Idle.
There's a fantastic sandwich shop called Dean's Deli in Jesmond Dean for who I haven't gone to for a while. It's an award-winning sandwich shop, one of the best in the country.
Fantastic.
Apparently.
Does it do stubby kick?
I briefly lived in Newcastle, in Gosforth, many years ago. Yeah, just next suburb up from Jesmond. There was no dilly deen dilly then. That's played down to long on for a single by Jacka. Just my wife's just come into the room. Do you want to say hello to everyone? Not really. Okay.
Poor Mrs. Forth, thrust into the public spotlight when she, against her will.
Go on, Tony. Sorry, you were trying to get something in there. What were you?
No, you're all right. Billy Idol was what was a couple of Billy Idol hits. Forthy. Well, you better wait for Phillips.
White Wedding.
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of.
And that's swept round the corner to the man on the 45 on the leg side by Jacka for a single.
Ashley Partridge has said maybe Billy. Was there a song called Maybe Billy? Ashley?
I don't know.
I'll ask him directly.
Funny title. Dot 111. Shackles have not been released after that boundary in the last over. Phillips doing a good job for his team.
Ooh.
Oh, and that smash back over his head the minute I said that.
Yep.
Made it.
That was thumped, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, really nice shot. Got it.
Billy, don't be a hero. That sounded
really
like
well.
Heroes.
Isn't in that terrible song Rat Trap by Boomtown Rats, which I can't stand, isn't there a character called Billy in that? Billy's on
Hard to tell from that rendition.
Oh, really? I was rather pleased with it. Phillips into feel a bit hurt. That's just played round the corner to square leg. A sprawling stop prevents a run. At the end of the 37th over, Bangladesh won 6-3 for 5.
Oh, right, here we go. So, Mr. Handjob is throwing in a couple of options here. Sore Throat did a nice little track called Billy Milano's Head.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And there's also Billie Jean by a certain...
Billie Jean.
That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of.
The rather well-known Billie Jean. Yes. How could we forget? Well,
But Forthy, are you joining Messrs for the slip over to over here in the summer?
well, I'm not we're not coming over as a couple or an item. Just to stress that. Just to be very clear, yes,
it is possible
at the same time, but I don't want the gossip machine to get too excited by this. I am coming over, yes, and I'm hopefully seeing everybody during the course of the summer. I have a few other. That's a dot ball from O'Rourke. So I've got a few more commitments than I had last time, so I won't have to. And I'm travelling with a wife, who some of you heard in the background there. So I've got a few more sort of commitments, which might prevent me spending quite so much time in the green room. But I'm looking forward to seeing everyone for a bit. New Zealand, it says good fielding. We're having a look at New Zealand's good fielding, and it has been noticeable that Australia and New Zealand and India to a slightly lesser extent have been very good in the field. And heaved way up into the Rawalpindi air. Where will it land? We're about to find out.
What another worldie.
That is a sublime catch.
He's on fire today, Bracewell.
Who caught that?
Bracewell.
Bracewell did, yes he did.
And he took it. Well, I mean, Billy there, really hard, on the run, low down.
Yeah.
From a,
it's fantastic. Just to describe it, it was a short back of a length delivery that was hoiked up into the air, went incredibly high, and almost fell just about at the stumps at the non-strikers end, just past them. It was a really good catch. Dove relatively full length to avoid the ball popping out when his elbows hit the ground. And, well, he can't do anything wrong today.
4 wickets and a brilliant catch. Here we go.
Yeah.
With that, is all hope lost, chaps, for Bangladesh?
Yeah. Shanta was the one who had to get 100 and go on in this partnership. You'd think that they could get skittled out rather quickly now.
I was reading somewhere, I think, that Bracewell was the first New Zealander to take 4 wickets in Champions Trophy. spinner rather, for 25 years. And the last one was someone I can barely remember. The last spinner. I don't suppose anyone can have a guess who it might have been. Billy obviously wasn't born.
What year was this? When was this?
25 years ago, and Tony's looking at the tweets. I'll tell you, it was someone called Paul Wiseman, who I'd completely forgotten. Tony will remember him, but...
Vaguely, not as well as you might think, Forthy.
Okay. Didn't play for Middlesex, presumably. Otherwise,
I do have other frames of reference, but no, not that I recall.
Good man in the dressing room.
How come I've never asked you, Tony, how come you do support Middlesex? Were you born near the ground? Or
I lived just up the road from Lords for a while. Quite a long time.
And that's a Yorker first up to Rishad, who's the new batsman. We should jongle him up.
We will. He's a Hossain, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's
Bangladesh, you created a monster, and its name is Rishad Hussain.
Actually, just looking at that catch again, the thing that the 3 New Zealanders who were converging on it did well was the 2 of them stood aside and let Bracewell catch it. Too often you see, you're after you, no, yes, you, damn, and it lands on the ground. So they sorted out who was going to catch it early on, which was the secret of its success, I think. In comes O'Rourke, and that's a floaty wide one. Rishad thinks about hitting it, and in fact it's signalled a wide.
Indeed. Was that a cue for me? Here you go.
Well, if you want to.
Wide.
Ooh.
You're
sorry,
right. Well, Santner never went for it. He pulled out immediately, and I can't quite work out who the other fielder was converging. But as you say, well, I mean, the other thing is when you're younger, you all shout "mine."
Well, that is the problem.
You're always told to put a name on it, which they did well.
Well, I've got a funny anecdote about that from my school days, and that's played down by Jacka to third man, O'Rourke. The ball was high in the air, and the captain saw that 2 fielders were converging on it. He very rapidly saw that the captain took it upon himself to say, "Jeff's ball!" Unfortunately, it was Jeff Fent and Jeff Courtois who were both converging on it. They were both called Jeff, and they collided together.
Maybe they were Mutt and Jeff and didn't hear him.
Maybe. That was quite funny. It wasn't funny, at the time. Obviously, dropped the catch and they hurt each other, but later on it became an anecdote. That's played to point by Jacka off O'Rourke.
He's applied himself nicely here, his Jacka. That partnership was looking good. But
yes,
I mean they at least need to try and get to 200. He'll have to make the bulk of the runs, you'd think. But it's difficult. O'Rourke's a wonderful find, wouldn't you say, 40 for New Zealand? He's a really tall, strong build, and if they can keep him fit, which seems to be a big if for fast bowlers at the moment, but he could be a proper mainstay for the next few years.
Oh, he could indeed, yes. Oh, and that beats him on the inside of the bat, O'Rourke, and he looks a little bit annoyed that he didn't get more off that one than just a play and a miss. But at the end of the 38th, Bangladesh 165 for 6.
Right, now then, I'm feeling very sad now. Poor Mr. Handjob of Melbourne is starting. He's worried. He's worried. Will there be any gorillas left in Australia other than me? He's losing all of his chums because they're all coming over here.
Well, he better come over here as well.
You come on over.
The avoidance of doubt.
Come on over, Valerie.
You 14 messes can be a thruple on the.
The 3 of us in the centre part of the plane, bickering over the peanuts.
Warm salty nuts.
Got the little salty snacks. Santner ran the wicket to Rishad, off the back foot, defended, dot ball.
A reminder, if you want to hear that fabulous jingle, fabulous, a moral victory jingle, all we need is 3 super chats. And somebody tried to cheat earlier, just called it a super chat. It wasn't a proper super chat. It doesn't count.
I can't just call it that. Yeah, it's got to be money changing hands. And that's that one that Santner sort of floats up, a little more tempting. Makes no difference at all. Rishad does play a sort of aggressive shot, but straight to the man in the covers, dot ball. He's got a few variations, Santner. 9 balls since last boundary, but there's only been 2 boundaries, I think. Ooh, that was interesting. Absolutely dead batted by Rishad to the degree that it just fell at his feet and began to spin backwards.
Yeah, it was defended without much authority at all, really. It almost just put his bat there off the top half of it, very nearly. I mean, he wasn't worried about it at all, didn't make any attempt to kick the ball away.
No, it only just missed. It would have been an awful way to get out. Forward defensive to mid-wicket, dot ball. So these spinners are really whistling through their overs here, and it's proving very effective. Santner, and that's a big thick inside edge to the short square leg, as it were. Dot ball again.
I wouldn't say it's an underrated tactic necessarily, but getting through the overs quickly, because as a batsman in the middle, you're literally there. And if they're getting through them, hang on, after this ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it really puts the pressure on. And there's another defensive shot. Another dot ball at the end of the 39th. That was a maiden. That's not what you want.
So the overs just tick by, and you look up, and suddenly 10 overs have gone, and you've only moved the scoreboard on 15 runs.
Well, it's the value of having two economical spinners in tandem, which England could learn from, or at least try and achieve.
There's so many lessons England could learn.
Right. Mr. Handjob does say, I did find my passport today. Oh, hello, we might be tempting him. Keep at it, guys.
Come on.
Rajesh Mohan. Hello, Rajesh. Will you guys be commentating on the Test Championship final? Yes. We most definitely will. Mr. Henderson, Jeremy Henderson, says, couldn't we have a combined entity of Billy Mogg 40, versatile and eccentric? Not quite sure what he's thinking there.
Could do. It's Matt Henry time. He's only bowled 4 overs, which, considering how good a bowler he is not good news for Bangladesh to see him coming back into the attack. And that's dabbed down to third man. And they just come through for a single.
We were talking earlier about Santner bowling wide on the crease, and just the graphics coming up at the moment. I mean, he's almost bowling a no ball there. This Champions Trophy, very wide on the white line, but he's got wider on the crease in the last 6 years.
If your front foot cuts, is it what? It's not the return, is it? What's the very edge core? Is it the return crease? Return. It's not the pop.
Is it the popping crease? No, it's not the popping crease.
Popping crease, I think, is the main. Anyway, sorry, shouldn't have started on that. But it's the definition of a no ball. That's not the front foot no ball I was looking for. And they get a couple of runs there. Rishad off Henry.
Yeah, Henry back in the attack, as you mentioned earlier with Jameson. Good for these guys to have a bit of a run out. Matthew Henry wicketless so far. He'll be looking to try and clear up.
That just cleared the man.
Lower order.
That just cleared the man at I think it was Jameson at mid-on, but not by much, and he was able to get back and restrict it to 2. Henry in again to Rishad, who he's not really showing any intent there. It's no high backlift or anything. He's just sort of jabbed down on it. I mean, fair enough, maybe.
But
we're getting
you'd think he's had instructions to make sure that they see out the 50 overs.
Yep, I think that's fair enough. Leave it to if anyone's going to get there a few more runs. I suppose Jacko will, and they'll just have to hope that New Zealand have a terribly off day. What more can they hope for? As someone pointed out, not the most exciting of games to date, and that's I think. That Henry saw Rishad coming down the wicket and pushed it wider, and Rishad missed it. Yeah,
well, he's 3 off 11 so far, Rishad, as you say, not scoring with that much intent, but he does need to try and get Jake on strike if Jacko is the one to be scoring runs. Nice delivery from Henry, nicely inside the blue wide line.
New Zealand seem to be not only have a plan when they go onto the field, but be able to sort of respond to the changing elements in the game in the way that some other sides, maybe England might be one comes to mind, seem less capable of doing. They really make the most of their resources, New Zealand. That's played out to point, and Phillips does the fielding, dot ball.
It's such wonderfully gritty cricket. In New Zealand, I feel like, I don't know about you guys, well, maybe not necessarily if you 40, but if you could have a second international team, I mean, New Zealand, they're a fantastic side to watch.
Yes, a funny thing with New Zealand, and that's the last ball of our stint together, and that's launched for 1 bounce 4 over long gone.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, he launched that.
I'd probably have Sri Lanka, to be honest. I quite like the idea of Sri Lanka. Let us have a
change.
round.
We are. Billy, thank you. Are you back later, Billy?
I'll see you on. I'm not. Unfortunately, I've got lectures, but I will see you on Wednesday.
Lectures, lectures.
Yeah,
So-
I remember them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be watching you guys in the lecture, but I've still got.
Obviously, the pub's almost open.
Don't they put them online for you? Fuck, that's poor.
That's where your tax. That's where your tax.
They're all going on strike next week. Disappointing.
Oh, that's good.
Anyway, we're going into the last 10.
More interesting than this fucking game so far.
Yeah, it's not been too fantastic, is it? Oh, we're still 1 and 2, aren't we? Right. Mitchell Santner is going to be bowling to Jackarali, who needs to carry the flight to New Zealand. He's tickled that round the corner to fine leg. They should come back for 2. So that's a reasonable start to the over. Matt Henry the Hoover does the sweeping up down at fine leg.
That was a play that Shakespeare didn't get round to writing after Henry IV, Henry V, and Henry VI.
He never did Henry the Hoover.
Must have been tempted.
He missed out somewhere. Messers, I'm sure you're up to date on socials when you know where we got to. It may have been you.
Mog took offence to my suggestion of Billy Mog Forthy. I thought it was quite a nice coming together. Taking inspiration from Billy Bob Thornton.
Around the wicket, driven past
that's
him
what it was.
to long off, and they take another single. So 3 off the first 2 balls of the 41st over. Jacka Ali, who was a bit of a surprise package in the first match for Bangladesh against India. He made 60 odd, didn't he? Having no one really knowing quite who he was, unless you're an avid Bangladesh fan. But I just thought he was the substitute wicketkeeper. Suddenly there he was. That's launched very high by Rishad. Has it gone far enough? It has. And if it's beaten Kyle Jameson, it'll beat most people on the boundary. And it has gone all the way for one of these. What? I think he has got the memo. Time to crack on, lads. Because
he's got his
absolutely
eye in.
launched into that, didn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely did. It's a good shot, actually. It's more of those, please. I need to talk to you about the Watford-Luton game at some point. But maybe not
in,
during
that's
Santner.
uppishly played by Rishad over point. He's rather had to reach for it, fielded by Devon Conway. And it will be 2 more, so it's good over this for Bangladesh. It's very much the sort of over they needed.
Yeah.
Let's see what else they can throw. Bracewell's been very much the hero of today for New Zealand. Not only a cracking catch, but 4 wickets. That has been worth its weight in gold. That's launched. Has he got enough? No, he's dropped that 2-3 bounces short of Kyle Jameson and will just get a single. Nonetheless, that is 9, 10, 12 off this over so far. 1 ball left.
Yeah, that's perfect. In fact, he was probably quite fortunate that he completely mistimed that 2 bounces down to long on. Otherwise, he might have held out.
Jackarali, who we saw against India, can give it a biff. Decides to defend squarely, solidly. Yeah, he thinks, well, 12 is enough from this over. Don't want to be doing anything daft. It's 184 for 6. A run rate just a shade under 4.5. Messers.
Drake Mongreen says, I'm a New Zealander and have them as a first team. Having them as a first team is like being forced into a cult where everyone dies. That's a bit rough. Ashley Patches says, I like Zimbabwe as my second team. He asked me if I'm going to Lords. I am going to Lords for the first day of the World Test Championship final because I'm going to England for a few weeks in May and June. I'm actually going with Richard, one of our co-commentators, is South African, so we'll keep the balance going, and then we'll be in the studio for the remaining 4 days of the Test match.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phillips and Bracewell and Santner have got New Zealand nicely ahead. They're 7 minutes ahead of where they should be, which is the first time yet in this tournament. That's guided down to backward point when they will take a single. So Jackarali, who stoutly defended the last ball of the last over, gets the strike back fairly early in the next.
I think India got ahead briefly yesterday when Jadeja had been bowling for a while.
It's an in-out field. There's more infielders on the offside and more deep-set fielders on the leg, not possibly surprisingly, who will get tempted occasionally to pull. That one again, exactly. Imagine the last ball I described, and there it was again. and it's another single. So they're dealing in the ones, not so much the twos even.
The only people who don't like New Zealanders that I've come across really are Australian creatives, who are furious that New Zealanders creatives can get any ad up in New Zealand, whereas Australia can't get anything up.
Matt Henry.
And Nindo's not that keen on them.
Smashed by Richard. I don't think it's going to go though. No, it's not. Who's that barrelling around? I can't quite see who that is. Bracewell, isn't it? Who's down there at... no, it's not. It's... it's Ravindra. Is he playing? Is he in the side?
Yes, he is.
He is. So who did they leave out today?
That I'm not sure
I'm
of.
not on top of that.
But he was out previously from concussion in a previous game.
Yeah, he was. Well, that gives them added power at the top end, doesn't it? I'm a big fan of Rashin Ravindra.
Terrific player.
Hasn't been called on to bowl though, which I don't think he does quite so much in white ball cricket. Right, 68 is what Jackarali made, but it was 118 balls, so it wasn't as quick as I thought. That's brilliantly lofted though by Rishad, who just helps on its way through the vacant slip area down to third man, which is equally vacant, and it's got him 4 runs.
This is a nice little cameo from Rishad. Let's hope he presses on. 23 from 19. It's exactly what was required.
Certainly was. He's playing this very nicely. Whether it's going to be enough, we shall find out. But he played that superbly, didn't he? He was about awareness of where your field is and isn't. What's the old adage? Always play the ball to where the fielders aren't. And
a lot of old adages.
It's also known as a statement of the bleeding obvious.
A lot of old ads as well.
That's a full toss, and goodness me, it nearly gets him a wicket too. Maybe he took the pace off it a little bit. It just dropped short of Mitchell Santner at mid-off, who grimaces in frustration. He's got his sunglasses on top of his hat. Yes, he is. Mitchell Santner is the captain. And he's doing a pretty fine job of it as well, I would say. Is this Rishad Hossain? It is, isn't it? I need to check I've got the right Rishad. Short, wide, cut by Rishad, but cut straight to point, and will actually only get him a single. So it's the end of that Henry over. It's 193 for 6. The run rate has got above 4.5. It's 4.6, and we can go back to Messers with his shit gets wickets background.
Yes, indeed. Eric J, in response to Drape's talk of the death cult, just says Waco, and Drape then says, and Jonestown. Mog says, I'd have to say my second favourite team is Namibia. Who's your favourite team, Mog? I can't remember.
Someone like Oman or Nigeria or someone, isn't it? It could be
Uganda, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
He's a champion of the lesser nations.
Eric J's second favourite team is Narnia. I don't know where they're ranked, but they're liable to do anything as Lions.
193 for 6. Sorry, Messers, are there more?
Yes, Stephen Kelk says, so if we make 3 Super Chat, we will hear Mog's new jingle. I've been looking forward to the new version of the Dame Pete jingle. That's not been possible because getting Bear on auto-tune in the same way that it was done previously is almost impossible.
If you're worrying why there is a bit of a delay, it is because Jackarali
well, there's a bit of a delay.
A bit of cramp treatment.
You want to tell us about Luton Watford or not?
I can tell you. It was a very feisty derby. It was Watford who pretty much dominated the first half, and it was largely home and hosed within 25 minutes. 2 quick goals back to back.
Nice.
We sat back on it, and Luton couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo, no matter how much space we gave them. And perhaps we should have wrapped it up with a couple in the second half on the break. That one is a shout from Santner, but I think it was too high and possibly going down leg, and is of no interest to the dark-glassed Kumar Dharmasena. He's taking a leaf out of the Joel Wilson style book.
So have you ever seen anybody hitting a cow's ass with a banjo, Tony?
Well, no, because they keep missing. Around the wicket comes Santner, throws that up, would have been a wide, had to really be reached for by Rishad, and he's bunted it. Somehow he got it all the way along the ground as well. Down to long off, and they will take another single 194 for 6.
He's very fond of that ball today, Mitch. He's bowled at least one of those every over. I can't remember him bowling.
What's he going to do with this one? This is much more on the money, and it's swept quite languidly and easily by Jackarali just for a single. And the run rate drops just a shade after what had been 12 off the previous over. Just 2 off the first 2 balls of this one. New Zealand will happily settle for that, I think, and the score moves on to 195 for 6. There it is again, Forthy, and it's been clattered by Rishad, but only again down to long off, where it is fielded by, I'm not sure who that is. Who is that?
I'm not sure. We were having this conversation a couple of matches ago, saying if you have a success with a variant, particularly when you're young, you then keep bowling the variant.
Well, there's some bowling behind the. There's some disturbance behind the bowler. Let me see. We've got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, all in place. So quite deep set field as Jackarali turns that around the corner. He wants a run. Rishad says, "Not a chance, mate," and sends him back. He was quick enough to turn and do that. Matt Henry keeping him honest with the ball. So a dot ball.
Magnificent tops from Bangladesh, like a go-ga.
That's pushed through by Santner. And again, Jackarali is struggling here. He's got his gloves off. He's clearly having a bit of a cramp issue. We'll have to have a little break.
No, he's doing his shoelace up.
Just his shoelace. Well, normally the fielding side are kind enough to do that, rather than have the batsman try and figure it out over his pads. For scores here, I was talking about a while ago. Just a little reminder: the overall average first innings score in, I think, not that many, 26 or so ODIs since '92, 217. In 2023, it was 312 when New Zealand played 3 games here, and they scored 2 games here actually, 288 and 337 for 3. That 337 for 3 was also the highest ODI score on this ground. Something today has to give, because Bangladesh have only played here once and lost to Pakistan, and New Zealand have played here 5 times and lost 5 times and had 1 match cancelled. That's high in the air. Is there going to be a man underneath it? Yes, you bet your life there is. It's Mitchell Santner. Matt Henry it was back into the attack. It was launched by Rishad. He didn't get enough of it. He really just looped it, and around jogged Santner from mid-off to extra cover. Never had enough. Comfortably taken. It's another wicket down. And it's not looking good at all for the Tigers of Bangladesh, I fear.
Indeed.
Oh, I tried to queue up there. I didn't click it hard enough. There we go.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? Oh.
Well, what he was playing at was trying to accelerate the scoring rate a little bit, but it's cost him his wicket, chaps.
You can't blame. I mean, it's a useful number 8. We've valuable, as we know. 26 off 25, fair enough. He had to go for it into the 44th over. Didn't come on.
Yeah.
But I don't think run scoring's
his
easy.
preferences.
Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah, you're after you, Messrs.
It says my favourite team is usually whoever's playing Australia or India. Ashley says is England. Ashley says big game tonight, Sheffield United versus Leeds. Although Leeds, we've discovered, is not regarded as part of Yorkshire by Jay Grover.
What?
And although Josh Inglis grew up in Leeds, he's a Coventry supporter, so that says something about Leeds.
Oh, there you go. Right.
I was delighted to discover that.
Now, this man, primarily a bowler, is very capable of giving it a biff. It's this chap.
If you get to the ground by 9, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day, and he'll be tasking care of business every game. Tasking care of business every day. He's
think in the meantime he defended his first ball, which either through jingling or through tardiness of the director was missed. And he's defended the second one as well, just nudges it into the onside.
I've been subject to any number of lectures from Australians about the fact that if you grow up in a country and you get to the age of 14 or 15, then you absolutely have to represent that country. That is your country, and England are kind of constantly taking advantage. We haven't heard quite so much about that when it comes to Josh Inglis, have we? He was 40.
Well, no, indeed, a Yorkshireman. That's down leg. I'm not sure. Oh dear, that's a horrible. Wicket-keeping misfield. Kyle Jameson has to sweep up. Not only is it a wide, but it did go rather through the wicket-keeper than past him. Ashan Raza almost apologetically opens his chubby arms. And it's one more to the score as a freebie for Bangladesh, which they certainly aren't going to reject at this stage of proceedings. Halfway through the 44th over. So he didn't do much in his first game, Taskin. 3 off 6. He got done by Mohammed Shami. Henry driven past Matt Henry, but only as far as mid-off, where Mitchell Santner is waiting. It's very much the popular position for captains, I think, isn't it? Mid-off or mid-on, largely because it gives you a chance to chat to your bowler as much as anything else.
And Nasser Hussain used to love standing there, didn't he, and talk all these bowlers through it. Whether they were quite so delighted, I was never quite so sure.
Well, and Joss Butler does now, doesn't he? Now that he's relinquished the gloves.
Yeah.
In comes Henry, cut more, but cut out to deep extra cover. It's beaten the fielder. Well, yes, you heard Messer's groan because it was a misfield, really. It was an attempt to pick up, throw, all in one movement, missing 2 vital components of that manoeuvre, the picking up and the throwing. It's sort of somehow went through.
It was a good slide, I'll give him that.
I'll have another look. I think we might be being, it was poor old Ravindra. Yeah, he was already sliding. He tries to hook it back, to be fair. Otherwise he would have collided with the boundary sponge with ball in hand. It would have been 4 anyway, so it was all a bit of a valiant but in vain effort, and 4 more is added to the score.
Baby Shaker reckons Ravindra should be getting bowling experience at this stage.
1 and 2.
In comes Henry. Jacker Ali dabs out to short mid-wicket. Henry himself fields off his own bowling. It's 44 overs complete. It's a fairly modest 202 for 7. New Zealand will be very much the happier of the sides. 30, Jacker Ali's going all right off his 46. Taskin new to the crease yet to score, Messers.
Drapemon Green says, I complain, but I still back my Black Caps. I'm just tired of the pretending stuff. It's like Irish rugby, looking likely but never getting past the quarter. Sad times. Well, the one other person who doesn't like them is Anindo, who reckons that the sort of sweet baby face is all a veneer, and they're not nice at all. Rajesh Mohan says, good intent from Rishad Hossain. Rishad has come here to entertain. He's got that strike rate for a reason. He doesn't stay at the crease for very long, but when he's there, it's entertaining. And Kieran says, I don't want to keep bringing up, but is it a yes or no from young William regarding my cousin?
You're very persistent on this particular issue, aren't you? Right, Will O'Rourke, Kingston's finest. In he comes and he's beaten Taskin with a ball that I thought kept a little bit low, Forthy.
Yeah, a little bit. I just back to New Zealanders. What I will say is I have come across a couple of New Zealanders, and once you've gotten through rugby, about which I know nothing, and DIY, about which I know nothing, New Zealanders don't always have a lot more conversation than that. But I'm about to get the internet descend on my head.
Well, I think you might well do. His figures were pretty good against India, weren't they, Will O'Rourke? That one's a terrific ball. That was short and wide outside of off stump, but he got it to lift, and it was too good for a batsman like Taskin. 3 for 47 off his 9. He got, I said 347, but I've only written down 2 of his wickets, Saad Shakil and Rizwan. Messers, can you have a look? Was it 347 in the last game, or was it 2? And I
shall have a look. Sorry.
I just mistyped.
Yeah,
he's got 2 for 38 here. Either way, he's been nicely economical and quite fearsome with that extra height. That again very much hurries Taskin, who rather top-edgily pops it out towards just short of mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Score till on 2 for 7. No
he had 3
partnerships.
for 47.
3 for, it was 3. Who was his third then? Who did I miss?
He got Kushdil Shah.
Oh, Kushdil Shah. I was doing these in rather a hurry. My note-taking is anything but always 100% accurate. That one again is defended by Taskin, just pushed to short mid-wicket again, and O'Rourke. Quite fresh-faced, isn't he, Will O'Rourke?
Yes, he is. He's got, looks like I'm sure he doesn't take Botox, but great advert for Botox.
Well, he's only 23. He's not.
Well, yes, I know.
He's scarcely a wizened old man, Forthy.
I was thinking about your criticism of Kiwis and their lack of conversational topics. I think it's fair to say that they're not alone in that regard. I've come across plenty of
round the
Australians
wicket, 2 left-handed. Oh, he's not
limitations.
going to get anything in the way of that one. That was sharp and short and nasty. And Taskin flinched underneath it, and through it went. So we've had 5 dot balls.
Brutish and short. Nasty, brutish and short. Wasn't that who wrote the Bite, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire?
Oh, I was thinking more sort of Crosby, Stills and Nash. The famous super group of Nasty, Brutish and Short. Either that or a Firmus Listers. Presumably Brutish being the one who goes to collect any outstanding rent.
Yeah.
O'Rourke, round the wicket he comes. He is going to get a maiden. Yes, he is. Well bowled him. Taskin didn't really have much of an answer beyond just protecting his stumps. And it stays on 202 for 7. That, under the circumstances, is a cracking over for New Zealand and a disastrous one for poor old Bangladesh.
Oh dear. Drake Green says, good, we need more runs because this right here is a T20 score. Kieran, he won't let go of a bone. He said, and if it is a no from Billy, would any other gorillas like a number?
What? Hang on, this is starting to become a bit dodgy.
Yeah, it is very dodgy. I think your attempts at setting up a dating service are doomed to failure, Kieran. I really do.
I'm sure Billy will step up and take the lady out for a coffee.
Yeah,
I can't believe he won't do that. I will take it upon myself to nudge him in that direction.
Yeah, Muttley points out, Forthy, that there's a certain New Zealand commentator for Guerrilla Cricket that has a lot to say.
Matt Henry is in. It's short. It's pulled. There is nobody at short mid wicket, and they'll come back for 2. Well, for a ball that just plopped and dropped quite close to the wicket, that was very sharp indeed.
I think the plop and drop is what got them there, because I think the field was slightly on their heels, imagining it was coming straight to them. But by the time they were alerted to the fact that it had plopped and then dropped.
Well, they do have. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5-4 field with 2 very deep on the leg side at square and mid wicket. And so he bowls on the off, and Jackarali's up onto his toes and steers it away through extra cover. Looks like Ravindra being the man down there, and on that occasion it will be just a single. Still, after a dot ball, after a maiden, a very well bowled maiden by O'Rourke to Taskin, who really had no answers. At least it's got the scoreboard ticking with 3 off 2 in the 46th over. Flags are fluttering at Rawalpindi. There seems to be a pleasantish breeze.
Yep, flags fluttering. Hearts, I would say hearts aren't fluttering.
Well, certainly not Billy's at the mention of poor old Kieran's cousin, but we'll keep working on it. We'll keep working on it. Henry slapped uppishly by Taskin. Finally, he's going to get himself off the mark. It was tantalisingly close to mid-wicket, who couldn't quite get there, and finds its way to Devon Conway. And Taskin finally has broken the shackles, although, Forthy, not in the most convincing of manners.
No, in a sense, these mishits by Bangladesh have acted to their advantage, because they've eluded the field. I don't know whether it's a difficult wicket to time your shots on, or whether Bangladesh have just...
Henry in again to Jackarali. Jackarali's furious with himself. He feels he's missed out. Slightly too quick on him. It was fifth stump line, but just too high, and he wasn't sure whether to cut, drive, defend. He ended up just bottom edging it into the ground. I suppose, and it's all so easy to say things in retrospect, sat here in Sydenham, ramping it down towards third man would have at least got him a single.
Can it be that it was all so easy to say in Sydenham?
That is walloped, though.
Wow.
He's got hold of that, and it doesn't matter how many you've got on the leg side, they weren't going to stop that. The chubby arms of Ashen Raza reach skywards, and that's away through mid-wicket for one of these. Poor old if I ever meet Mr. Raza, and I hope he never hears me, because I bet those chubby arms probably pack a bit of a punch.
He absolutely blethered that one.
He
Completely. It never went more than about 8 or 9 metres off the ground. It was a traceable.
Well, it was. So it means there's been 10 off this over from Henry. So
a Jaker Tracer.
A Jaker Tracer. 39 off 50 for him.
Coolish.
Tasking 9 balls he's faced for a single. Very much sliding into the role of support act, but support act does involve getting singles when you need to, and he conspicuously failed to do that in O'Rourke's over. Henry in. Jackarali has to jump onto his toes to sort of haul that into the ground towards mid-wicket.
Quite rightly.
What it means is he's kept the strike, I think, although the junior scoreboard, a junior caption operator hasn't sussed that out. It's 2:13 for 7 off 46, Messrs.
Drape Mongreen explains the situation. He says, we don't talk much because no one can hear us down here, or they just ignore us. But Lockie says, as a Kiwi, I have nothing to say. I'm busy putting up some shelving while watching a replay of the 1987 World Cup final. The All Blacks win every time.
Touche. Well done.
Mog's taking the bait. He says, so how old is she, Kieran?
Right. That's pull. Oh, what do you know? It's a replay, isn't it? That was that massive.
It was pulled, but you're right. It was
16
pulled.
metres at the top of its arc.
Yeah, I was
and
wrong
80 metres in length.
Yeah,
there you go. Now you know everything you need to know about that Jackarali haul away for 6. And boy, he did middle it. It's the first time I've seen him give the height of the arc. That's down leg. That's going to be 4 wides, and that's ugly as fuck. What a terrible ball that was.
A real Anne of Cleves ball.
Was she ugly?
Well, that was the reason that Henry VIII rejected her as soon as he saw her. Hans Holbein had painted quite a nice portrait of her, and as soon as he clapped eyes on her, he said, I don't think so.
Yeah, fucking Photoshop.
Yes.
So is this the advertising didn't quite present a true version of the reality? Forthy, is this what you're saying?
By that time, Henry VIII was as ugly as fuck as well. So
he exploded.
He absolutely did. But he had an accident on his horse and then just ate a lot.
Well, that's defended.
Sort of Mr. Creosote shape.
What's the house near Twickenham as you go up there? I used to go there a lot.
Sion House, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But he stopped there. His body was being transported and was left overnight. And of course, he didn't have refrigeration or anything like that. That was a single, by the way. And overnight, he basically just popped. All of his inside bits came flying out.
Mighty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it Sion House? Might be Sion.
I think it was
Sion House.
But maybe I might be wrong.
Or was it Marble House? Anyway, it's one of those, and it was on the river. Right. Will O'Rourke again, Kingston's finest. Taskin tries to free his arms, tries to give himself room. He'd moved away to leg. O'Rourke has pushed it just wide of off, and it's another Taskin dot ball. And O'Rourke has the number on him
there, didn't he? Yeah, thought him O'Rourke. He just was just a little bit too wily.
Yes, it's not going well. Just as it's not going well generally, really, for Bangladesh, but Taskin is really struggling with Will O'Rourke. He's not finding any answers at all, which means when he's on strike, he's pushed that, he's slapped that high in the air. Is there someone underneath it? Oh, no, there wasn't, and it pitched now. Did it hit the sponge? It was really kind of down to mid-on. Yeah, given us 4.
It just bounced a couple of inches inside.
By Dharmasena. can't. Let's
But,
see.
you know,
No, it's mid-off
thank God for
actually,
that.
long off.
You'll be thinking, thank God for that. He was 1 off 10 before that.
I don't know if we're going to see the arc of that, but I would imagine if the arc of that is probably at least 16 metres, it drops. Well, it's almost a half volley hitting the sponge, but not quite. Means it's one
It
of
was
these.
a Arc de Triomphe.
80 metres that boundary, so I'm guessing that was about 79.9.
It was an Arc de Triomphe as far as Taskin was
It
concerned.
was, yes. That was a swing and a miss by Taskin over his middle stump. Too quick for him by O'Rourke. Too much bounce. Seems to me with poor old Taskin, speed and bounce are not his friends when it comes to trying to get Jackarali onto strike, which really would
Well,
be
he
Bangladesh's
doesn't
hope.
seem to have worked out. His job is to get a single and get up the other end. He's just heaving at everything and missing it.
He is indeed. In comes O'Rourke again. Now, is that a wide leg? O'Rourke followed him, and it isn't a wide for that very reason. Because although he was probably, frankly, halfway to Karachi, he'd backed off that much. O'Rourke just said, well, if that's where you're going to stand, that's where I'm going to bowl the ball. So, ergo, it can't be a wide. It was excellent bowling from O'Rourke.
Or can it? Even so, it went over his left shoulder. And if he'd have been standing, at the crease window,
Well, I'll let you take that up. I'll let you take that up with umpire Dharmasena. That one's a swing and a miss again by Taskin. I'm with you. In a way, he's done his job there, because although it was a dot ball, it does mean Jackarali.
Don't get a single off the last.
However, he did his job by trying not to do it, because he was still pulling it away. 2 for 48 for the excellent O'Rourke. He's finished his 10. It's 223 for 7 with just 3 overs left, Messrs.
Rajesh Mohan says Salah is the best player in the world and goes on to talk about football, which I have no interest in. Sorry. Kieran Roseblade tells Mogg she's over 18 and has no knowledge of me trying to get set up with some gorillas.
Currently, but we may change that.
Drapes says to Lockie, we watched the America's Cup too. We also watched Joseph Parker. And then Baby Shaker says Drape does not speak for all Kiwis, so there's division in the ranks already.
Isn't Joseph Parker? Now, I don't know much about boxing, but isn't Joseph Parker? Isn't he? I seem to recall him being interviewed a couple. He's extraordinarily articulate as boxers go, and that one is cut by Jackarali down towards deep cover. They take just a single, I think. Yeah, tell me if I'm right. I might be thinking of totally the wrong boxer, but I seem to remember watching a Parker interview and thinking, well, that doesn't sound like your archetypal boxer. He sounded really quite a bright chap. Well, for some reason we are looking at Kyle Jameson. What are we observing with Kyle Jameson? Slightly higher action now.
Used to be more front on 4 years ago.
Indeed. Well, by that you will have guessed he's back into the attack. He has yet to take a wicket. None for 39. Not overly
Eric
expensive.
suggests he's multitasking.
Multitasking.
That's good.
Very, very good. Right, that's wide, and Taskin has reached for this outside of off stump. He might get 4. No, he doesn't quite. Interview Hoves Bracewell, but he will get 3, which achieves a double objective indeed. Kyle Jameson again. So if he's backing away to leg, rather than follow him, I'm going to bowl it as far outside off as I legally can. But somehow he reached it and he sort of shoveled it away down to backward point and has got himself 3. Whatever differences we're seeing in this comparison of Jameson between 21 and 25, it's very not a huge amount of difference to see. That's wide of off. Taskin drives. They're going to run back for 2. It was down to long off. And they absolutely needed to. So 229 for 7. Jackarali's down on his haunches because he's quite exhausted after that.
Someone in the back room has spent a long time sort of sorting the the footage out and they'd be disappointed. You don't want to disappoint the backroom operators.
Well, I would say it's almost like a spot the difference. The key difference being that one he's wearing a blue kit and the other one he's wearing. It was clearly a test match. Right, that's quite full. Inside edgily bunted by Jackarali to Devon Conway at long off. That will be a single. So it brings our friend Taskin, who's very much licorice all shorts. You do not know what you are going to get. Lucky dip with Taskin. I say
they're not that. It's not that much variation between licorice all sorts, though. Really, are there? There's the one, the pimply ones, and then there's the real candy ones. Not much else.
Well, do you know what the reason for that is? Licorice is a very strong flavour, and they all pretty much taste of licorice, obviously. That's up in the air. Is Jameson going to get it? No, he's dropped it. Well, it was short. Taskin pulled. He top edged. Jameson, who, as we know, is a very tall chap, but it was just behind him. It had gone right up in the air, and he just couldn't quite turn quick enough. He reached, having turned, got one hand to it, but couldn't grab on. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, he doesn't actually. If it just a fingernail, if anything, possibly a fingernail.
I mean, it's not. Is it the worst thing in the world if they keep Taskin in?
I think they want to keep Taskin out there. He's their best friend.
Well,
at
these
the
two
moment.
put on 34.
He's hit a similar shot, but he's going to get at least a single this time, because that was the one he meant the first time. It's an ugly shot. He's got himself a single, and
he's kept the strike.
Wouldn't you know it, the cheeky bugger has kept the strike, which very much is not what they want. 231 for 7.
So Mog replies to Kira and says, over 18, you say? Maybe I'll join Messi and Forthy on their jaunt to the UK in May. Oh, God. I'm not sure who they're talking about. Kieran says it's a long journey to find a single legal age female. Pricey too.
Well, she's obviously at Newcastle University. Let's be very clear here. This is all highly innocent.
Very clear.
And young Billy, he's clearly a very eligible young fellow, and merely trying to an introduction and a friendship possibility.
Did you or did you not? We have the footage. Show it to the judge. On the
231 for 7. Can I just quickly put out a call to technical support? In that the screen in front of me has gone a very weird shade of luminous green, which I don't think can be right. That's a slower ball from Henry. Now, I don't think Jackarali's made his. It would have been a bye. I think Jackarali's gone. I think Jackarali thinks Jackarali's gone because he's down on his haunches. He looks distraught.
Everyone thinks he's gone. They're going upstairs, but it went straight through to the keeper, who shied at the stumps, and even he was 3 or 4 yards down the track as the ball was bowled. But even so, you're unlikely to make the other end, and I don't think he has.
No, he's way short. Jackarali realised all he had to do was get away from strike. Unfortunately, he probably hadn't counted the fact that. Sorry, the other way around. Taskin realised he had to get away from strike, but he hadn't thought through that Jackarali would have to run 22 yards to survive.
I think at the beginning of the 48 over it, that's a reasonable risk to take, because
I agree.
The wicketkeeper's only going to hit the stump one time in 3, probably.
Yes, yeah. But
I agree with the stats. Yeah,
he absolutely did, and Jackarali
has
gone.
Jackarali, 45 or 55.
Yeah, 45 or 55. He's been run out by Tom Latham. And, we're going to have to say goodbye to him. We need to find a sort of a nice, cheery, friendly goodbye for him, because I think he's done a decent job. How about this one?
Now you're gone.
That's nice.
I can also update you. There has been literally no response from technical support to my cri de coeur that I'm looking at this weird luminous green screen that doesn't seem quite right to me.
Technical support might be having a ziz.
Yeah, I shall go and investigate shortly.
Fizz.
Well, it is brilliant. What a piece of segueing between the two of you.
Thank you.
Matt Henry bowling to Mustafizur Rahim, who defends towards mid-off. And there is no run, quite full. Good ball to receive. First up, where is the Fizz? Fizz, 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 where are you? Here he is. Henry in, edged. There's no slip, but there is a third man in the very tall shape of Kyle Jameson, and it will just be a single. But the Fizz is off and running. Taskin is back on strike, who's going at exactly half a run a ball, 9 off his 18. He's been entertaining to watch, but not necessarily Forthy in a good way.
No. I mean, it's very hard to say who's going to leave who on strike, really. It's a bit of a mystery how Taskin's come up quite so high up the order, because he's looked pretty hopeless.
That one again was thrown wide. Taskin is going to get a single. Once again, I suspect they've brought Kyle Jameson in a little bit shorter to try and prevent that single, but he rather tumbled and fell and half-fielded, and it did give them a chance to come through for that a vital one run. It just doesn't look enough.
No.
They really need 3 or 4 absolutely massive belting strikes to at least get them to 250. That doesn't look likely. It's 233 for 8. Just 2 runs and a wicket. That run out of the key player, really, Jackarali. That slapped straight to Middlesex's Kane Williamson.
I think we'll only know when New Zealand bat whether this is a little tricky to bat on. My impression is it isn't really, and that Bangladesh has batted.
It's not the biggest scoring of grounds, that's for sure. But remember, you know,
it's a very slow wicket, though, isn't it?
Batting second certainly works. They're pushing back for. Is it the Fizz? They're pushing back the fielder on the leg side from sort of a shortish mid-wicket to a much deeper mid-wicket. So around the wicket, hauled away to backward square. They jog a single. It's the end of the over. The Fizz will keep the strike. 234 for 8 with just the one left. Messers.
I think it's fair to say that Mogg is officially withdrawing his expression of interest. He says, "I'm not enjoying my sudden turn into international predator here." At the mention of predator, Kieran says, "Is Arnold Schwarzenegger in that one as well?" Mogg says, "Is oftentimes body double Rolf Mueller, but of a B grade take." So I think that dating attempt, unbidden by Kieran, is well and truly over. Kieran,
I think Kieran, you'd have to make a formal introduction. Otherwise, poor old Billy, what's he going to do? A, how does he recognise the young lady? B, how does he go? My uncle, your uncle Kieran suggested I come and say hello.
Hello.
As Almond Short, which for some reason I imagined him doing in a sort of a Leslie Phillips voice.
Yes.
Ding dong. Are you
Ding dong.
Hello. Are you Kieran's cousin? Ding dong. Right, that was just a single. As we lapsed.
I'm not sure Leslie Phillips would have had too much of a career these days. I'm not sure how Terry Thomas or Leslie Phillips would have flourished.
Well, I defend Leslie Phillips there. He had his moments of being yes, he became a caricature of himself, but his earlier career was he was a reasonable enough actor. 235 for 8. Over the wicket comes Jameson. Down the leg side, Taskin very wisely has a big old grin on his face. Ashan Raza stretches his arms to the full width of about 2'1", and they will get one wide. Oh, it's my job. I'm happily queuing up.
We can
the
sing
playing of a jingle and forgot it was me.
There have been
still 3 deep on the leg side. Not sure.
22 wides so far.
That's a lot. This one I remember.
Jameson in. Short. That's gone up in the air from Taskin. Is there a man at mid-off? Yes. Oh, yes, there is. It's Devon Conway. And
the second attempt.
Very much the second attempt. The first attempt, we thought we were in Jofra Archer or the England women's team territory because it popped out of his hands. But he was fortunate. It just popped back into them again. And Is that our friend Taskin? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So
Yeah,
we
he
went
doesn't
Aussie style, fingers up. Ooh, I think to be fair, he was quite clever. He realised it was slipping out, and he parted his hands and had time to get them back underneath them again. And it means
pushed it up a touch. Yeah.
we've been heartily entertained. Not often can you say that 10 off 20 is a heartily entertaining innings, but the means with which old Taskin went about it has been quite fun to watch. But he has to depart the scene, and we thank him very much for his efforts.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Right, so
down. Will they see out the
9
fifth?
down. You're right, it's Nahid Rana, 22-year-old right-hander. And we'll be hoping for plenty from him with the ball. What's he got with the bat? Swing and a miss is the answer. Very elegant swing. Unfortunately, no connection whatever.
Whatsoever. He's older than Billy. That much we do know.
Yeah.
I think everyone's older than Billy, aren't they?
Well, what did he say? Was he 20 or 21?
He's 20.
Hendo tells me off for calling him young Billy.
Young Billy.
Well, you know,
young Mr.
I
Grace.
think Billy takes it. Young Mr. Grace.
Old Mr. Grace doesn't
get out much anymore. No, he doesn't. Right, Kyle Jameson in, and swing and a miss again by Rana. There was a lady being interviewed on Radio 4 this morning, the context of which I can't remember the interview, but her name was Catherine Peacock. And I swear, and I literally swear to God, every time I heard it, all I could hear was Captain Peacock. So Captain Peacock, and it was this rather erudite young lady with a very well-spoken accent, a female, Catherine Peacock.
If your surname is Peacock, you must make very sure not to call either of your children Drew.
Drew. In comes Jameson. Swing and a miss again by Rana.
Right.
He's eyeing up. No wonder they've set that leg side field deep.
No to Drew
236 for 9.
I have known a couple of Michael Hunts.
Oh, well, famously, of course, the Lord's groundsman for many years. Much to the amusement of crowds when he's been called out over the Tannoy system. But they always very carefully call him Michael. Or they did, bless him. Right, Jameson in. Guess what? This one was between the batsman and the wicket. He's still a swing and a miss. It's gone through to Tom Latham. So just a wide, a single, and 4 dot balls to finish. Bangladesh have muddled their way really to 237 for 9. It'll mean that 236 for 9. New Zealand will need 237 to win, and I think New Zealand will feel very, very much fourth. The happier of the two teams there.
Yes, very much so. I would say they're at least 50 or 60 runs short there. And New Zealand are in a good, efficient mode in this tournament so far. They look like they know exactly what they're doing. So it'll be a major surprise if they don't reach this total. A couple of nice innings from Jackarali and Shanto, but nothing substantial enough. And New Zealand hot favourites from here.
Yeah, 77 off his 110 was a decent effort from Shanto. Bowling plaudits absolutely go to off-spinner Michael Bracewell. 4 for 26 off 10, going at just 2.6 and over. Now, that really is, that's just what you need in this type of cricket for sure. And no wonder he's getting a hug and a cuddle and a fist pump and just about a pat on the back. Will O'Rourke, he bowled beautifully as well. He's probably dreaming of the Bishop in Residence by Kingston Bridge, where he grew up.
Yes, probably.
Would he rather be there? He probably is thinking he might be. Or the Boaters, which is a fine jazz club that sadly is defunct. But the Boaters Inn, just up the road from the Bishop in Residence, just a little up the river, just a little bit. The other side of Kingston Bridge.
I feel as if I'm there.
The Rose Theatre, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. Beautiful theatre in the round, just on the banks of the Thames. You'd be thinking of all of those things.
Yeah,
the market. However, what we're thinking about is
It's a break.
as lunch and a little breaks. 2:36 for 9. 2:37 is what New Zealand need. We'll queue you up something. I might try and queue you up something a bit different than our regular preview, because you've earned it by being such wonderful patrons. Messers, any final messages?
Not really. I think people ran out of puff. Eric J does say, can one get these jingles for my cartridge player? What I've said is, if you become I think it's a silver Patreon, you get access to the whole of our archive of jingles and all the recordings that we've made over the last decade of every game, almost every game. It's about 95% of them we've got recorded. So have a look at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and you'll see the various tiers of membership that are available to you and the rewards that they come with. We need all the help we can get, to be honest.
We do. And if anyone does listen to an old, a 2016 ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan, and do let us know. It'd be interesting to know whether you do avail yourself of that service. Okay, so I'm just thinking, what are we going to play for you at lunchtime? I think our fascinating interview with Stephen Brenkley, who wrote a terrific book about the 1926 tour, Australian tourists series that England did win, but so much going on in that year. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The year my mum was born, that was possibly why. But here it is. Hopefully. Is that actually playing? Oh, for goodness sake. Yes, it will be any moment. Come on, where are you? Why are we not hearing that?
At the time, it only took 4 days, but there were jokes going around at the time.
I'm going to put it back to the beginning
because of the nature of the way the cricket.
Hardly seamless. One does try. Well, it'll start in a minute, trust me. If not, I shall come back with technical support. I'm playing. It went all green for no reason. I'm trying to play. I'm going to have to call you back. I've got a problem. I'll speak to you later. Get the phone on your back. Alright. Cool. Alright. The podcast. Catch you later. No sounds coming out. There's no sounds.
It seemed to unite the sort of the political situation and the sporting situation very well. Let's talk about, just very quickly, probably about a couple of the matches that struck me. I mean, you had the...
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They backed a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
This is an ad from BetterHelp Online Therapy. We always hear about the red flags to avoid in relationships, but it's just as important to focus on the green flags. If you're not quite sure what they look like, therapy can help you identify those qualities so you can embody the green flag energy and find it in others. BetterHelp offers therapy 100% online, and sign up only takes a few minutes. Visit betterhelp.com today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com.
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what's any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, hello and welcome back. It seems a while actually, but welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're mid white ball series against India. We've just finished the women's Ashes, but we're going to start in a different place today. Our guest in the Bishop and Bear is the president of Barnard Castle Cricket Club. He's the former cricket correspondent of the Independent and Independent on Sunday, and allegedly he once commented that our predecessor Test Match Sofa were not as funny as they think they are. To be fair, he may have had a point. He's here today though to chat about his book, A Striking Summer, How Cricket United a Divided Nation. A very warm welcome to the Bishop and Bear, Stephen Brinkley. Hello, Stephen.
Lovely to be here. No alleged about it. That's what I wrote about.
That is
what for all those years ago. When I said you weren't as funny as you thought you were, it did not mean you weren't funny. You were terribly amusing.
Just not as funny as we thought. Well, that's fair enough. We must have thought we were hilarious. Stephen, can we get you a drink? What would you like? We've got anything, literally anything.
Well, I think G&T, don't you?
Oh, G&T. I'm not a G&T man, but
I'm a bloke of a certain age, and that's
well done,
of a certain vintage.
Allegedly, it's declining in popularity these days. It's a bit like marmalade.
Well, I thought they all had a run. Didn't all the young people's bars have a run on speciality gins a while ago?
Yeah, they might have.
During COVID, there were a lot of people making speciality gins, I seem to remember.
Yeah,
there was a few articles on the telly, yes.
Anyway, we've already bowled a wide and sort of wandered off towards third slip.
Indeed.
1926. A post-war Britain riven by a general strike and by class divide. Anything but the land fit for heroes that Lloyd George had promised. England's cricket team had lost three consecutive Ashes series and won just one test in all of them. An Ashes series took place, though, that transfixed and united the strike-riven and divided nation. Stephen, you've just written this fascinating book. I finished reading it last night, quite late, I have to say. I was a bit late with my homework. What first drew you to write about that series and that year? The year my mum was born, by the way. It's been one of interest to me.
After I'd got kicked out of the Independent, having had a really nice time for 20-odd years, my first task was to write a history of my cricket club, which I did. Took 4 years, and I was very happy with that. But you need to keep going. And I wrestled in my mind, what do I want? And then I alighted on the 26 series. It had always fascinated me because I knew that it had been important to the country because England hadn't held the Ashes for so long, and without issuing a spoiler here, to win them back as they did in 1926 was terribly important. It lifted the nation, and it was the first time, and we've had a few since, when we had one of those series that captivated the nation throughout and went down to the final match in the rubber.
A bit of help from weather, as I don't recall. But
I thought, yeah, look, we'll tackle 1926. In the back of my mind, I had it also to then do 53 and 2005, but we'll come to that perhaps. Anyway, I thought let's start with 1926, but I didn't know the half of it. I knew, as I think everybody is taught in the crib, that Hobbs and Sutcliffe had this great defining first wicket stand in the 5th test, but that's about all I knew. And boy, when I started to delve into it, I hadn't, and therefore nobody else really knew the half of it. This series gripped the nation. It was important in several ways. One, the cricket itself. England, as you said, Tony, hadn't held the Ashes since 1912, when we won in the triangular series, and in a legitimate series we hadn't held them since that great series in Australia in 1911. And then having lost in 21 and then 24-25, winning our only test when the rubber was already over, it assumed, the cricket assumed a huge importance in people's minds. Let's not forget, chaps, that cricket at that time was still, although football was huge and thousands went to matches on Saturday, cricket was still the national game. And when I say that, what I mean is that it was played and watched by absolutely all classes in a way, but that by then perhaps footy wasn't. So that was important. But then when I got to grips with it, it was quite clear that the country, as I say in the very first sentence of the book, was in turmoil. There were still fears of a Bolshevik revolution. Don't forget the Russian Revolution had taken place 9 years earlier. That had led to all sorts of scaremongering that the communist threat was at our door. That in turn had led to the setting up among mainly the middle and upper classes of fascist groups because they were worried about the Red Scare. And then there was the industrial unrest caused primarily but not exclusively by the miners. The price of coal had gone down. The mine owners wanted to not only increase hours but decrease wages. It led to industrial turbulence.
Not an hour on the day, not a penny off the pay.
It was a great, it all came together, and I thought, my word, this is a great story. And in the middle of this, then, the cricket actually provided a balm. It healed wounds as the summer, as the spring turned to summer and the summer turned to autumn. The cricket somehow kept people together, unified people.
I mean, it was. Yeah, I was going to ask you whether somehow the cricket would have captured the public imagination anyway, given, as you rightly say, cricket had such a centre stage, not compared to football, but relative to football, way more than it does now.
I think
I mean, at Victoria Station, weren't there nearly 50,000 people turned up just to catch a glimpse of the Aussies?
Depending on which account you read, boys, there were between 30 and 50,000 people when the Aussies arrived in mid-April, led by their estimable captain Herbie Collins and their long-time manager Sidney Smith. They couldn't believe what was happening. They'd been warned. They got on the train at Dover, having taken a ferry across. They'd taken the continental route. In the end, they'd actually stopped off in Paris and laid something on the tune of the Unknown Soldier. And Collins had, and they'd been warned at Herne Hill that they were likely to be greeted by a huge crowd and there were autograph hunters on the train as well. But when they actually got there, they were absolutely overwhelmed by the reception.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, do you think after a run of defeats, there's a sense of that comes across in the book of hope and optimism because of the distraction of the challenges the country was facing? Did the public just want to be optimistic but fear the worst, or did they genuinely believe England could do it?
The country was in the United Kingdom and Great Britain still ruled most of the known world. It still had an empire. It still had a swagger about itself, which was perhaps more justified then in view of what had gone before than it has been in subsequent years, when it's still got an artificial swagger, which it's got no right to have. But then it sensed that things were in decline, and the inequality in the country, which had always been there, of course, was no longer going to be put up with by the working classes, if you like. The Independent Labour Party, as you may remember, had been formed in 1893, and they'd been making great inroads in the previous 30 years. They'd gathered parliamentary seats, but by the early 20s, they were truly organised, not quite unified, but ready to go in terms of, look, we want some of this country's plenty for ourselves. People were still living in horrendous conditions, and the employers still ruled the roost. So yes, cricket did serve as a bond, but without all of those extraneous issues, the series would still have been much watched.
Of course.
Well, it's interesting. What is really interesting, and it's a theme that you revisit and explore in the book really smartly, I think, is yes, you have the divided nation, absolutely. The miners offer you any job where you're asked to work for more money, for less money, but to do more hours. Smacks of that. But the sport that gripped the country and was watched by those miners. Well, there's a lovely story of two miners who I think cycled down to Lords to watch the game.
I think it was to Headingley, wasn't it? Headingley cycled down from Newcastle. Yeah,
which still a long old journey.
Absolutely,
slept in a doorway,
especially on a bike.
But the irony,
those days,
but the irony is to watch a sport which absolutely kind of magnified that class divide. It wasn't until 1962 that they stopped amateurs. To be captain of England, you had to be an amateur. The professionals, which included the likes of Jack Hobbs and Herbert Sutcliffe, don't forget. But you had to be a captain to captain England. You had to be an amateur. The amateurs would travel different class on the train. They'd stay in different hotels. They'd walk down different steps at Lords. The healing of a divided nation riven by issues of class zoomed in on a game that absolutely exemplified the class divide.
It did. Cricket exemplified the class difference, but it also, boys, exemplified the deference that by and large still existed, certainly in cricket. The cricket professional, by and large, expected and almost desired to be led by an amateur, assuming that the amateur was a good enough player. And in Arthur Carr, they had one who was just about good enough to bat in the middle order.
Can someone explain, did you have to be upper class to be a professional, or was it just you were good enough to be paid?
Good point, Bear. Increasingly by then, and that had been the case for 20 odd years, it was more difficult to be an amateur because amateurs were having to work. We talk about the Edwardian Golden Age. There was still a crux of amateurs who were, in a way, rentiers then, who had their own money and lived off property that had been left by their parents or whatever. But by the 1920s, that stock had declined. So the proper amateur was certainly in decline. Arthur Carr, who was captain of England in the first 4 tests of 1926, was only able to play because his dad was a rich stockbroker. and they'd come to an accommodation that Arthur, who was darn good at cricket, Arthur could play cricket as long as he became captain of England, which he did.
Percy
So it's not a
Chapman
big
as
deal.
well was.
Well, I do have a soft spot for Carr. I'm not saying he gave the world to Harold Lower, but my word, he had much to do with honing him to be ready for Test match cricket. Larwood made his debut in 1926. So there was still a deference among, as I said, among professional cricketers towards the amateurs. Even among Hobbs, who was, I guess, by then, and I try to make this point in the book, the most revered man in England, bar none. Even, I suppose the King might have been an exception, I know not. But because he played cricket, because of the way he disported himself, but even he didn't expect to be captain of England, though he did captain England during a
It was one day at Old Trafford, wasn't it? And he was the first non-amateur to ever be a captain of England, I think.
Well, Arthur Shrewsbury was the first professional captain, but they weren't really England or MCC then. They were tours gotten up by pros. So, in a way, because Jack Hobbs during the fourth test had to captain England when Carr fell ill with tonsillitis. There was uproar. It was not a scandal quite, but it was a genuine surprising thing, because there had been one amateur in the side, one other amateur in the side, Greville Stevens, who's a 25-year-old university college boy,
Middlesex man, and a stockbroker at the time, I think.
Yeah, but they didn't ask him. They asked Hobbs, but there was no question that Hobbs would then keep the job.
I mean, it is. Should we talk a little bit about some of the cricket? One of the things that I hadn't appreciated until I read the book, and I like to think I know a bit about cricket, was all the tests up until the last test were effectively 3-day games, or 4 in total with a rest day.
That was the way then.
So here we are, bemoaning the fact that games finish early in sort of 2000.
Yeah, I mean, there was hell on as well. After the Lord's Test, the first test at Nottingham was rained off after 40 minutes. They didn't play on the second and third days at all. The Lord's Test was just a runs feast, and it was after that agitation started, boys, to make tests longer. But what we forget in all that, and there was a case for making tests longer than 3 days, but what we forget in all that is that they were bowling 23 overs an hour. Mm-hmm. Now, the Lord's Test finished in a draw, and forgive me, it's several months.
I hear Gary in my ears at the moment.
But in the number of overs bowled in that Lord's Test, something like 40 other Lord's Tests have been finishing in fewer overs. It wasn't the days, it wasn't the overs, it was the fact that the bowling wasn't that good, the pitches were probably too good, and the batting lacked ambition. Whereas today, some of the batting may have too much ambition. It had none. So they were tootling along at about 2 and over.
Weren't the Australians slightly more guilty of that than England in playing for a draw all the way through? Well, discount the first one.
Were they 8-ball overs in those days as well?
Sorry, Bear?
Were they 8-ball overs in those days? Or
no, they were 6-ball overs.
Oh, they were 6-ball overs. Okay.
Yeah. The 5-ball overs had been stopped a few years earlier, so there were 6-ball overs by then. The 8-ball contests were in Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, they were. I mean, there's some things in the book which I think, to me, do a fantastic job of putting you in the period, as it were, as well as
That's what I set out to do. I'm very interested in cricket, as you boys are, but I'm interested also in the society in which cricket is played. I find today fascinating.
Well, the one thing I find interesting about that is it seems to be that Winston Churchill's fault that everything went tits up in the country.
Because I come from the northeast, people still haven't forgotten Winston Churchill's part in the general strike and in the miners' dispute. He did not cover himself in glory, and that is still mentioned. And of course, he is truly a great man who England, the United Kingdom, wouldn't have got through the Second World War without him. But nonetheless, I was keen to point out that he did have a feat of clay as well.
Yeah, well, he was the one who said that we got to go back on the gold standard, isn't he? And basically screwed up the economy. Yeah, screwed up the economy.
Standard. And that caused all sorts of problems because the sterling just couldn't carry it then. It went back to First World War levels. Well, it just wasn't worth that.
Yeah.
But the Conservative Party were very keen because it delineated Great Britain as a world power. It was very keen to demonstrate that by returning to the gold standard, which had been judged on up until the First World War.
I don't think Stanley Baldwin comes out of it. I mean, I've always thought of him as mildly ineffectual, but when reading the book, whether you agree with the politics or not, he seems to come across as quite decisive. At least
he's a conservative man of his times, and he certainly didn't get everything right. But he went up in my estimation with everything that I read about him. Really, look, he was eager to make sure that there was no crowing after the general strike collapsed, which is just on the cusp of when the Australians arrived and just before the Test series started. The general strike lasted 9 days, and the workers were broken. And Baldwin was keen to try to ensure that victory, while the government was not crowed about, as I said. I think he lost that battle a bit because, like many Tory leaders since, he had a right-wing cabal in his cabinet with which to deal. He didn't quite...
Well, there straight away is a parallel to very recent times.
Yeah, exactly. Baldwin was a decent man, and there is a bit in the book where I mention the fact that he did give away, I think 20% of his personal fortune he gave away. He gave back to the government to try and alleviate poverty, asking other millionaires to do the same, which sadly few.
And he was a very keen cricket fan, so there's a tradition.
He was a huge.
I'm thinking John Major and Theresa May for a start.
Yeah, huge cricket fan.
And his missus, wasn't his missus? Lucy.
She played for the famous
cricket.
White Rose.
She was indeed Mrs. Baldwin. Not that I remember her personally, but she definitely was a cricket. She definitely was. She definitely was an avid cricket fan. You join us. We are back. We're going to wait for Forthy to also join us, who's doing ball by ball. 226 is what Bangladesh made their way to. Actually, could have been a lot worse at one stage, but they struggled to really get going, bar a 70-odd from Shanto and a bit of a cameo from Jackarali. It means it's a fairly modest run rate, but it doesn't look the easiest of pitches to score on, Messrs.
No, it's slow, and it's certainly not giving much to the bowlers, but it's not giving much to the batters either. And I think a couple of times the batsmen just lost their wickets because they played as if it was a truer wicket. But New Zealand are such a good team at grinding things out. I think, 42 overs, they'll have ground their way through to it. That's my outlook in here.
Right, there we go. We have corrected the screen. We're still Forthyless. Will Young, though, is at the crease. He's going through his limbering up manoeuvres. He's got Devon Conway at the other end, the 33-year-old left-hander. And I think it might be Conway who's set to take first strike. It's going to be Taskin, almost inevitably, who entertained us, Messi, royally, did he not, with the bat, in all sorts of idiosyncratic ways. Not much of it involving connecting with the ball.
It wasn't your classic batting entertainment, clattering sixes all over the place, but it was fun nonetheless.
Anyway, it's actually, I lied to you. It's the right-handed Will Young, so we'll jingle him first.
Tonight, I'm Will Young.
There's a slip for Taskin, and it's defended off his off stump. And a dot ball to start for Taskin, a dot ball to start for New Zealand. Lovely little bit of falsetto. Will Young taking his guard again. Yes, that Taskin innings was... he seemed to have grasped the fundamental principle that his job was to get a single and try and get Jacarali on to strike. And in attempting to hit the leather off the ball literally every occasion, he hardly ever succeeded in doing it. Taskin in again over the wicket. Driven back to him, he fields, just dropping a meaty paw to his left. And again, there is no run.
It pause to wonder sometimes what sort of coaching is done. I mean, obviously there's some technical coaching done, but things like rotating the strike or just teaching a tail ender to try and just lay the bat on the ball, not try and hit it for 6 every ball, but just get a single. It's pretty fundamental stuff, particularly in this sort of cricket where they're more likely to bat than they are in T20.
Yep, no, I don't disagree. 58 for 1 would be the first landmark for New Zealand. That's what Bangladesh got in the power play. That's past the outside edge of Young on the offside, and he drew the bat inside it. And there was no run. He's very much I don't know, there's something about Taskin that says sort of, in a good way, village green. He's got a hint of the village blacksmith about him, don't you think, Messrs? He's sort of chunky and solid and
yes.
bustly. Chunky, solid and bustly. And no mean bowler as well, by the way. Yeah. Don't take that wrong. He's very, very highly thought of in Bangladesh. That's a good full ball, defended again by Will Young. So it's a good cautious start from New Zealand. Nothing flamboyant, nothing excessive, all carefully defended thus far. Let's have a look at Will Young. What did he get in the last game? For some reason. He 107. Of course he did. He was one of the 2 Centurions. Crikey.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
107
yes. And he batted beautifully.
Eventually fell to Nazim Shah, but yes, he did. Right. Taskin in again. Guided to mid-off. Ooh, misfielded. Half a thought of a single. Wisely decided against it, and it's yet another dot ball. Yeah, 58 for 1 is where Bangladesh were in their 10 overs. So they were going close to 6 and over them, but they seem to get very much becalmed for a while in the doldrums.
I think the power play is so often a faster scoring time too, with the hard ball and the short
balls,
fielders.
Whether it's a new ball at both ends.
Yes.
Ball never gets older than 25 overs old. That's bowled him, would you believe it?
Wow.
Straight through Young. Taskin has his man. It was an attempted it was a defensive shot, really. He was looking to angle it to off. His bat and pad weren't quite close enough together. I think it beat his outside edge. Pinned back his off stump, and what a wicket that is. Will Young, Centurion last time out. A duck maker today. Ain't that the way it so often goes?
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Taskin.
He just played the long line, didn't he? I mean,
he did.
It went between bat and pad, which wasn't a big gap, but he was playing for it to hit off stump, and it just went inside his bat and hit middle and off.
Well, Taskin, the village blacksmith, is giving it the full-throated roar of a man who's taken the first New Zealand wicket without any runs on the board at all in the final ball of his first over. It is 0 for 1. Well bowled Taskin. New Zealand with a little bit of rebuilding to do. And Messrs, who's rejoined us? I'll tell you who has.
Well, other side of the fence tweeted about 10 minutes ago, said getting sleepy now, trying to hang in there. Well, that may wake you up, and your fellow Kiwis, hopefully. Stephen Kelk says, I fell asleep for an hour. Bangladesh score not so bad, given how slow things were at some point. Why do I think that was Gary singing on that jingle? I don't know, it didn't sound... Well, I haven't heard Gary sing, I must admit, but it's not what I imagine Gary singing would sound like. And he also says, well, New Zealand are doomed. We shall see. We shall see.
I'm just doing a quick fourth.
And I have a prediction. The word Middlesex is going to appear sometime within the next minute.
Nope. Well, now it won't. Can I control myself? Yes, it's Kane Williamson, the new man to the crease, who's recently joined London Spirit to play in the 100, and will be spending a fair bit of time in North London. Possibly play some county cricket while he's there.
I wonder who that'd be for.
Rana, wide of off stump, left by Conway. Kane Williamson won't be on strike. Didn't make many in the line. In fact, didn't he get a blob the last time? Got a duck, I think. Let's jiggle up the new bowler. It was Nitish Rana. Hang on one second. Sorry, I'll look in a second. Messers, go on.
So Williamson's last outing, he got 1.
Oh, he got 1. I know it wasn't anything terribly impressive.
Yeah.
Where's this bowl? Nahid Rana, here he is.
Wish they had someone skilled, wish they had someone good. Instead they got stuck with Nahid Rana.
Ooh. That's not a very nice jingle.
No.
I think that's quite mean.
I've lost my pen, which is really going to vex me. It was trying not to mention the M word. We're watching the dismissal of watching the dismissal of Will Young from behind.
Now I know how to put you off your stride, Tony.
That is one way to do it. There are others, I can assure you. None for one. In comes Rana. Ooh, and that was a very well judged leave by Devon Conway, who styles it out and tries to look cool. When he watches that again, I think he might think, hello, that was just a bit closer than I gave it credit for. And he'd be right too. Maybe I didn't bring my pen in. I'm sure I did, because I was just literally just writing something. It's like glasses. You put them down. Pens are like glasses.
Well,
you put them down.
I did notice that you've used a bigger font this time, because you weren't looking so much like Mr. Magoo reading your things.
Oh yeah, right. That one's driven, but half stopped at point. Did they take a single? I don't think they did. No, they didn't. It's bowling from the pavilion end. Is Rana, Nahid Rana. The shell end is the other end, but I suspect that might be a sponsorship name rather than a real name, as it were. It may well have changed over the years. It does sound that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's nothing like a wicket in your first over to give your bowlers a bit of pep, is it? Just feel that Bangladesh actually might have some belief now. If they can get 3 wickets within the power play, it could be all to play for.
Mog, if Mr. Handjob of Melbourne is listening, can you nip round to Forthy's apartment, house, flat, whatever, and just rattle on his door and tell him he's neglecting his duties. Rana in, edged just past first slip. It'll be the first boundary, but crikey Moses, it'll be a jolly streaky one. Yes, very lucky indeed.
Had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Possibly might just have fallen short of second slip when you watch it. Not by much.
No.
I tell you, Nahid Rana.
I mean, it wasn't that far away from first slip's right hand, but he didn't make any attempt to go for it.
What's Rana got by way of a comeback? Over the wicket he comes. It's very full. It's pretty quick. And Williamson, who's got that very streaky start. Let's hope he brings some of that luck to North London with him. Leaves that one. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 1, Messers, after 2.
It's getting a bit of pace up. I noticed that was 89 miles an hour, which is pretty reasonable. Other side of the fence said, they dropped Sinclair for Ravindra.
Right.
Yes, it woke me up. Not how I was wanting to wake up, though. Oh, well, it's going to be interesting. I think, from the point of view of someone who doesn't really have a dog in the fight, I'd love to see a close game.
Well, you might see a closer one than you think. I mean, New Zealand, they've got batting power deep. They've when you look at Ravindra, when you look at the 2 Centurions from the previous game, when you look at the ability of someone like Phillips to press the accelerator, you would expect them to have more than enough, really. That one is to backward point where it's quite sharply fielded, so no run. Taskin yet to concede a run, and he has a wicket to his name. It's been an electrifying start from him. I don't know, the village blacksmith, as I shall now call him, because everything in his movement, manner. You know, I could see him at the end of a working day, happily drinking a few pints at the pub, big meaty arms, leaning on the bar.
Tony, I got to break it to you. Pretty well any cricketer falls in that category.
Well, possibly not if you're from Bangladesh. I don't know. Yeah. That one's again worked into the offside by Devon Conway. Not the way he wanted. So of course, what he does is have a good look at his bat, because it's nothing to do with the quality of Taskin's bowling or the mistiming of the shot. It's all about the piece of willow in his hand.
Indeed.
5 for 1.
It is.
5 for 1.
So this hard ball with a little bit of swing at even now is going to be the key. It really is for me.
Well, it's a chasing ground, remember. They should have a bit of dew to work with. If they haven't already, it normally comes in after about 10 or 15 overs. That's sweetly driven by Conway. That's out through cover. And that, as you heard, a purring Messrs appreciate, was a gorgeous cover drive for 4.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
The first run's
conceded
by
just overpitched it. I mean, it was a good line at about third stump, outside the off stump, but just too far up to give him any chance of getting an edge, because it was very drivable. But not only did he drive it well, he placed it beautifully.
In comes Taskin again. He's done it again. This one squarer through point, same result, 4 more. And as soon as he strayed off his line and a little bit, not so much length, more line, but umpire Dharma signals 4, and 4 it is. Taskin's haircut is suspiciously mullet-like, isn't it?
It is a bit, yes. I was hoping that it hadn't spread from Australia, but it appears to.
Well, it definitely seems to have done there. The front part I like, the back part not so much. Round the wicket comes Taskin, left by Conway, and there is no run.
That's sounding very Pete and Dad to me.
It was very Pete and Dad. There's nothing wrong with you. Don't get me wrong. Your left leg I like. I have nothing against your left leg. The trouble is, neither do you. Is it Tarzan? He's auditioning for the role of Tarzan, isn't he? Just hopping up and down.
Classics.
A role traditionally associated with a bipedal man, and I couldn't help but notice. 13 for 1. 8 from this over after such a great start from Taskin. Conway's got all 8 of them, and then possibly he was going to get another single there. That one more defensively out towards cover. Doesn't penetrate the field. Ends in a dot ball, and after 3 it's 13 for 1, Messrs.
Farong says, moral victory. We dismissed the first batter for a lower score than us. Squeaky bum till then, the Black Caps. Yes. Make the best of small victories, Farong. You've been waiting a while in terms of international tournaments, I think, but you never know. One day.
Well, we can tell you, Farong, I think it was your idea to have a moral victory jingle. One has been duly created, which we're trying to sell to play for Super Chats. Not with great success so far, but you've got until Wednesday.
I think when England's playing, it's the appropriate time, really.
Well, that's when we're aiming at. And finally, here he is.
So sorry. I'm back. Is Rana, the Express Rana, into Williamson, who's off 2. And that's just nurdled round the corner by Williamson, down to long legs. Sorry, I lost track of time. That's a terrible excuse. In my defence, it is 20 past midnight, I suppose, but it's a very poor excuse. Devon Conway on to strike.
Had you had knocked out a few Zs, Forthy? Had you sort of gently dozed, or had you just got distracted elsewhere?
Just a little. I had an avocado on rice cake and got
again.
Distracted. Yeah, it's my.
Is this your regular midnight snack?
Those avocados are taking a bashing, that's all I can say.
Some of us go for cheese on toast, not 40. Not at midnight.
No. Cheese on toast, how could you sleep?
Yeah, exactly.
That's it's about to play havoc with my cholesterol levels. That's played down to long leg, where Conway moves from 11. Sorry, I just got a little flustered there. Williamson back on strike. And early wicket, obviously, that's good. But that kept a bit low, do you think?
Just a tad, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I just remembered I bought an avocado this morning, which I shall have after this session. Thank you.
I had macaroni cheese for tea last night, and God, I had fever dreams all night. Weird fever dreams all night.
Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute
Not only
beauty
is it a
from
beauty,
Ghana. And they think that
it's gone.
him, and it's been given.
Yes.
It's been given. The chubby finger has been raised, and Williamson doesn't demur. So this is suddenly things get interesting. It was good. Good
I hope his move to North London brings a bit more fortune he's having in this tournament, because it's been utter shite. So the only thing you could say is he's got a few more today than he got yesterday, or in the last game.
Yeah,
and that's not saying a lot.
I mean, no great blame placed on Williams.
Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Quite a lot of songs about being a loser.
Pirate Badshaw started the bidding. He's put in €2 super chat saying, "Can we get an immoral victory jingle?"
Well, let's just stick to trying to sell the one we have. I did ask Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne this morning on an email. I said, "How much do you think we should ask for it?" And he said $1 million. But I thought, I think you might just possibly be overreaching your expectations.
You start from a position of being ready to bargain.
So to be fair, it's not about the amount, it's about the volume. I said if we can get 3 people ask for it, 3 people, that's all we need. So we need 2 more super chats. We will play it for you. We will debut it for Wednesday's England versus Afghanistan game. Surely we can get 2 super chats today to facilitate that.
You want to queue up the new man. It's Rachin Ravindra. Have a look in.
Indeed. Missed out last time. Was still nursing a bit of concussion, wasn't he? But here he is.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra. And he knows his major role.
At first ball, whistle down the leg side. Naturally, of course, there's a huge appeal to prevent the calling of the wide, which seems to have been successful because they haven't called the wide. Perhaps they flicked a trouser leg.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was either wide or out.
Wide or out.
And it turned out wide in the end.
One of the players was indicating he'd heard something when they were considering a review.
Well, to me, that looked like it missed everything.
Oh, yes. No, it's just hit the top of the pad, I reckon.
Okay.
We've got Rana, whose name fits entirely inside the batsman who he's bowling to, Rana to Ravindra. How many times has that happened in the ICC trophy past, you ask yourself, or in any form of cricket? Write in with any suggestions.
Lockie's come in with $2 Australian as well. Go on then, you shameless tarts, he says. Well done.
There we go. Well, I'll say thank you for those in just a moment. We only need one more. But thank you for 2 of these.
Super chat. YouTube super chat.
So that's 2 of them. 1 more is all we need. We'll unveil it on Wednesday.
In comes Rana again to Ravindra, and he clips that wide of the man at square leg for one of these. No effort.
I do have to say that Tony is wont to malign the caption people on here, but I've noticed during this tournament they've been particularly particularly fast updating the scores on screen. Because I looked at Ravindra and it said 4, and I thought, wow, he's only just gone over the boundary.
Yeah, when you said junior caption operator, it sounded like a track by Guided by Voices or Pavement, one of those US lo-fi bands from the early 90s. To my ears.
Where they're particularly slow is the end of an over. So they will automatically default to who should be taking strike if a single hadn't have taken place. But if someone's taken a single, it takes them a while to get that sorted out. And
so much wrong in this world, and that's so much wrong in this world. And
that's top of my list.
Rana to Ravindra, lets it sail past, dot ball, end of the 4th over, New Zealand 19 for 2.
Farong says the collapse is on. He's hoping. Well, it certainly keeps a level of interest in this game and a certain amount of nervousness in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And of course, if Bangladesh win this, Pakistan still has an albeit very narrow window of qualifying for the semi-finals.
To be fair, I imagine nearly all Kiwis are in bed right now. It'll be about 1:30 in the morning. But nonetheless, I take your point.
Yes. Well, on the other side, and Lucky 6 are not. Sorry.
Oh, hang on.
David Wood.
Hang on just 1 second.
Sorry.
Taskin into Conway, and that's defended. Dot ball. Yes, carry on.
David Wood is coming with £1.99, just says FFS. Anything that you're getting there. Thank you, David. So, we've got our 3 super chats.
There we go. Thank you for that.
Super chat.
Well, all right then. I mean, I do have to poke the bear with my can you load up a jingle stick to make sure it's ready. But yes, we'll have it. It'll be there for you on Wednesday.
Load up the jingles, sail at dawn, and that's cuts down to the man in the gully by Conway off Taskin Shark, Baskin Shark, Taskin, multitasking. So many puns available.
Well, Taskin care of business, but for one, which is our jingle.
Absolute classic. Tasking care of business. It was an 80s song, isn't it? Tasking care of business. Feels like it is. 80s, I think. Who was that who sang that? In comes the aforementioned Taskin. Left well alone by Conway. Sails through to the keeper.
Apart from 2 loose, but he's bowled really just in how many balls so far? 12, 15 deliveries. He's only bowled 2 bad ones. And it's interesting how they were back to back. It's like he temporarily lost his line.
I was watching it.
Slapped by Conway.
In comes Taskin again. 3 dot balls so far. Can he maintain this consistency?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. Defended off the back foot by Conway, who looks at it suspiciously, as if maybe got up a little bit. That one. If I were
to say the words Backman Turner overdrive to you, would they mean anything, Forthy?
Righto, mate.
I'll tell you what, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I tell you what, mate, you ain't seen nothing yet. Quite right, that's real.
1973 taking care of business.
Oh, is that them, was it? BTO.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Not the first one you'd mentioned, though. The one you've already mentioned, the one you would mention.
I think everyone would go for you ain't seen nothing yet, first and foremost. That seemed to keep a bit low. Just played off his pads by Conway, who's chewing harder. 5 dot balls from Taskin. Could it be that things are taking a little bit of a twist? Could things be getting interesting out there? Maybe. Still back New Zealand. I don't know what the probability indicators are, but I'd say it's probably 70-30 New Zealand.
Well, as ever, the factor to consider is what impact the dew may or may not have in Rawalpindi. It's the 60-40 nature of batting first, batting second stats.
Winvis has got New Zealand at 54%.
Yeah, that's too low. I think
it spent a lot of time thinking England were going to beat Australia until it realised they weren't, and then of course it just changes its mind.
Okay.
Cricket
that's
Info have them
that
at
is in fact,
55%. They agree. Yes.
That is in fact maiden over from Taskin. So at the end of the fifth, New Zealand 19 for 2, Messi.
2 out of 3 maidens for Taskin.
Yeah. YouTube's had a maiden over as well. Well, when I say had a maiden over, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Hopefully we're not talking about Stephen's cousin.
Yeah, let's hope not. How long until that gets cancelled as well, and we can no longer refer to maiden overs? I'm surprised it's lasted this long, to be honest.
Oh, we do have a quick distraction for Farong. When does the AFL commence, Messrs? Or do we have conventional open round or the ridiculous thing from last season? Yeah, there's what they call round 0 this year in about a month. Which is
Rana
stupid.
to Ravindra, that's a dot ball defended off the back foot.
Well, we look at
so AFL doesn't bore you, Messi, but football does. How odd.
Oh no, I mean it doesn't. I mean, I really don't want to discuss it on air. It's not worth it. It's not. This is cricket.
Wasn't there a rugby league game played in Las Vegas over the weekend? Wasn't it like Warrington against Widnes? And they were playing. They not what you'd expect to see in Las Vegas.
I know that. Yeah, the Australian National Rugby League had a game in Vegas last year, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Round the wicket comes Rana to Ravindra. It's a funny place that is.
It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't such a shit game.
I went to Las Vegas only once in my life, and it was the only 2 days that it had rained for 3 years that we were there.
How much would you bet on that? As much as you bet into everything else?
Well, it seems appropriate that Rain Man went to Las Vegas.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we only went there out of curiosity. We didn't gamble at all while we were there. Not even we don't, because we're not gamblers. Around the wicket comes Rana to Ravindra. Dot ball.
You say that, Forthy, but you uprooted your whole family and came to Australia. That was a gamble.
Yes, a calculated gamble, but yes, no, I hear you.
I was having mental images of everyone in Las Vegas suddenly sounding like Eddie Waring just for a weekend. Las Vegas Eddie Waring weekend. You know, you may have had Elvis or Adele or Elton John, but no, this is Eddie Waring weekend as Warrington play a Widnes with an Upanunde. That was more Yorkshire, wasn't it?
Well, Lockie 6 tells us that the NRL starts this weekend in Vegas.
Quick single taken by Conway off the bowling of Rana, and that's broken the shackles only to the degree of a single. ... 1.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a little bit of advice from Ravindra to Conway. I'm not quite sure what it entailed. He's sort of raising his arm and indicating how Rana is bowling. He's just bowling quite fast and skiddy. Rather looks as if the slip fielder's pants are on fire as they lean over. Flames coming out of their bottom end.
Oh, terrible thought.
Well, I mean, I'm just reporting what I'm seeing. That's what we've got there.
Dear.
Literally the ring of fire.
Yes, indeed.
He's been in huge form with the bat of late. I mean, he's been out for a while, hasn't he? He made 8, 1 and 69 in Sri Lanka T20s, then 45, 79 and 1 in the ODIs there.
Just Ravindra, you're talking?
Yeah. In the World T20, what did he do? He had a high score of 10, so neither was he in particularly great nick there. He seems his form perhaps has tailed off a little with the bat.
Yes, because he was looking in an imperious phase a year or so ago, and that's defended off the back foot by Conway at the end of the 6th over. The Kiwis 20 for 2, Messi.
David Hero, such a name I haven't seen before, says what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I've always been a little tempted to ask, so I will, Lockie. Lockie 6, what happened to the other 5 Lockies? That's what I want to know.
Who knows?
I mean, is it a dynasty?
It's like Louis XIV, you know, there were 13 before him.
Yeah, who cared? Yeah.
It was the 2023 World Cup where he really announced himself, I think, Rashin Ravindra, and he was fourth highest tournament scorer overall. He got 578 in his 10 innings at an average of 64, strike rate of over 100. Got 100 against England, didn't he? Got 123 versus England, 116 versus Oz, 108 versus Pakistan, 75 versus India. I mean, it's a catalogue of high scoring that he got in that tournament.
And still New Zealand didn't win.
Yeah, it's a shame. Taskin to Ravindra. Maybe this year's their time. Oh, and he's bisected the two.
Oh, nice shot.
Very nice. Bisected mid, off, and cover for one beautifully aesthetic one of these.
Oh, I am in ecstasy.
It's over.
You say you're in ecstasy, but looking at you on screen, you're sort of huddled up trying to read your phone again. It looks like you're actually in a straitjacket when you do that.
Oh no, I'm all free as a bird.
Last Beatles.
Unfettered.
I think Taskin again. That's another beautiful shot, but this time he doesn't quite get the angle of the bat right and smotes it straight to the man in the covers, dot ball.
Which I think was Jackarali. He's very easy to spot, Jackarali, due to he's got quite a distinctive sort of physiognomy, and he's got quite a long beard as well. So he's quite easy to pick in the field.
Giveaways.
I don't know why, but I was expecting you to say he had quite distinct flames.
Well,
they've all got them. There's nothing distinctive about the flames.
I don't know if Forthy's studied it enough to know how different arses of fire emit different flames, but he's clearly the expert.
I very much take my bit of a study of this, exactly right. That's defended down to mid-on, dot ball. Taskin to Ravindra.
So 6, over halfway through the power play, halfway exactly to the score that Bangladesh set. Also for one wicket. It's even so far, but you do have the batting second, keeping wickets in hand, and knowing that possibly the conditions will start to work in your favour after a while, all going sort of New Zealand's way. I would still say I'd have them at about 60%. I don't know what good old Winviz is saying.
In comes Taskin again, fourth ball of the over. That's a false shot. Slower ball, perhaps, from Taskin. Went on the bounce through to the keeper.
About 60%, you'd say, Tony.
I did.
Crickfist says 59%, so you and Crickfist are as of one.
Yeah.
As one.
Well, I think that's basically how Winviz works. It's just a couple of blokes sitting around going, well, what do you think? Stick that down.
Yeah.
And quite often, people who've watched a lot of cricket aren't going to be far wrong. You've got a fair body of evidence to base your decision on. It's all empirical, isn't it?
Wide of the man, and that can't have been too far away. Great bit of fielding, but perhaps was it on the half volley?
Jackarali gave you a good view of his arse of fire there.
Anyway, straight to the man in the covers, dot ball. I was just musing there. If Muralitharan bowled to any batsman who was an Ali, and he would have bowled to many, he would have been bowling to a man whose surname was contained within his own name. Sorry, I've just been slightly fixated on that.
There's a whole round in House of Games of exactly that. Contestants.
Really?
All the questions are formed from the name of a contestant.
Well. Again, beautiful shot by Ravindra. Again, bisecting cover and the man at mid-off, and again, it's one of these.
The next guy up is Harsha Patel.
Hang on, why is that Harsha Patel jingle doing satin boundaries and fours?
Don't ask us. Lucky Six tells us his name was inspired by the seemingly endless parade of Rocky movies. Stephen Kelk says, was on the phone, did I miss a new jingle? The new jingle? No, we're going to play it on Wednesday during the England game.
Yes, you are.
New Zealand are still doomed, he said. And has Forthy listened to Patterson Hood from the Drive-By Truckers' new solo album, and is it any good?
No, I haven't. Yeah, but there's only... Do you know how many songs are released on Spotify every day? 100,000. 100,000. Every day?
Oh, you're kidding.
I know, I'm not. In comes Rana around the wicket to Devon Conway, who defends it off the back foot. Dot ball. So you'll have to forgive me if I say, no, I haven't heard that new song, but I will look it out. Thank you for recommending
They
it.
just introduced, or about to introduce, a premium service, aren't they, Spotify? A lot of artists don't like it. Neil Young being particularly vocal because they compress the music more than Apple or Amazon. So the actual sound quality in terms of higher pitch, lower pitch, and trueness is not of the same quality, and you can get it of the same quality only by paying more.
I imagine you're a bit of an audiophile, Tony. Get back
A little.
to that. That's defended off the back foot by Conway, but audiophile. But I'm not. I think as I grew up on listening to John Peel on the transistor radio late at night, my ears are not sort of tuned into high fidelity, and I don't really care how I listen to music. And my children are amazed I can listen to music through a laptop speaker, and it sounds okay to me. It's
very offside field for the left-hander.
I'm entirely with you.
In fact, they've got three men short on the offside. You've got backward point, just a man just pretty much at point, and a man very short at silly point.
Oh, that's a nice
guess
shot.
what he does.
Oh, lovely.
Flicked off his toes, and the man at fine leg can't cut it off, so fine was it, and that'll be one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, that was the worst possible ball to bowl to that field.
Well, they clearly feel they've got an opportunity for the left-hander, and it doesn't involve bowling down leg to him, really, does it? Sorry, Messrs.
Not really.
Matt is dying for a piss, but he was not going because he doesn't want to miss the new jingle. We're not playing it tonight.
Well, you're going to have to hold on for a while, Matt. We're playing it on Wednesday. How strong is your bladder?
In comes Rana around the wicket to Conway, who plays a lovely shot wide of the man at mid-on, and the runs are beginning to pile up now because that's one of these as well.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Don't often hear that jingle.
Oh, I'm working my way through the full gamut.
The super chats have paid for the necessary fee to get that new jingle into the jingle cart in time for Wednesday.
With one proviso, we have to arouse, not arouse. I definitely don't want to do that in the technical department.
But don't do that. Defended off the back foot to the man at point. One of the men at points is.
Yeah, that's more the ball you wanted when you've set that field. They clearly think they can. I mean, it's either they're looking for the mistimed cut, or the one you try to angle down through third man, or top edge a drive. Any of those that seems to be where they think they might get some return from Conway.
Runner, that last ball was at 146 kilometres per hour. That's fast. That is speedy.
Oh, and there it was. That was the shot they were there for.
There's a shot they're there for, but it's managed to elude all of them and gone for one of these, in fact.
Yeah, I'm going to play. There's a whole list of jingles in the wrong place.
Oh, God.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
I suspect what is most likely to have happened is that we'd run out of space and somebody was downloading. This was supposed to be like a holding place for player jingles because it had a bit of a few gaps.
You can probably hear how much sympathy you're getting from me and Forthy.
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Zero. Having a look at the wiggly worm. New Zealand, to be fair, are behind where Bangladesh were at this stage of the innings, and they have lost 2
Well,
wickets.
they've got 2 overs and they need to get 18. But they've lost the
Stephen
2 wickets versus 1.
Stephen Kelk says, I was thinking if Cass is out, then they can get an extra batter in and fill the bowling slot well with you know who. Marty says, Lockie 6, are you related to the Lockie from Home and Away? All Lockies are related, obviously.
Not necessarily.
New bowler time.
Oh, it's the Magala Hills End. It's no longer the Shell End, it's the Magala Hills End.
Hills End? Never heard of Magala Hills. Ooh, and that was cut uppishly, straight down where second slip would have been had there been one, but instead it's gone for one of these.
Well, the Magala Hills End are about to be alive with the sound of music in the form of this jingle.
We've only got as far as 8, number 8 with Kings. Henry VIII was an 8th, Edward VIII, but we've never got to 9th, and we're not going to in the near future because William will be a 5th, and George after him will be a 8th, I think, or 7th. That's turned around the corner by Conway of Miraz.
I was also very remiss that I didn't jingle up the new bowler either. Where is Mahdi Hassan? Here he is.
People are making comments.
Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz.
You're still working then, Ted? I had a vague impression that you'd sort of dial back on the work. Get back to that after this ball. Miraz. Oh, my word. That went straight through Conway.
Wow.
Too good for him. Taken by the keeper at the second attempt, but no suggestion of an edge. So, Tony, you're still working?
Yeah, I'm still doing a couple of my own clients.
Okay, right. I see. Miraz round the wicket. Cut uppishly, but successfully wide of the man at point for one of these.
Lovely shot. Shows the margins for error, doesn't it? One beats the bat. Sure, almost identical ball, but just a shade shorter. And it gave Conway the time to slap it away through point, and away it went.
So having been becalmed, Conway's now hit 4 fours after the last 7 or 8 balls, or actually 6 balls, I think. And he defends that one. He's 26 off 28 now. He's really got going. One ball of this over to go. 34 off 32 this partnership thus far.
Thus far?
Thus far, yes.
Aye.
And at the end of the 9th, New Zealand 49 for 2.
He was very economical against India, Mahdi. He didn't take a wicket, but none for 37 off his 10. I mean, that's an excellent level of control in any form of cricket, isn't it? At less than 4 and over.
He was in his heyday during that match.
Yeah.
So.
Pirate Bedshore says it's all rubbish. Spotify uses Vorbis at 160 kbps, which is more or less transparency for the vast bulk of listeners. If they'd switched to Opus, which is Vorbis' successor, they could lower it even further to 128 kbps.
Do you know what? I've often said
David
that.
Hera says, what happened to Britsky? South Africa's 150 and 83 after 2 games and now not playing. I don't think he was included in the squad. I mean, it's only a very recent hit for South Africa, as it were.
Another change of bowling coming up. Time for the fizz.
Okay, after this ball, we're going to hear from him. First ball from Fizz, Ravindra. Nice stroke, but straight to the man at mid-off, and here comes his jingle.
Again, persisting with the Fizz, they've still got that very tightly packed offside field with the slip, backle point, gully, and silly point.
The Fizz in again, wholehearted bowler, and that's on the bounce straight to the man at short mid wicket. The man who's easy to spot in the field. That's
Easy to spot now because he's hopping and limping.
It's even easier to spot at the moment. Let's have a look where that hit him.
He fell on the ball. He fell on it, and so it dug into the not quite so fleshy part of his flaming backside.
The flaming lips.
The flaming
Flaming groovies.
Yes.
In comes Fizz again to Ravindra. Third ball of the over. There's the three men in that little umbrella on the offside. A mini parapluie. But he manages to thread it between all of them for another one of these. Good going.
Oh.
Our chubby friend, the umpire, absolutely minimal signalling of the 4. I mean, his hand barely moved there. They don't really need to signal 4, do they? Because we know it's a 4, but they do. It's part of the convention of the game. Right.
Just in relation to Britsky, he's got an interesting contrast. He's got a test average of 0, an ODI average of 116.5.
That's good. Good spread. Like it. The Fizz into Ravindra, defends off the back foot, dot ball. We've got a couple of balls left, so say anything you want to say in the next.
I want to say super chat. Richard Milgate has come in with 2 lovely euros. Thank you, Richard. And he says, just because. Thank you, Richard. You're a gem.
I love you because you understand it. Fantastic. I was looking for the jingle. And
You looking for a jingle? Was that you singing?
No, that was actually me singing. But I was looking for this.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
He's suffering a bit.
Tony's got an internal auto-tune. It's wonderful.
That's very good.
Unlike the bear, who clearly doesn't.
It does look as if Rashi was wobbling off there. Which is a shame, because he's one of the easiest fielders to spot, but never mind.
Cricket ball is a very hard and painful thing to fall on top of.
True.
It catches you wrong.
And that's straight to one of the... They've now got 4 men in that mini parapluie on the offside.
Well, that was the direct replacement for Jackarali. I'm not quite sure who it is, but he was the guy that they popped in. Yeah, you got Khridoy.
Miraz and Khridoy, we are told.
Yes.
They're like the four tops.
Jay is with you, Forth. He says, I recorded John Peel off the radio with a dictaphone. Lots of bad Yorkshire accents today.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Also a terrible joke I remember at school.
Yeah, I do know exactly the joke you mean. No, we don't need to.
We probably will avoid it, and everyone will know what it is anyway.
You should dictaphone. At the end of the 10th over, New Zealand 54 for 2. This time I'm definitely going to bed, and I will leave you to it.
Exemplary performance as ever, Forthy. Thank you very much. Who am I joined by? It should be the bear. Who knows? It should be Will, who I think... Messrs, do you want to hang tight for a while, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Because Will was having some issues. The bear isn't. He's here.
Yeah. Parrot Badger says, as with every niche, there are always people who should be consigned to Sude's corner. Musos are no different.
Right, well, 54 for 2. Sorry, go on.
Arouse the bear. Click here.
No, he has been roused. He's here. Will too should have joined us, I think. I saw he'd been let in. So, Will, you can say hi. We're all ready for you.
My tobacco.
What do you want
and
to do?
I shall catch you later. The next message is from Stephen Kelk and starts, when I was a lad.
Right, okay. That's the bear, I think, on social, so it could all be a bit potluck. That was a dot ball. Round the wicket comes Mahadi Miraz, cut by Ravindra. There should be a man at deep point. There is. It's Taskin Ahmed, and they will take a single. Yeah, so where were they in the power play? 54 for 2 in the power play, compared to 58 for 1 for New Zealand. That's advantage New Zealand, Bear, but not massively.
Yeah, but you think with their resources, they're massively ahead, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that was very much the conclusion we came to. Will, were you with us on that one?
I think so. I mean, if they put on a bit more, then this would be a good place to be, probably, but...
No, they gave up too many wickets, didn't they?
Yeah.
They had a whole period of about 10 overs where they seemed to In a point in the game where they shouldn't really have been bothering to try and smash it around the park, they were trying to smash it out the park.
Still got that ring of 3, and then the man set deep on the offside at deep point. That's been pushed though to a shortish mid-on. They've been sharp about their work for a single and move on to 57 for 2. 3 off this Mahdi Hassan Miraz over. 2 balls left of it. Tossed up round the wicket, rather edgily played towards point, so one of that ring on the offside does do its job. Do we know if he has a particular history of getting out slapping to that ring there?
Who? Conway?
I was asking, Will, whether he knows that about Conway. That was defended to mid-on, no run.
I think Conway, I don't know whether it's exactly that, but I do know that he has a bit of a tendency to be a bit erratic.
Well, it's 11 overs complete. New Zealand need 180 from 39 overs, and on social media for you is none other than the Bear, a sinus unpreparedus, as we shall call him. Lot of super chats, Bear. Loads of super chats coming in. They all want the new jingle.
Yeah, which is really easy to do.
That's all right. We're saving it till Wednesday. We're giving it an official jingle launch on Wednesday for the England gamer. People have paid good money for it.
Well, we have another super chat here, I think.
No, we had that one.
Hmm.
The Just Because. I even gave it a song.
Well, we haven't had anything since then.
Oh, right. I think people were giving it time to settle in. That one's defended off the fizz by Ravindra to mid-wicket. And there was no run. We're seeing a little montage of Ravindra boundaries so far. 1 clipped off the legs, 1 driven to cover, a 3rd driven to cover, a 4th rather edgily down to 3rd man, the 5th a beautiful drive through cover. So the concussion that ailed him, he appears to have got himself over, and he's ticking along very nicely. In comes the fizz. That's very full, rather hurries him. He goes for a single, has to turn, was a bit slow, and unfortunately they're going to go for a buzzers. That was all a bit chaotic and didn't come out well in the end for Bangladesh. Where was the man who should have been backing up? There's a Tamim who's thoroughly frustrated. What a tangle, Will.
Oh, it's really untidy in the field. But they're...
Well, oh no, it beat them. There was a man backing up, but he just went into Scottish goalkeeping mode and it fumbled its way through his fingers and enabled them to take a single. So Conway back on strike, possibly when he wouldn't have expected to be. In comes the fizz, inside edge onto his pad by Devon Conway, and there was no run. That was a full Yorker, wasn't it? Oh no, that was the one that nearly got him. Had he hit, and it was Tamim who put in the throw, he was gone by a country mile. But he didn't hit.
He just picked up the ball and chucked it back to them.
Well, there was no one behind the stumps though. That was the other thing. Yeah, the wicketkeeper hadn't come up. It was all very loosey-goosey from Bangladesh. That's wide of off stump. There's no run. I can never remember who's wicketkeeper for Bangladesh. Somebody tell me.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Little Mushy. Shortest man in the circuit, isn't he? I mean,
is he?
Yeah, he's only about 5 foot.
Would he make Ben Duckett look? He'd make him look like a giant.
Yeah, basically.
Wow, is he that small?
Yeah, he's tiny.
Crikey Moses. Well, it's the fizz at the moment.
Been around forever as well, Mushy.
Yeah, Mushfiqur Rahim. In comes the fizz, defended by Conway to a short mid-on. There is no run. There'll be 1 ball left of the 12th over, with New Zealand 58 for 2. So they've reached the total that for New Zealand, who have reached the total that Bangladesh were after 10. So they are a little bit behind the game with an extra wicket in debit. But as we've all been saying, they have the benefit of batting second, possibly the effect of the dew and very definitely a deep batting order that can strike the ball pretty hard. That's driven to mid-off. A throw comes in. Batsman hadn't left his ground. Well, I didn't think the batsman had left his ground. Shanto is appealing. I don't know why. I don't think anyone else is particularly interested. It's 12 overs complete. It's 58 for 2. And we certainly do have some messages for you now, Bear.
We have one. We have Stephen Kelk. He says, is Bear staring downwards, rolling a ciggy, or staring attentively at the social media feeds, deciding which ones to read out, I wonder?
The former.
The former. I was I was rolling up my afternoon spliff, just to keep me medicated as we go through this boring run chase, which I expect New Zealand's are doing about 40 overs.
Well, Will, do you agree with that? I think they'll get there, but I think Bangladesh have made a halfway decent start in trying to restrict them, haven't they?
Yeah, I think it will take them the full 50, but I do think that they'll get there. But
I don't think it'll take them 50. What have they got to chase? 240?
One thing, though,
I think they're going to probably lose a few more wickets and then have to sort of slow down and consolidate at some point.
Maybe they won't. I'm going to go for a run out because I'm bored.
Oh dear, we'll have to try and entertain you. Well, here's something for you to ponder. We'll wait for Mahady to wheel in to Ravindra, who just nudges the ball past him to mid-off and takes a single. Something's got to give in this game, because Bangladesh have never won here, played one and lost one. That was in 2023 to Pakistan. New Zealand have played 5 here and lost 5, so they've never won in Rawalpindi.
Well,
and they had one game cancelled, which was due to security concerns in 21.
Well, they just they showed in the break that they were spraying that anti-Jew stuff on the outfield.
Miraz, in he comes, forces Conway onto the back foot, who punches it down to mid-on and takes a single. So the score moves on to 64-2. And it's a bat second, well, certainly record-wise, Will. Very much the stats say bat second.
Yeah, definitely.
So no surprise. That's pushed to mid-wicket.
Well,
run.
That was my point. They're spraying that dew stuff on the ground. Presumably it gets dewy, gets easier to bat. It's further north than Lahore, so it's even further up towards the mountains, and it probably does get quite dewy at night.
Well, that's a off break from Miraz, and it had Ravindra stretching, but stretch he does and gets a toe end on it out towards cover, where I think it was fielded by Taskin, who fell over in the process. You can spot Taskin these days because he's got himself a bit of a mullet there.
He's got a bit of a mullet, and he's kind of got a bit jowly, hasn't he? He looks like he's drunk too much booze, but I can't imagine that's the case.
Cut nicely by Ravindra. Down towards deep cover. They come back for 2, which they get away with. Taskin, we were saying, he had the look of a village blacksmith about him.
A little bit, yeah.
I think. Sort of chunky, meaty.
Yeah, I imagine he's quite tall. He looks quite stocky.
Yeah,
I don't think he is stocky.
64 for 2. Over 1,000 ODI runs now for Ravindra. He had that great World Cup, of course. We got 500 of them in that. That one is whipped down to long on. Tamim Fields.
And this is exactly what this is exactly what Bangladesh weren't doing in the first innings. Was just knocking it up to long on for the single. They just defended it out into the covers. It's just like it's part of the game, isn't it? Every over, if you can't hit it anywhere, you just push it because there's someone long on or long off. You just position it there and go.
65 for 2.
Yeah.
Any messages, knowing that the answer is yes?
Well, if you're so intent on doing them, Tone,
I'm not.
You know,
I'm just making sure you are.
It's our man Rams. He has New Zealand should win in the end, even though in a bit of strife with 2 gone. They don't look in a bit of strife to me. I just think they're much more organised than Bangladesh. Bangladesh, from where they were, they kind of gifted New Zealand 2 or 3 wickets in the middle, and it's made their score not very competitive.
The fizz is going to continue, the left armour, and Ravindra guides him to backward point. There will be no run. He's been pretty economical, Will, hasn't he, so far, the fizz?
Yeah, but New Zealand are probably the most consistent side in the world at the moment, I would say. They're the most kind of reliably sort of turn up, and they're always going to be a sort of 7 out of 10 kind of thing.
Well, I think even more than Australia. I mean, it was very telling to me how Australia, that chase was so beautifully constructed. You wouldn't have expected Josh Inglis to be the man.
Well, everyone had told us he was capable of it. We'd just never seen it, have we? He had not really done much against
Maxwell.
us.
You could have heartily, absolutely predicted as sure as night follows day that he was going to play the innings he played. That's driven out towards deep point for a single.
Yeah, and someone like Maxwell, you kind of need to get in early with a bit more pressure on and hope he makes a mistake. But he came in just at the right time, didn't he? He needed 60 off.
Poor old Jofra Archer looked bereft of all hope or any ideas.
Well, it was interesting,
and I'm not sure he was fit either.
I don't know how much you guys picked up on it, because when I was speaking to Hendo at the end, he was like, "Oh, really?" But it was really dewy at the end.
Yeah. In comes the fizz.
Oh,
that was a real inside edge by Conway, and could easily have pinned back his off stump. All Bangladesh hands are on heads, and I'm not surprised. He knows he got away with one there.
And the fact was that, you saw Adil Rashid trying to dry the ball and stuff, and the pros out there and the people making the decisions knew that there was a good chance it was going to be Dewey, and then winning for the toss and batting second, it was always going to come onto the bat for the last 15 overs, so the chase was probably going to be easier. And as Josh said after this ball,
in comes the fizz, defended to mid-on by Conway, and there is no run. 2 balls left of this fizz over, 66 for 2.
I mean, the fact was that the wicket became a little bit sticky towards the back end of England's innings and did the complete opposite for the Australians. So we thought 352 was enough, but we looked at it, and at 30 overs England were on 200 for 2, and you'd have thought it should have been nearer 400, and 400 they still might well have got in those conditions. It looked like a really good batting pitch.
Yeah.
In comes the fizz. Conway defends out towards short cover. There's no run. 66 for 2. Good economical over again from the fizz. Only a single from it. The partnership now between these two is 51 off 62 balls, and Ravindra appears to be really sort of recovering some of that 2023 World Cup form that made him New Zealand's top scorer and 4th highest tournament scorer. String of fantastic innings, particularly early on in the tournament. That one's defended by Conway, highest of which I'm pretty sure was against England there.
But yeah, weirdly, he wasn't very good in the Test series against us, was he?
No, he wasn't. 66 for 2 after 14, and I wonder if there are any messages.
Oh yes. Farong says, unsporting behaviour from Black Kips. Now in Bangladesh, it's probably not much better than the West Bengal team. Playing a player of Indian heritage, that's not on. The BRU may protest. Ram says those 2 early wickets, I meant. Yeah, I mean, they are 2 early wickets. But that's how you build for now. I think you can afford to lose 2 in a power play. You don't like to, but it's 10 overs, and if you get off to a decent start, the next 30, the next 20 overs certainly it's just sort of consolidation, ticking along.
This one's worked away off Miraz by Ravindra into the onside. They take a single. It's a big military town, I think, Rawalpindi, historically. Certainly for the classic story, really. And tea company originally, East India Company. Then it was the headquarters of the British military for quite a long time. British Indian Army's Northern Command. I think it's still. And
that last ball was just pushed out.
Sorry.
Point.
I was getting a bit. Not a lot happened.
For 1 run.
A single. Well, there you go.
Yes.
Catching up on my. Right. In comes Miraz, defended back to him by Ravindra, who now has the strike courtesy of that single, beautifully described. While I was giving you a history lesson on military history of Rawalpindi. 68 for 2. Miraz wheels around the wicket, defended to the offside. That's a sharp single.
I think he
the
made
throw
that.
came into Mushfiqur, who was very quick to. Actually, I think he sort of batted, or what's the word I'm looking for? Deflected with his gloves the ball onto the stumps. I'm pretty sure he was home though. was Ravindra who hesitated, and Conway didn't. Had it been the other way round, Ravindra might have been a spot of bother, but Conway had made up his mind and off he went, and in the end was comfortably home. So 3 runs off this Mahedi Hassan Miraz over. Conway on 29, 35 for Ravindra. He's been going at more of a clip than his batting partner. That's clipped away, speaking of clips, down to wide mid-on. And they will take another single. Is that the end of the over? We're going to see how close that was.
That's one.
If it had been a better throw nearer the stumps.
A throw that had hit the stumps.
The throw that hit the stumps would have definitely been out.
Last ball. That's uppish. But it's past point. There is a man at deep cover though. And it will be a single. It should mean that I suspect Conway keeps the strike. It's 71 for 2 after 15.
Stephen, my pleasure. He says, Bear, I have to go soon to teach my lecture on non-linear programming. Thank you so much for your help. I couldn't have done it without you. And Duckett should bowl. Well, I'm glad I could help you on your non-linear programming lecture. And Farong says, enough of this due factor. Fuck live crowds. ODI matches to commence at 8:30 p.m. no matter wherever on the planet. Yeah, the G factor is a kind of annoying thing. It's become such a prevalent thing as well in certain parts of the world.
Yeah.
That it really affects the game.
It affects the IPL frequently, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, depending on the time of year. I mean, that was the World Cup in the UAE where it was ridiculous.
That was basically bat second and win. That one is defended by Ravindra to mid-off, no run. He didn't catch it right, so what does he do, Will? What's the first thing you do if you don't quite hit the ball the way you want to?
Get back in your crease and hide.
Well, either that and have a good look at the bottom of your bat, like somehow it was the bat that was to blame. But you're right, he'd also stepped back into his crease.
Definitely don't do a Johnny Bairstow and wander down the wicket.
No, indeed. I don't think Ravindra's going to be that sleepy. That's clipped beautifully, whipped away off his toes by Ravindra, but there is a man at deep mid-wicket. I can describe this through a fog off smoke, but I could just about, either a mist has descended upon this part of Sydenham, or the bear has puffed and exhaled at exactly the moment that shot was clipped off the legs by Ravindra.
Dew.
The Sydenham spliff smoke.
No, that's my vape.
Oh, it's his vape this time. Right, 72 for 2. Conway, the left-hander, to face the Fizz, the left armour, who comes over the wicket. Conway tries to pull, bottom edges it onto his toes. Lucky it didn't spin back. The net result, though, is a dot ball. They're going along at nearly 5. Let's see, where are they against the required rate? They seem to be going just about okay.
Yeah.
My judgment would be.
Required run rate is 4.78, so they're going along.
Yeah, they're going along pretty much.
Well, they're going along above
where they need to be.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going at 4.6. They need 4.7. I mean, it's pretty much on the money, isn't it? Oh, this time he has played on. Well, he was warned about it the last ball. This time, exactly the same thing. He put a foot forward. He looked to defend. The ball wasn't really an inside edge. I mean, I suppose it was. It would look like that, but it was more than an inside edge. But it was onto his off stump. Conway does have to go. The bear, I think, gives a little fist pump, which means a bet's come in.
No. It kind of went off the face, didn't it? It just ran underneath.
It did. Well, Mustafizur has a wicket. New Zealand have lost their third. And whilst I would still put my money on New Zealand, I would equally say Bangladesh are doing their level best to make this interesting.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And very, very well bowled, the Fizz. So he's got rid of Devon Conway.
It's one of the most Conway innings I've
in a
seen
way,
in a while.
yeah.
Well, yeah, it's quite a familiar way of getting out for him. chopped on. His issue with the inside edge of the bat continues. So that's hence the ring of fielders that they've kept on that offside as well. They know where to work him, and it's done the trick for Bangladesh. Well bowled by the Fizz, bowling to his field, bowling to the weakness of the batsman.
You know what you were saying the other day about how Duckett sort of gets sort of 60 odd and then just gets out.
Well,
which
then
didn't, but sort of Conway does that, but with about 30 odd.
It's fair, good chance of that.
Also, has anyone noticed that Bracewell has a little bit of the Tim Currys about him?
Looks wise, yes. Tim Curry, as in Frank Enfurter.
Yes.
I
can see a bit of that.
I absolutely do see that. You're right. You're right. Right. Well, Bear, whilst we wait for the new batsman, any messages for us, perhaps?
Lockie Six says, how about one team bats 40 overs, next team bats 50. Team 1 bats 10. And then team 1 bats 10. Genius, right? So you have 50 overs, you have an innings of 40, and an innings of 50 for the team batting second. And then the team batting first has a 10 innings, 10 over sprint. But do they get all their wickets, or they would only have to have the wickets left from the first innings, though, for that to really work?
Do you know
Otherwise, one team would have 20 wickets to play with and a 10 over bash at the end, which would never work.
Hang on. He might have a point there. I mean, if someone can come up with the idea of, let's ignore all cricket wisdom and we'll have 5 ball overs and call it 100. Let's say nothing's off the table. For exactly what we were just saying about can create a predictability and does definitely give the team winning the toss a real advantage because batting second is better. If you did have that, you'd simply allow the last, even if it was just 3 or 4 overs, only based on whatever wickets they had left, of course.
Yeah.
That could be quite an interesting idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They couldn't have a whole nother set of 10 wickets. Otherwise, it would be massively unfair.
No,
totally loony. You'd always bat first and go, okay, well, we'll just keep wickets in hand and then we'll have a 10 over bash.
If you made 260 for 8 and you then had 3 overs with those 8 down and those the 2 wickets still to fall.
But then equally, you would say in that situation it'd be massively unfair because it's hard enough to get started. It wouldn't really be an advantage because, in any sense whatsoever, because your batsman would have to get in again, and it's your 8 and 9.
So you could have the percentage of the wickets. So, like, if you had 10 overs left, you could have a fifth of the wickets. So, do you know what I mean?
Well, you see, I don't think.
So you only have 3 wickets anyway, but you can start with your openers. Yeah, I suppose you could come up with some rule like that.
Tom Latham, no, I'll hold the thought. That is cut past backward point down towards third man. Will be a single. It does finally bring that Mustafizur over, but a successful one for him to an end. And I can tell you that the new batsman is this fellow.
He opens up batting or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't want to face him, Tom Latham.
And as you said, Bear, it was really run down the face of his bat onto his off stump by Conway.
Basically.
And the Fizz got the wicket. And he's got 1 ball left. I take it all back. I'm so sorry. I thought it was the end of the over. Driven by Ravindra out towards point. They take a single. He'll keep the strike. And it's 74 for 3 after 16, Bear.
Rocky Horror Show. Yeah, toured India recently, Will. Oh, wow. Still going. Yeah, well, it went on forever, didn't it? I remember going to see a sing-along.
Hey, they all were sing-alongs. Even in the cinema, everyone would take the rain hats, they'd take the rice or whatever it is to throw at the wedding scene. It was all... everywhere. Quite a cult almost.
Yeah, exactly. Lockie Six says still just 1 innings, but team 2 bats 50 in the middle. All right, okay, so yeah, what we're talking about, they just carry the wickets through. But then you have a little bit of a disadvantage. I suppose you've got 10 overs, you've got 2 overs to get yourself in and still bash. But then without the 10 wickets, it's still as much of a risk. You're better off going on from where you were, I think. Probably.
I would put it in the. It might be worth an experiment, just to see what the impact of it might be.
Well,
it's complicated, but I get the logic.
I do get the logic, but it might only work in certain parts of the world as well. It's only where it's kind of.
Rana in from the Magala Hills end in Rawalpindi, and that's quite loftily away past backward point just for a single.
I mean, the problem.
You wouldn't need it here.
No, you wouldn't need it here. That's what I mean. And part of it is, I guess these countries have such temperate climates where they can pretty much play cricket virtually all year round. That there's times of years where there's probably large part of the year where there isn't a dew factor or whatever. But I mean, this is effectively winter, right? Still, it's February. They're Northern Hemisphere countries, aren't they? They're over the Northern Hemisphere. I mean, they're only just over the equator, but you know, and you've got the
geography.
Well, you've got the mountains at the back of all of it. So in winter, you know, it's probably quite cold in some of these parts of these places.
In comes Rana, right arm around the wicket. Latham, the left-hander, decides to leave that, and through it goes to Mushfiqur Rahim, and there was no run. Will, how much do you think that wicket changes the equation, if at all?
I think it doesn't really, because I think they've got enough batting in the shed, to be honest.
Go along with that.
I think that Bangladesh are doing everything they can and they're doing the right stuff, but I think New Zealand have got too much.
Rana pushes back into that one, doesn't really get up as much as he might have hoped, and it's steered away for a single. Tom Latham made was it 118, of course. He and Will Young quite magnificent in their victory over Pakistan. 118 off 104 for him. He was the not out batsman, so his tournament average looks pretty decent there.
It does indeed.
Can you actually have a tournament average if you've got one?
No,
wicket?
you can't.
You can't. It's got to be divided by something, hasn't it?
You've got to be out.
That's oh my word! Ravindra looked for the pull. He didn't really get hold of it at all the way he wanted. Again, it was a shorter ball, but a bit loopier on the bounce. And our friend Jakar Ali, had he been a bit taller, i.e. up to the giant 5'7" something of Ben Duckett, he might have been in the game. Let's have a look. We'll see in the replay. How close was he?
Nah, it wasn't
not that close. In fact, I would go so far as to say that's one of those goalkeeping dives when you know you're beaten, but you're chucking the dive for the camera. Yeah. I think he realised that, and a big smile on his face when he got up. That's well judged by Latham. He's happy to leave it. Rana, though, gets a welcome round of applause from his wicketkeeper because he angled that in just right. And dot balls are good balls. Win predictor 35%. You see, I think that's just a little bit unkind. Let me just talk you through the field. There's deep third of fine leg, deep point, backward point, cover mid on, mid off, and then a deep square leg. Nothing really on the off or on side for drives. So they clearly think that they're not expecting too many of those. I mean, you've got the mid off and mid on, but they are quite fine in both cases. So there's big wide open spaces there if they want to, but not when you play the ball, get the ball like that, which was right on the money. We'll get a single though down to third man. Clearly don't over pitch it, or don't bowl half volleys when you've left that much space, but he hasn't. Rana, he's gone for just 4 in this over. It's 78 for 3 after 17, Bear. They just seem to be. I think people are literally timing the messages to catch you right at the end of an over. Right now, press send.
Right. So we had Messi Jez thinks that the split innings scenario will be a complete fiasco, not comprehensible by mere mortals. Yeah, I mean that's it. It's another thing you'd have to try and explain to the layperson, which would be quite difficult. For wrong, before that wicket, the BRU Evening Bulletin is going to read like this, and it's something in Sanskrit, I presume, or Abarahatasa. I don't know. Disappointed again, I presume.
The
Fizz in English.
That was off the pad, I think, of Latham. I'm not sure. Jakar Ali, who's a jack in the box, is back in the action again, and he still doesn't quite field it right. Just half fields it. Ooh, what's going on there? Is that they're tearing up the advertising?
Yeah.
thing, yeah, with his spikes. It's Rana though. It's the Fizz who's bowling at the moment, but it was Rana we were looking at. Right, what's the Fizz got? He's bowling. Look, they're absolutely carving big holes in it, which must affect the ball of the run of the ball if it were to go over it. That's pushed through that gap, and we've already established there's no one deep there. It was a beautiful on drive, and it was a beautiful on drive by Tom Latham for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
So much to like about that shot, Will. Effortless.
Yeah, I love watching Tom Latham. I think he's great. He's so kind of elegant and languid, and yeah, I just like watching him. He's a beautiful batsman to watch.
Yep, well, he was certainly beautiful to watch there. The more effortless a shot for 4. Gower-esque, one might say, although one tends to think square of the wicket more for David Gower. Flashing cover drives and cuts, very much the Gower mode, and quite often edges. But I think it's the drives and cuts that we remember more. 82 for 3. Mustafa Zur in to the pleasingly elegant Latham, who defends this second on this occasion. And there is no run. 82 for 3. They seem to be very keen on comparing different actions between the Men's World Cup and this World Cup. Who are we looking at this time? For some reason we're looking at Afridi.
No, we're not. That's Latham.
Oh, Latham. We are looking at Afridi, who's bowling. But yeah,
he's on one side, but on the other side it wasn't.
I was looking at the bowler.
Yeah, no.
Because the last analysis was a bowling one. That's nicely worked off his hip. There's a man at backward square, though. It's the mulleted Taskin.
They're showing you different.
What has he done? Why has he gone for the mullet?
I don't know why they pick. Those things, they pick them up. And is it a consistent thing that this person does, or are they just picking one example of a similar length ball where one time he decided to go back, the next time he actually had it in his mind to go forward and push it? That's a split decision. It's not like he used to do that all the time, and he did this. They kind of make this stuff up.
Mahedi Hassan Miraz at backward point.
I don't know.
I can tell you that. That one, that's chopped by Ravindra. It's going to be fielded though by who's that down there?
Don't know.
I think it might be the captain actually. The Will Young lookalike. They get 2 for it anyway. 85 for 3. 1 ball left of the 18th over, and Ravindra is still rolling along at a runner ball and looking in very tidy order. Will.
I was just going to say those VTs are basically the kind of analytics version of marketing bump, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit.
They're there, but they don't really mean anything.
I didn't know what you mean. Oh, that's a horrible ball. But it's going to get him at least 2. It was down leg. It's hard to say. It got something of an inside edge into the ground, bounced up over the wicket-keeper, who then turned and chased it. And somehow it's netted 2 runs for Ravindra, who's got a big old grin on his face, because I think he realises it was absolutely not the shot he meant. And it means after 18, it's 87 for 3. New Zealand need exactly 150 from 32 overs. Bear.
Win the toss and get to choose to bat first at last. Or middle. I don't know. Where are we at? They need 2 more wickets in the next 5, said Ashley Partridge. That must have been out an over so ago. But I think they've got a little bit longer to get those. I think they need another 3 wickets by Thursday. 30 overs if New Zealand are 6 down. That'll make it quite interesting, I think. But
Actually, was it the back of his bat, Will? It was certainly down leg. It would have been a wide if he'd left it. It was the top edge. It came off the sort of the angle, not the edge indeed, the sort of the angle of the back of the bat. And that one is driven off Rana by Latham to mid-off, and there's no run.
Apparently, Rawalpindi is 2,300 miles north of the equator.
Yep, you're kind of up in the north-east in the Punjab, sort of top right-hand corner of the Punjab, I think, aren't you?
Yes.
My geography is about right.
Mayank says a lion hunted 11 donkeys yesterday. I don't know what you're on about. Is that a news story?
I'm trying to think of
It's
it.
the lion.
Pulled by Latham.
Lions led by donkeys thing.
Oh, yes,
right.
yes. They come back for 2. No, they didn't. They just took a single. And it's 2 large ladies for 3. 88 for 3. Aha, what?
So I think is that a cryptic clue for Kohli?
Possibly.
Beating the Pakistanis?
Well, he did make a ton, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He knows when to bring his A game.
Yeah, of course he does. And of course he manufactured it, so he had to get 6 or something off the last ball to get his ton and managed it, you know.
Well, I'll let you know my thought after this ball, because it's a slightly cynical one. Rana in, dabbed to backward point, no run. So there was a point yesterday where everybody was going, how come this game is so slow? They were miles behind the time. And I thought, yeah, but hang on, isn't it in all advertisers' interests to maximise the time for advertising opportunity, because this is the game of the tournament that would have absolutely the biggest audience, and no one seemed to mention that as a potential reason why everything seemed to slow down so dramatically. Rana is still digging great big gouges out of that advertising message. That's steered though to third man, so it won't trouble the advertising message on that occasion, and they'll take a single.
Well, isn't it to make sure that it doesn't get stuck in his spikes, and then?
Well, I think there's a lot of things. Yes, one, it's the fact that it's there and it's clearly bothering him. Two, it's not going to do the ball any good. Oh, it's not going to do the ball any good on its way to the boundary, which I don't think would please the batting side. And 3, it'd be hard to field if you had to field on it.
I know.
So a lot to be said for it not being there.
Well, they are everywhere now, though, aren't they? You know.
Yeah.
Didn't they used to spray the colours on the actual
In comes
grass?
Rana, right arm around, played up on his toes down to backward point again by Latham, no run. So I've got a question for Farong, if he's still with us and listening, which I trust he is. Taskin's haircut, are mullets a big deal in Bangladesh, or are they a rarity? I think it's quite unusual. He seems to have got himself an unusual Aussie-influenced haircut, which the lad needs pulling up on. So how common are they in Bangladesh, would be my question to Farong. Tom Latham's not going to be interested. There's a slip in for him. That slip's not going to be interested either. It's, oh my goodness me, it's the laziest piece of fielding. And who was it? It's our Will Young lookalike, the captain, isn't it? No, it's not. It is Taskin. Oh, well, there we are. It's Taskin with his mullet. And his mullet has caused him to completely misfield and cost his side a single that shouldn't have been taken. 90 for 3 there.
Well, here's something to mull over.
Mull it over.
Rav Pyridine says, good morning, G's. May I suggest a change in social policy?
Oh, hello.
And he says in caps, only read super chats on air. This might augment thy earnings, and when people have to pay, their comments are likely to be well put.
Do you know what? We have had that conversation.
We have had
many
that,
times.
and I'm with you, Rav,
Yes.
unsurprisingly. But there are a lot of dissenters in the ranks, and I got completely outvoted.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I'm not sure they. Yes. The only reason I don't, I think it's a very good idea, and possibly we might do it. We might try it for pockets of time. I think people give us an awful lot of money in an awful lot of ways, and we're delighted that they do. I mean, relative to them.
Yeah, to be fair.
And that's pushed to mid-wicket.
The flip side of that, Tony, and all our listeners, as I will point out to you, is that we give up an awful lot of our time to do it too.
Well, yes, we do.
And none of us get paid, and we do all enjoy doing it, but we do it for your benefit, and we hope you entertain people.
Yeah.
And, pay the piper, goddammit.
Sounds like neoliberalism to me, you Thatcher.
In skips Miraz, that's nicely whipped by Ravindra past backward square. Fielded by our friend Jacker Ali, who is now down on the deep square leg boundary.
Oh, no, I would say that is a fair trade.
Yes. Do you know what? I tell you what, I think we could try, and I'll tell you in a minute. as in comes Miraz, defended by Latham, back to the bowler, no run. In the same way as you have what do we call it, a super overs, not super overs, what's the power play? That one's away to cover, short cover, no run taken. I would say you designate 5 overs during the innings, and then you do make that super chat time, and then you apply that rule and try it and see if it works. I'm all for testing things, and I never reject things out of hand.
I know.
That was pushed to.
We're having a production meeting on air now.
Well, I know we're involving the people most affected by it.
I think we need to be a bit longer than that.
He's within 4 not out. He's within 4, sorry, of his 50 is Ravindra. He's going to reduce that to the tune of 1 now, because he'll move on to 47 by steering that to backward point. And after 20, they've removed the screen because they're so quick to jump to bloody advertising. Wait till I get my hands on that. Ian Forth. What is it?
So
94 for 3.
94 for 3. Thank you very much.
It's in front of you. You've got a scorecard right there.
So it is. Will,
so we are proposing only giving voice to the financially well lubricated.
Yes, and that's why I recoil from the idea a little bit. Oh, it's 20. It's 2 words you change.
See.
I thought it was 19. It's 94 for 3 after 20. Time to for me to bugger off.
Is Andy in the waiting room?
Andy, Messrs and Bear.
Andy is not in the waiting room.
Should be there.
Do you want me to hang on for a bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be good.
Actually. Okay, I'll do the ball by ball.
You do that, and then you might just get 2. You might get an extra spell there. Why not? You've earned it.
I'm on now, anyway.
Yeah,
I'm on anyway.
Yeah.
But if Will stays on, I'll just do Andy's ball by ball unless he turns up, and then we'll switch it all out.
Yeah.
Perfect.
How do you feel about this?
I've got mixed feelings. Hang on. A ball well there by Taskin, which is cloth slightly back up the pitch for no run. I've got mixed feelings because it's getting to the stage where the YouTube chat is very busy and it's hard to read everything. My priority will be super chats and then Patreons.
We're getting into a mire here, aren't we? I mean, this is. Precisely, and Pirate Badshaw comes back with his comment, which I'm sure you'll read at the end of the over, which is the flip side of the conversation. Exactly that, and it's an important part of the show. Taskin is battered down the ground. That's a great shot by Ravindra, and that'll bring up his 50. Just smashed it, stepped out, drove it all along the deck, past the bowler. It's 4 runs, and he gets his 50. So it's one of these.
On the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
You know you lift me with your 50.
And it just makes them a little bit stronger having him back as well. They did all right in the first game too. They look good for this competition, I have to say, New Zealand currently. And it's one they've actually won, so they don't have that fear of failure, I guess. Taskin is in. Oh, but flashed that by Ravindra outside his Osman. Doesn't nick it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Just 139 required from just shy of 30 overs. You would have thought that I'd expected back there New Zealand to get this. Bangladesh were only about 11-4 at the bookies. I thought that's a bit short for me. I'd have them about 4 or 5-1. Well, that's what I want, actually. I'm sure I'll never get it, but that's what I want, to put a punt on Bangladesh at this point. That's played back towards the bowler again. Hit quite nicely. Taskin stuck a boot out, bounced up, and there is no run. Yeah, it was right over the top of the ball, that last one. He got stepped out to the ball. There's a lot of back foot play that I think maybe stifles people as well. I mean, that sort of shot there where you just step down the wicket and play basically a traditional cricket shot. You're just taking a chance, I guess, more often than you would in other forms. Defends that up towards mid-off. It's a dot ball. There is no run. Required run rate is 4.77, and they're just shy of 5 and over, so they must be on for getting it currently.
Yeah, they're going at the right rate, but
the thing about New Zealand is they bat so deep.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
when
doesn't.
Santa's coming in, I mean, they've got bloody, what's his name, Jameson back as well today as well.
Yes.
So they bat properly down to number 9.
Yeah.
That's clipped nicely by Ravindra out into the deep. They're going to get 1. They're not going to think about 2. And there is no run, and that's the end of the over. Messi.
So it's a good discussion. Pirate Badshaw says restricting comments to super chats is an effective way of killing off audience engagement. I think that's a good point. And Farong says the Tuscan cut is sort of his trademark, but can also go incognito as well. Light beard and moustache, broad meadows, rat tails. I don't know what that means. Lockie 6 says, I super chat because it's optional. I'd never do it under pressure. Good point. And Mark Zip says, reading only paid comments is a sure way to kill a community you work very hard to build. Lol at previous examples, it almost always fails. That's quite true.
It is quite true.
I think, and the truth is, as Kieran says, not expecting you to read this up, as it's not a super chat, but in the Ashes, with 600 people watching on YouTube, that's pretty much what happens anyhow. That is true, because once we get a flood of comments, it's really hard to read more than about half of them, and the super chats will always get priority then.
Yeah, absolutely, that is true. I mean, that's it. That we have had times where it's just rattling along, and you can't possibly read everybody's anyway. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of coverage of the Champions Trophy, I imagine, around the world. We're fighting against more people than we would sometimes, and it's a different form of cricket. People consume it in different ways. I think we get our biggest audiences in Test matches, still by a long shot. That's driven up to mid-off, and he won't get a run as it's a dot ball. Latham 12 off 18. 100 up for New Zealand with that 1 off the first ball. Swept aerially for a long way out to the boundary, but gets it far enough behind square. There is a guy out in the deep, and it will just be the 1.
I think the whole point of like Gorilla is also just that it's a bit like the NHS, because it's sort of free at the point of
free at the point of entry. Yeah. Driven up to long on by Ravindra. It'll just be the 1.
I think the fact that so many people can have their say in this discussion without having to pay to do so is a really good example of why it should be free.
Exactly. I mean, it is a community. That's the whole thing. It is a community.
Like, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't free, because I've been.
Well, that's clipped out towards mid-on, and it'll be a single.
Because I've been like being in your ear through some sort of social media for about 15 years.
Yeah.
At this point.
You see. And sooner or later you have to take responsibility to actually step up and commentate.
Yeah, exactly.
That one is cut by Ravindra, but he can't beat the man at cover. And there will be a dot 20 over. It's 103 for 3. Messi.
Mark Zip says also YouTube is heavier on data than Blue Sky. Data can be a concern. The problem with Blue Sky is so many people are not good at using it. People who might be reading out socials. YouTube is great from that point of view because people find it easy to access. Farong says fear of failure. That's a Safa thing, surely. Jay Grover says so. I have to super chat and Patreon. This is entering the realm of unfun. I hate to point out, Jay, you already super chat and Patreon hugely already.
It's all right, Jay. We love Jay, though. You see.
Mark says further YouTube chat is more ephemeral than others. That's good and bad, and doesn't allow picture attachments. Yeah, I miss the pictures, I must admit.
Yep, true. Well, you know, that's played out into the deep by Latham. First ball of the Taskins next over. There is a fielder out in the deep at cover, and he throws it in. They get a single, an agreed single.
And Mark Zip points out that the Venn diagram of Patreons and Super Chatters is a circle. It's not quite a circle, but it's pretty damn close to it, I've got to say, Mark, yeah.
It's got to the point where I reckon if I set up a Patreon, Jay would probably join it just to buy me things.
That'd be nice for Jay.
Don't get too optimistic, Will.
Driven. You'll set him off now. They're driven out to cover, and it'll be a single.
He's quite happy to provide you with a shower curtain should you need one. Dave Wood says if you only read Super Chats, you won't need anyone on socials. That's true a lot of the time too.
Yeah.
And that's fine too. Latham is facing up. Taskin is around the wicket. Short. Goes over the shoulder of Latham. Will it be given as a wide? No, it's given as one for the over. So therefore a dot ball. Bangladesh don't need, well, they do need dot balls, but they need them to get wickets because they win this by pretty much bowling New Zealand out. Well, I think that's the only way Bangladesh win, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they need to get wickets, and they've got to create that. Ravindra is batting very well. If they could get him. I mean, the thing is, you've got Glenn, I mean, this is it. Who have you got next? Glenn Phillips?
I think Glenn Phillips is in next, yeah.
That's jabbed into the offside. Think about a single, but it's not there. Let's have a look at the lineup.
So you got Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Matt Henry, Willow Rock, and Carl Jamieson at 11, according to their batting order.
I wouldn't. Carl Jamieson doesn't come at 11, does he? I mean, he comes in.
No, surely not.
Comes in maybe before Mitch Santner, maybe after, but 8 or 9.
Yeah. But I mean, Matt Henry can bat.
Yeah, he can. He can certainly hit sixes.
Yeah.
When he's required to. I mean, he's not particularly cultured, but he can give it some heft.
He's got an ODI average of 25.
It's clipped into, which is not bad for a number 9, is it? Or maybe possibly 10. That's clipped into the leg side, but only as far as mid wicket, and there's no run. Win predictor has Bangladesh at 29%, New Zealand at 71. I put it more.
Right, right.
What do you think? I think more 60. No, I think more 80-20.
Oh well, that's it's more like ESPN and Cricket Info. They got 76% New Zealand.
Ooh, they use different models. What models do they use? That's interesting.
Oh fuck knows.
Oh great! it's now pissing down with rain.
Who did you speak to last? If you're losing a signal, I can commentate from here. Taskin's coming in and slightly short of a length, defended by Latham, back up the pitch for no run.
Yeah, it's pissing down with rain in Sydenham, and it's obviously interfering with the satellite signal.
Hang on, I'm just getting a feed up so I can see it.
Farong says the main problem for Bangladesh is they only have they've only used full bowlers. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, they don't have many kind of alternatives, do they? Unlike kind of India, who seem to have an entire team of all-rounders.
We're getting a drone shot of the stadium at the moment. A new bowler, Miraz is... no, sorry, not new bowler. Miraz is going to start a new over, bowling to Ravindra. Pitched up on middle and leg, turning slightly back into the stumps, defended out to short mid-on by Ravindra for no run. Are you back?
I've got something back. And Ravindra has slipped. Is he going to get himself in trouble? He's got away with that. He slipped trying to slog sweep that. His front heel went away from him, and he then spooned it up in the air off the top edge of the bat, so he slipped and his bat came out of his hand in the end. It just ballooned up in the air on the leg side, but fortunately it dropped halfway towards the boundary. The man was right out, so he had no chance to get into it. I don't know if they even ran a single. I don't know if he was on his arse too much. They did actually get up and run a single, so Latham will be on strike. Moran's
The way
coming
his
around the
front leg
wicket.
fell away.
Yeah. It's just defended back down the track, and there is no run. We're going to have to get a new sky dish, I think, when we move as well.
I thought that was all included.
No, not the sky. We have to put that up ourselves. That's driven back up towards long off, and it'll be a single. The thing is, I don't know if any other forms. I mean, I know Sky Online is just too slow. I don't want it that slow because people are ahead of us all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you get a cue box or something, whether it's more in line. No, I've lost it again. It's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
So do you access the studio from the same street as the Fox and Firkin, or do you go around
No,
the
it's
back?
round the side. Yeah. You should have a little entrance from the Firkin. It'd be great, like the back.
I was going to say, can we just go straight up from the pub?
You can make the public bar of the Firkin the green room.
Yeah, exactly. Just walk down there and go into there. That's clipped out into the deep, and they'll get a single to end the over. 108 for 3. Over to you, Messi.
Lucky6 says, ironic Guerrilla Cricket website quote, become a Guerrilla Patreon and keep cricket free across the internet, in brackets, by paying. Well, it's true. I mean, nothing is totally free. It's free for anybody who can't afford to pay. That's the other
Absolutely.
thing. Farong says, this is the reverse Duckett alternative. England, you have him, you don't bowl him, becoming a rant. Stop. It's been a rant for a long time, Farong.
It has.
And what's more, you've inflicted Stephen Kelk with it as well.
Indeed. Rishad Hussain is going to come on to bowl. He has a jingle. Goes like this.
Bangladesh, you created a monster, and its name is Rishad Hussain.
He's going to bowl to Ratchin. He's a leggy, I forgot that. His first ball is at middle and stump, coming back into Ravindra, and it is just dropped back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Getting a tiny bit of slow turn, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
That was a loosener. It's a bit too short, but Ravindra was unable to pick it up. Swept that right off his pad.
Wow.
Right off middle stump.
Whoa.
That would interest me as a bowler.
Yeah, particularly if you can get one to keep low.
Exactly. Or just get him to go through his shot just a bit early. Ooh, goes back, cuts that into his foot, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think he's batting quite dangerously if he's not prepared to come forward to something like that.
Yeah, I think Latham's just gone down the track and had a word. Told him to chill. Plenty of time. Up with a rate. It's not a massive rate to get. There will be a bad ball. That one is exactly that. Slid on across him and gives him a chance to go back and cut it out to the deep cover boundary, and it'll be just a single.
I mean, they're almost exactly halfway through the overs and the run chase, so they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, and they got
They can
7
just
wickets.
chill
in hand.
out.
Yeah, they got 7 wickets in hand as well, and a guy set on 58. If he bats through, they win this with ease.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so Andy just turned up.
Yeah. So that was a slow one on middle stump, but just scooped very gently down to deep fine leg for a single by Latham. As Bear was distracted.
Yeah, no, Andy's here. Sorry, I hadn't looked at the computer for a while. I don't know how long you've been doing there.
Alright, I'll leave you to it then.
Well,
see you in a bit.
Wait until he turns up. He's not actually turned up.
Oh, right, yeah.
If you're there, Andy, turn your stuff on. There you go. Yeah, he is here.
Right, lush. See you in a sec. Bye.
See ya.
Thanks very much for that, Will.
Andy? Can't hear you.
Well,
All see you. It does say you're open on everything though.
It may be that internet connection's still dodgy.
Could be. Now he's turned off his. Hello.
Are you there, Andy?
There's nothing.
Come in, Andy.
There's nothing coming.
Kieran Roseblade says if Messi. Oh, sorry. Starting.
Miraz around the wicket, hit down towards long on and beats wide long on. Mamadullah down there, I think. It didn't really make much effort to get around, but it probably was too far away. And it is 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Ravindra's got to 63 quite easily, really, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's driven at by Ravindra. Bounces just before cover, and there is no run.
Well, it looks like we're going to need you back, Will. I don't think Andy's getting through.
No. That's swept.
Like the prodigal son, I return.
Yes, out to deep mid-wicket, and there is no run. I am just going to stop Andy's video. If we get some audio, let us know, Andy. Around the wicket, Miraz played back to him. He can't field off his own bowling. It goes down to mid-on, and there is a single. And Ravindra goes down, taps the track. He's on 64 off 70, 117 for 3. And the bloody rain's come back, and we've lost the signal again here in Sydenham.
Okay, it's pitched up outside the off-stump, defended out to point, and there's no run.
Okay, we've got something back. Round the wicket, Miraz. Ooh, attempted sweep. Goes through the keeper. I don't think he got anything on it. It's probably 4 byes. Have a look for the umpire. Yeah, it is 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, here's Andy trying to join again.
Oh, well, Kieran Roseblade says, if Messi's coming to the UK, does this mean he will be viewing the gorilla feed of the cricket, so won't have a delay and will be able to do ball by ball? I'd love that. What a great day. As it happens at the moment, I'm getting my TV feed is actually synced with the gorilla feed, so I could do ball by ball, but we seem to have enough ball by ballers at the moment. And I'm very happy on socials.
Andy, unmute yourself.
I'll
Hello.
leave you to it.
You're on mute, Andy.
Okay, then we're back.
Right, we're
Hey,
back. Right, whew.
There we go. Bloody hell, that was difficult. But at least the Bangladeshis are happy. They've got something to smile about.
You're doing ball by ball.
As it happens, as the next delivery is delivered to Tom Latham, and it looks like it was defended, but I couldn't possibly tell you if that was accurate or not because I couldn't actually see it. But anyway, now I've got a proper picture, and Latham this time is just carving that one away to deep back with the point, and that will go through for a single. Geez, I really feel like I need to go to Specsavers here, guys. Like, the screen is really small. I popped it up on my laptop, but I don't think that's a really good reason. But at least Ravindra and Latham have got through a 50 partnership, and this time it is Ravindra just cutting that one away past. Oh, that was a nice shot, in fact. He cut it so fine that it's gone past the guy at, what would you call that, short fine leg.
Short third.
Short third.
Short third.
Short third.
Well, it wasn't really a third. He was basically a fly slip, probably. If you look at this properly, it's probably, it's basically in the slip region. But anyway, it's 4. And at least I'm on the board. Nice to see you, Messers. Nice to see you, Bear.
Nice
Here
to see you,
is
Andy.
next delivery, and once again it's cut by Ravindra, and he'll get a single. So we've got basically, what is it there? Sydenham, Perth and Bali on commentary at the moment.
Exactly. Cool, huh? The wonders of technology, Andy.
Just.
Yes.
Yeah.
This next delivery is just played up to long off. It'll just be one. Well, that can't have been long off. It must have been, must have been backward point, actually. Sorry.
Yes.
Hard to put up on my screen. So probably. Bear, do you want to do ball by ball, Bear? Because I'm not seeing this properly. Let's just change positions. I mean, I don't mean in bed, but I mean literally in this game. I think you can probably see it slightly better than me.
Okie dokie. We shall do that then. Are you confident, Andy, for the Kiwis?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. 128-3. I mean, the line's in order. I mean, what would Tony Gregg say at this stage? I think that probably New Zealand's favourites at this stage.
Yeah, I think big favourites, to be honest, with the team that they've got.
Yeah.
Latham's now settled, isn't he? Ravindra's on 69. I mean, these two should theoretically...
Well, what's interesting about this is that they actually played Ravindra today. And in recent times, the New Zealand management has been reluctant to play Ravindra. Well, not reluctant to play Ravindra, but they've been reluctant to change the side. And so, for example, when England toured New Zealand, they didn't play Will Young, who was our best player.
Yes, I remember you going on about that at the time.
No, I banged on about that for a while. And Ravindra got an unfortunate injury, and no, it's good to see him back in the side today. But of course, he is the best one-day player in the world. Perhaps not reflected in the ICC rankings, but he's certainly probably the best going around at the moment. Back to you, Bear.
Okay, Latham is going to come around the wicket. Is Shanto to Latham. He has a flash at a wide one. It beats his top edge through the keeper, and there's no run. I can't. Who's Ravindra replaced today? I'm trying to think who he actually replaced.
Mitchell.
Oh,
Mitchell
right, yeah. Okay, hold on. Pulled out to deep mid wicket for a single. Go, say again.
Well, it's a bit like the 12th man. I'm sure that you're old enough to remember this, Bear. But it was like... as Messers will tell you, is like he was damaging the Dalton all night, Daryl Mitchell, and that's why apparently he got left out. That's the official story, but I think he actually got left out on form. But that's another matter.
Well, that's played out to mid wicket, and there is no run for Latham. It's difficult. I quite like both of them in my side. Ideally, they got some good players. I suppose if you've got to make choices, you've got to make choices. Ravindra has proved it here. We get 69 or 75. He's hauled that into the leg side. And he's got enough of that. That's gone all the way deep into the crowd, over wide, long on. 6 runs.
Hey, Bear, seriously, like if you're planning to become like a TV commentator, you've got to really like up the sort of the voice volume. I mean, just be quiet. No, seriously, you've got to lift your game. Messers, I'm sure you agree.
I totally disagree. It's one of the things that I really can't stand is the hype that comes invested in it. It's just...
Oh, what? That he's hit a 6? Oh, he's hit a 6! No, fuck that. He's hit a 6. It happens all the time. That one is cut out through the covers, and it's through wide of cover, pretty straight. The man out in the deep is square.
Yeah, you've got to...
It's 4 runs.
If you were commentating Fox Sports, as Messers will know, be like, oh my God, he's done this, he's done that.
Which is
exactly what we're not. Who fuck no?
That's why we're here. We can't stand that shit.
No, I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Well, yeah. That one is cut out into the deep. And it's 4 runs. It's kind of boring middle overs tone here. You know, it's not the most fantastic thing in the world. He's hit a 6 and a 4, 2 shots in a row. Good stuff.
Misses. You know what I mean, though, right? Like this, you know, like I don't want to name names, but you know, the Fox Sport team is pretty obvious who I'm talking about. But every single ball is like the end of the world. It's just like, come on, guys, it's just a game of cricket.
Exactly.
Tell me about it. Yeah, absolutely. It drives me up the bloody wall. Yeah, especially when you get someone like KP or Pommy Mbangwa, or so many of them who just they're under instruction.
Mark Howard is the worst of the lot.
Yep. They're all pretty dreadful. I should warn you, I'm having some problems with my YouTube at the moment. It's just being a fucker. But I have got some messages. Jay Grover says if Messer stopped doing socials, Guerrilla Cricket would grind to a halt. Thank you. Eric J, to see you nice. Will Reynolds says the mullet really proves my theory of athletes' hairstyles being a bubble.
Okay. Well, first ball, the next over is just played out to deep cover, and we'll just go to single.
Hey, Bear, I think I might be all right now. Let me take over. Here we go. Here is the next ball from Richard, and it's played away to deep mid wicket, and it'll just be the single on this occasion. So the two New Zealand left-handers are doing a good job here. Ravindra, he's up to 81 already. It's Well, he's a high-quality player. I mean, I think it's the whole world is a high-quality player. As he plays this one again, behind point. It's racing out towards the boundaries. A good bit of fielding out there, but it's definitely going to be a 2. 2 more to Ravindra.
Yeah, it's 3. They got 3 there.
Will they get 3?
Yeah, they came back for 3. That's what it says on the little scorecard.
They couldn't have got 3 there, surely not.
I think they did. Didn't they got 1 for the throw as well? Yeah, that's what it says.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, okay. That's quick running. Here's Latham this time, and he's playing it behind point, but straight to the fielder at back with point, and there's no run. So, this is a real test of my eyesight. Just 2 balls left remaining in this over. Here's Latham on strike, and he's defending this time. What is interesting, guys, is the way that the New Zealand team is finding form at the right moment. Like, Latham went through a real lean patch. Ravindra had that headbutt that put him out of the side. Here is Latham, and he swings that one away out towards deep mid wicket. It'll just be a single this time. But no, New Zealand's finding form at the right time, guys.
Yeah, and you've only got to hit small patch of form, haven't you? It's 5 games, literally, isn't it? You know.
New Zealand are really good at just grinding through and doing what needs to be done without being flashy about it.
Well, exactly that. I mean, Andy, the funny thing about last year was that victory in India. They found form at the right time. No one realised, or I didn't realise until we played that test series at the end, that they only won 4 tests in the entirety of last year, and 3 of them were in India, and 1 was against us. They lost every other game last year, and yet everyone remembers them for beating India last year. So, you know, if they find right form at the right time, all well and good. They could go on and win this tournament. They certainly look capable of it, for me.
Yeah.
Well, but in fairness, I just think that there was like one of those classic situations where they came in with nothing to lose, as Bangladesh are doing here. The new over from Mushtaqar, and it's driven out to the sweeper on the boundary, so it'll just be 1 to Latham.
Got back for 2.
What?
Yeah.
There wasn't 2 there.
Yeah, there was.
He wasn't. He went straight to the fieldsman. That can't have possibly been 2.
No, he hit it just wide enough of the fielder with just enough pace off that they got back for 2. It's good running.
Well,
they're very good at this. New Zealand are supreme at this.
Jeez, I think it was Linton Christie out there. This time it's Latham again, and you're absolutely right there. Latham somehow got 2 off that previous ball. I didn't see that, but then again, it's kind of hard to commentate off a screen when, you know, well, first of all, it's a small picture. But anyway, I can't make too many complaints. I was actually commentating Indonesia against Bahrain over the last 6 or 7 days. And it's a huge difference when you can see it, you know.
Oh, God, yeah.
This one's driven up to mid-off, so that will be a 1 because he had to run to his right. So I can guarantee that wasn't a 2. But that is another run, and does that bring up the 150? No, the 149 for 3. So Ravindra is 84, Latham is 26. So New Zealand, in pursuit of victory, looking fairly comfortable, I'd have to say, at this stage. The target, of course, is almost impossible to see on my screen.
237. 237 is the target.
Yeah, so New Zealand could be three wins from 3 games here, as this one's driven beautifully by Ravindra.
That would be clever because this is only their second game.
Yeah. They'd have to beat India to top the group.
Oh yeah, they still actually go to Dubai, don't they?
Yeah, which is cheating Indians. Sorry.
Sorry.
I really don't like that.
New Zealand still has to go to Dubai to play India. But they're looking pretty solid at the moment as Ravindra tries this next one, and that's straight to third man. There will probably tell me they ran about 1 million.
No, they only run 1 that time.
Just the one.
Well, in a
Eric says Andy's shorter than I remember. And Nocky 6 says Danny Morrison is mildly irritating.
Oh.
God, he drives me up the wall.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to change at the end of this over.
Danny Morrison is actually a bit of a legend when it comes to cricket commentary. I'll tell you why at the end of the over.
I cannot stand it on white ball cricket.
Here is the next delivery, and this time it's worked off his pads by Latham. Straight to the man on the square leg boundary, and that will be the end of the over. So 30 overs gone, New Zealand are 1-5-1-3. You'd say it's a pretty comfortable situation. But no, I'll tell you why Danny Morrison's a bit of a legend is because he tried to crack into commentary in New Zealand, but he was a bit of a weirdo basically, and he moved to Australia, which is even more weird because Australia's full of weirdos, apart from in Perth, obviously. And then somehow out of that, he got this persona of being this kind of crazy guy in Asia, and it's just worked.
Well, it's just Danny Morrison we're talking about by any chance.
It drives me up the fucking wall. I'll catch you in 10 overs.
Okay, it's time for a change. Will's coming back. Tony's coming back.
You're staying where you are.
I'm staying where I am.
Right, 151 for 3 after 30.
See you in 10 overs, Andy.
Thank you, Andy. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, because I have to cut and run. So you're calling Andy back.
Okay.
So long as you've got a threesome to finish.
Yeah.
Threesomes are always good, guys.
Yeah.
Well, righto. Yes, I probably could have phrased that better. Rishad's going to continue.
Can you turn your picture off, Andy?
Yeah. He wheels in. And up onto his toes goes Latham, who guides it out towards cover, where it's fielded by who's that? Emir. I can never remember how to say his name, but he's fielded it well enough. 2 runs taken. The score moves on to 153 for 3, and we should be joined by Will again, shouldn't we?
I'm here.
He's there. It's deja vu all over again. Run rate currently going along around about 5. They're needing just about 4.2, so they're ahead of the game now. That's pushed by Latham down to long on. Ridoy does the fielding. A single is taken, and Shanto is imploring his troops to keep their heads up.
Need wickets.
Keep their name. Yeah, keep up their eye on the ball. And then wickets is very much what they need. 85 for Rashid Ravindra, who has very much recovered his form of the 23 World Cup and indeed some of the IPL. Didn't he smack some big IPL runs? I'll have a look and see if I can back that statement up. That one's angled down to between sort of third man and backward point, but it's gone all the way for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Played that absolutely beautifully, Will, didn't he?
Yeah, really, really did. He's got a very elegant touch when he wants to actually sort of be sensible.
IPL, actually no, I'm not too sure. What was I saying? Oh, he did play 10 in the IPL. They averaged 22. He only had a higher score of 61 though versus RCB. So maybe he didn't hit his straps quite as I'd said. That's pushed again down to long on by Latham this time. 5, 6, 7, 8 so far from this over. It just feels comfortable, chaps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't feel like they're straining. It doesn't feel like they're having to
no
push.
stress to this at all.
That's what I mean. Bangladesh got to take wickets.
It's feeling regulation unless a couple of quick wickets can clatter.
I think you need 3 quick
that
wickets.
Might just put the cat amongst the pigeons. Reverse swept by Latham, but there's a man. Well, it would have been short third. He sort of came on the 45 to the reverse sweep, and it went straight to him. So it was a rather pointless reverse sweep. If you're going to reverse sweep, it's because you're trying to create a space in the field when there isn't one. He seemed to do the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. That was weird.
Rishad pulled, swept really by Latham down to deep backward square. Takes a single, and after the end of that over, he'll keep the strike too.
Oh,
Bear.
Messi.
Oh, yes.
I was just going to say Messi cut my very excellent haircut point off mid-reading.
Good Lord,
basically, I just meant that it's just a load of young people who don't see anyone else, and they just have the same haircut because they all see they only see each other. So mullets abound essentially, and I think that's just been going on for years and years and years, which is why the England football team all have shit hair.
Well, they all think they're trendy, but anyway, that's a different point. Lockie6 says Danny Morrison is mildly irritating. Mildly, I'd say he's very irritating. Farong says, IT issues messages. Who are you going to call? Tech Tony.
I did have a go at fixing it initially. I pressed the yellow button that said press the yellow button for more information, and then it came back. Right, the Fizz back into the attack. He's bowled that short, and it's pulled by Latham from just outside of his off stump down to square leg. He'll only get a single though, because it was straight to deep square.
That was definitely atmospherics, wasn't it? You know.
I think it was atmospherics, although now the Sydenham sun is shining brightly.
Well, don't you remember last year, eventually it crapped out a couple of years ago, didn't it? And basically water had got into the cone on the end, and I wonder if that's happening again.
It doesn't like damp conditions.
No.
That does seem to tell you that there's some issue there. Latham's got the bulk of his runs on the leg side, either works her way around the corner or sort of cut towards square leg. Got about 70% of his runs there. That one though is defended and there's no run.
I'll get us a new one for the roof of the new studio.
Well, so we're not going to take this dish?
Wow, I'd have to get someone to come around and disconnect it. If it's quite faulty anyway, it cost £100 to get it fixed last time.
Oh, okay.
So you might as well buy a new one for £80 or whatever they cost, £89.
Yeah, look at that, 49, 45 plus 30, 65, 70, 45, 55, 65, 70. Yeah, about 75% of his runs in that square or backward of square area. That one is guided though by Ravindra this time out to mid wicket, and he'll take a single. 163 for 3, required run rate just 4, and currently they would appear, I think, to be tidily ahead of that at over 5, and they've got those 7 wickets in hand. It's feeling like these two have judged things. They know where they are. One of them at least has got a big old score behind him after being a centurion in the previous game, and he's looking to carry that forward as well. He's looking in very tidy touches. Latham. Ravindra too on 92 is facing, and he stands tall and guides to cover, and they walk an easy single.
73, 110 balls.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got 7 wickets in hand and the runs balls equation is so nicely weighted in your favour, it's hard to see anything other than Bangladesh just bowing out, really. I think this would be curtains for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be curtains for them and Pakistan.
If you only play 3 games and you lose 2 of them,
Yeah,
it's very hard to see anything other
than India and New Zealand are both on 2 each as well, and they've only got each other to play.
I mean, that said, if you had to back 2 teams in this group to go through, I think you'd have always said India and New Zealand. That's full Yorker from the Fizz, and Latham has to dig it out a bit, which he duly does, shaking a bit of sweat from inside his helmet. The Fizz chewing pensively as he walks back to his mark. This over's gone for 4. Don't think he'll mind that too. Well, he probably will, because they haven't got many runs to play with. 73 off 109 now. All a bit too easy.
It's another game that's been all a bit too easy, isn't it? I mean, it's literally only...
In comes the Fizz. Well defended. Back to him by Latham. Well, yes, I would say for much of it, the most enthralling game was very much the England-Australia game.
It's the only one.
Not just because we were...
No, but it's been the only one because
it
was close. I mean, they had to chase a big score, so, England were always kind of were in it until within sort of 60 runs when Maxwell came out. They blasted it quite quickly. It went away quite quickly.
32 overs completed, 164 for 3, Bear.
Oh, okay. I think we're pretty much up to date, actually. Oh no, Sean Barry says, Andy, my fellow Kiwi, wondering if it's been a long afternoon down there in Bali, which is causing your vision issues.
I think you could describe Andy as relaxed, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Relaxed.
And I'm not, if I lived in Bali, I'm sure I'd be doing a lot of that as well.
That's probably why relying on you to do a bit more shouting.
Well,
because I don't think, to be honest, he was likely to do too much
shouting.
No.
I did wonder when he took over where we were going to get the sort of Danny Morrison, but we didn't.
Right. Rana continues, 1 for 31 for him. Around the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, who has cut this to gully. And I wonder if that's been put down or it was just fielded on the bounce.
I thought it just bounced. That's what my vision said. It just bounced as he caught it really on the half
think
volley.
So. The camera was very slow to catch it. And I think there didn't seem to be a drop catch, but it was probably a half volley. This is the angle that will tell us. He certainly doesn't quite get on top of it. Possibly just a drop. Fingertips.
I think it's one of those ones where it is literally he's trying to keep it up above the ground, but he didn't get his hand underneath it. And
some catches you would look back at and go, they were a pivotal point in the game. That one you wouldn't.
No, I don't think. I still don't think it was a catch.
And I'm with you. I don't think so.
Rana,
and he comes around the wicket. Ravindra punches to Khedoi, who I think is at short wicket, and there's going to be overthrows.
Only one, maybe not even one.
Well, even one is one too many. They do run another.
No, they didn't. Only one run.
Did they not?
I think they turned back.
Oh, well, they took a single anyway. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's worked. In came the throw.
But it hadn't even set off for a single.
It didn't set off. So
in fact,
they did give away. They did give away. They ran on the overthrow, not on the one which had originally been punched to mid-wicket. So it did cost his side a run. Reduces it to 72 needed from 106 balls. As Rana is working up a fair bit of pace, and he drops that one short as well. Mushfiqur gives him a warm round of applause. Is that one for the over? Yeah, that's your one bouncer for the over, says Kumar Dharmasena, who's now... I wonder if they're like glasses that change colour, because they look like exactly the same glasses, only now not dark glasses. What did they used to call those? What? I'm sure the sunglasses that change colour, that aren't ordinary glasses that go dark when it's reactor light. Thank you. Yes,
I have them.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The annoying thing is they go when it's cloudy because they just react to UV.
Defender full by Rana, defended by Latham. No run. So good over this from Rana. Just a single, and he would argue it should never have been a single.
It was pissing down rain. Now it's clear blue sky. How weird. Very spring-like weather.
It is extraordinary weather. It is looking very spring-like. All a bit too early. It's confusing the. It's when my catalpa flowers in the garden that I. If the catalpa flowers early, that will be a good indicator that spring's arrived earlier than it should in my garden. 165 for 3. Rana in, clipped
Nice
by
time.
Latham. Clipped though, I think. Is that our friend
Jacker?
Yes, Jacarelli. Jacaranda. I always want to call him Jacaranda, which is a beautiful. What kind of sort of purpley plants are they? Jacarandas.
I was thinking that was a restaurant.
Well, it probably is, but I think you'll
Well,
find the
there's lots of
restaurant is
Jacaranda restaurants.
the restaurant's named after the flower rather than the other way
Well,
around.
yes, of course.
But
Well, what's the flower named after?
Somebody called Jack. A
Randa.
Randa.
A Randy Jack.
Right then, possibly move on from that. 165 for 3. 1 ball left of the 33rd over, and it's been bowled by Nitin Rana, who brings a defensive push out of Latham, which was solid indeed. 33 complete, 165 for 3, 72 from 102 needed there. I always feel guilty actually asking you now. I've got to a point where, have I woken you up?
Well, it used to be everyone's.
You'd think I'd have asked you to, like, can you walk 3 times around Sydenham High Street?
There is no new message.
Bring back a cup of sugar.
I think people get the message that when I'm on, don't really send anything in because it doesn't often get looked at.
Either that or Andy's lulled them into. They've all just nodded off. Did Andy say he was commentating from bed?
No.
I thought he said he was in bed.
No. He's commentating.
Do we have evidence that he was?
I'm still not sure if he's got his own feed or he just comes off our feed.
I think he's using our feed because he kept throwing it back to you.
Because our feed now is fine. It gets jumpy and then it goes.
I'm
fine.
almost certain.
But I don't think that could be affected by weather because it's going on the internet. I'm hoping it's a lot better actually in a new place. It's a lease line, as he said, gig down, gig up, and the gig up will be hopefully the thing that helps us out.
It'll be the gig economy for us.
But then I guess it's also how it comes down at other people's other end. But if it's coming out from us at full pelt, then maybe they'll be all right.
Right, Will, talk cricket rather than
boring
gig speeds of internet feeds.
Yeah, well,
if people haven't gone to sleep before.
Cricket gig speed is this. No, I love Rana's action.
Yes.
I just need to say that I love him. I think he's bloody great, and I think it's a real shame that Bangladesh don't play more cricket. Really,
I think they play quite a lot. Well, we got Farong here. He says the bear has been loaded into barrier 1. Horse impersonation, not the wood jingle. What? I don't know. I think Farong's been.
Well, I think Farong might have reached a certain stage of the evening.
I think he's been slipping something in his tea. Would be my interpretation of what's going on here. Sorry, Will, what were you saying?
I just like Rana's action. I think he's bloody great. That was it. And whatever Andy's having is obviously quite good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, before this tournament, he'd taken 3 for 21 in Dhaka, in Sylhet, generally economical in the BPL. For some reason, I haven't put his whatever he did in the last game against India. Did he not play against India?
Who?
Nahid Rana.
Can't remember.
Could be a reason I left him off, that he didn't play.
Could be.
Will, could you have a quick look?
Yep.
I always hate it if I think I've made a mistake in my notes, but the fact that I don't have a performance against India against his name would suggest to me he didn't play in it.
Well, it probably would. I think you're quite good at collating your stats. I rely on you anyway because
no one else does.
No.
Yeah.
I could tell you anything basically.
You could do. I could look it up, but
But you just couldn't.
I like to think I can remember stuff, but this morning we completely disremembered that 2 teams had won.
You disremembered?
Or unremembered, or what? Yeah, forgot.
Forgot is the more traditionally used word there, but yes.
I disremembered. See, I disremember like life important things, like what I just said 2 minutes ago.
Well, exactly.
But I can remember like people's averages from a series 15 years ago.
Oh, that's the difference between long-term memory and short-term memory. What was your research told you about the last game for Bangladesh and whether Nahid Rana played in it? 165 for 3. Miraz, who definitely did, is going to be bowling.
He didn't.
Hooray!
Play in it.
My note-taking is accurate, thank the Lord.
Unless.
No, it doesn't.
I
don't think.
Unless I'm wrong, in which case,
no,
that's me being wrong.
Just look at the scorecard on Crick Info; it'll tell you.
That would mean we'd both be wrong. Right, Mahedi Hassan Miraz is in, and he's bowled an absolutely corking delivery that has gone past the outside edge of Ravindra. Maybe he could potentially be one shot from his 100. He's on 94. Was that playing on his mind? I think it was a genuinely good ball. And this one he attempts to sweep from outside off. Doesn't get a bat on it. So that's 2 good probing balls from Mahedi. The odds may be against you in the match, but you've got a batsman who's 6 short of a century. Don't give it to him. Don't make it easy. Make him work. And that's exactly what Mahedi did for the first 2 balls of that over. Round the wicket he comes. Defended by Ravindra. 2 excellent off breaks. Certainly did the job. What's he got? 3 dot balls. On the leg side there is still a big old gap between mid-wicket, and that's where Ravindra's aiming. That's where he's got it for 1 bounce. I don't think it went all the way, but he found exactly that gap between mid-wicket and long leg. And mid-on, long on, and he's got 4 runs. Beautifully struck.
Really
So
nice
he's
shot.
now... Well, he'd been eyeing up. They've been almost tempting him with that gap. Mahedi, this time he steps back to leg and angles the bat and steers into the offside. Will only get a single, but crucially he should also keep the strike for the next over. He's on 99. So he's got a big old comb with a flake in for now, and he'll want to get rid of that as quick as he can and move into 3 figures. 170 for 3, 67 runs needed. Last ball of this Miraz over, which is defended. Latham wants a single. I think Ravindra's going, hang on mate, come on. No, they have taken a single, and I think it was another misfield, wasn't it? If it was, that sloppy and awful Bangladesh fielding.
It's really bad fielding.
Well, Ashan Raza is waving a chubby finger at a smiling Miraz, and I'm not actually sure. Let's have a look. Oh, the throw came in.
Oh, that is bad.
And no one was paying any attention, and they took a single. So Ravindra's not on strike. 1 run is added to the score. 66 is now needed, and Bangladesh will have to have a good look at that because it was rubbish.
Yeah, I think he was trying to argue why they're getting the run because the ball was dead. And it's not.
No, it didn't look dead to me.
No, it's just
Didn't look dead to me.
Stupid throw, really, wasn't it?
Run rate required a shade over 4. They're going ahead of that. That's why the runs and balls equation looks heavily in New Zealand's favour. But Ravindra, who might have been on strike to get his 100, isn't now, courtesy of that sloppy bit of throwing and...
We've had a century in virtually every game, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. I mean, imagine being Ben Duckett. I saw the interview with Ben Duckett. How are you feeling? Well, a bit flat, to be honest, and I don't blame him.
Yeah.
That's full. That looks a good shout, possibly going too far down leg. Umpire Damasina.
I think it's hit him outside leg.
Thinks it possibly is going down leg.
Yeah, that's going down, I reckon.
Shanto, the Will Smith lookalike, also thinks it was going down leg. Nobody's reviewing anything, and we will crack on. 171 for 3. Let's have another look, Willie. Talk us through what you see here. Oof. Well, we had his leg outside line, didn't he?
Yeah, it was outside the line.
Pitched outside leg, probably hit him outside leg. May have gone on to hit a leg stump, but it doesn't really matter, does it?
Exactly. 60C off 90, 66 off 95. Tickled beautifully round the corner. Very fine by Latham. There's nobody down at fine leg. And umpire Damasina can signal one of these. Lively. Should wake people up. If Andy's bedtime story reading had sent them away. It's making Will chortle.
I was just thinking that I need Andy to ring me sort of as I'm trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, if you're having a sort of a restless night.
Like, because, insomnia is
really
really bad
was
at the
ASMR.
moment, so I need a bit of that.
Defended by Latham. Short mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, he's got one of those. It is a soothing voice, I'll say that. Nothing in the world seems like too much trouble. He could be reading the worst news possible, and you kind of go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a meteor about to hit Earth. The end of all civilization as we know it.
Funny enough, that meteor is coming towards us.
No worries. There is about 5 years away.
Yeah, apparently that is happening.
The percentage is getting higher and higher, and it's going to actually hit us.
I wish it could land on fucking Washington at the moment.
Yeah.
That is pushed by Latham to mid-wicket. Are they going to come back for 2? Latham wants to. Ravindra, I think, says no.
Well,
No.
The last I saw it was about 2.67%, but it was heading up all the time.
There's 2 balls left. You can.
I'll get one in.
Get one in. Yeah.
Messi says Bear disremembered that he had unlearned how to unbowl to unbatsman. Farong just put disremembered? Question mark, apostrophe, question mark.
At least it wasn't dismembered. That would be a lot less pleasant. Right, 176 for 3. More importantly, Rashin Ravindra is on 99. Put a flake in it, and let's hope he can get a single to steer him onto a well-deserved 3 figures. Very much recapturing that 2023 World Cup form for him. Short, dabbed, beats the fielder who probably should have stopped it. Some more shoddy fielding, but it does mean 3 figures for Rashin Ravindra, who's played quite beautifully, and he's on 100 not out.
Well done him. We'll just play his milestone. He's got one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir.
Yes.
You are a centurion.
Over 1,000 runs in ODIs. He's passed during his innings, and he's been bowled quite beautifully. Latham back onto strike for the close of the over. Rana keeps him honest by pushing into the offside for a single, and it means it's 177 for 3 after 35, 60 needed from 90. Should be a walk in the park there.
Well, Ravi is doing our marketing campaign.
Top man.
And he's good for him. He says monetising GC is important. If we don't value our time, then no one will. Super chats can be read on air, but it's back to he's back to this strategy. There can be free days where everyone can participate without dollar discrimination.
Yeah, well, I think like all good negotiations, like all good negotiations, we found an agreement in principle. Now we're arguing about the ways to execute. I've never been against the idea, but I feel people give us so much.
Well, exactly, and it's the obvious thing when you have super chats to go, well, we should only read super chats because that's the reason. But the problem is that exactly that.
So I think you just have I think a day's too long. But the principle of doing it, we're aligned on, but doing it for a very short period, where we can concentrate the effort and not therefore exclude lots of other people over a period of time. I'm for that's driven by Ravindra down to long off,
or something.
Take a single.
Not even that. I just think it's just got to be. I do think if the numbers, if you guys and more of you will listen to us all the time, and it does get big during Test matches.
Well, there's one way you
said earlier where that's the point when it gets really, really, really busy. Then obviously super chat is a way to get your comment read out because otherwise it just goes too quick.
That's swept by Latham down to deep square. Taskin fields with his mullety hair out the back of his non-mullety cap,
and of course that's why you want the game to be exciting so it actually attracts people.
Well, now listen, we tell you all the time about ways you can help us, and yes, absolutely, Patreon, if you can and you don't already, please do try and help us there. That's defended, it's pushed really, but it's well directed down to mid-off. And they will get a single. 181 for 3. A really simple way you can help us, really simple way, is just tell other people. Just tell other people. If you like being part of our gang, if you enjoy our company as much as we enjoy yours, if you like watching cricket with us, tell your friends, tell your family, tell some bloke you happen to walk past in the street. Just let other people know. That's guided nicely out to the offside, and a single is taken. 182 4-3. 41 for Latham, who's on strike. Rashin Ravindra, we've just seen go to 3 figures, albeit on what looked like a fairly sloppy piece of fielding. He won't mind. That's thrown up wide of the left-handers off stump. No run on this occasion because it's straight to cover. You tell people if you like something, let them know.
Also, we can do bigger and better things if we have more patrons.
Absolutely. Round the wicket comes the bowler, who's, I've forgotten who it is for a moment. Is it Miraz? And it's defended by Latham into the offside again. They take a single. 183 for 3. 36 overs are complete.
And this goes, Ravi also says that have we crossed 50 studio patrons, and I don't think we have. And he says we should set a target of 500 studio patrons before the Ashes series. Now, I can't remember how much a studio patron is. Is it $100 or is it 50?
I think it's 50. There's different levels of, but yeah, basically 50. I think is.
But that means we could actually go and broadcast the Ashes from Australia if we have 500 studio
patrons.
That's
still something we need to talk about. We've been deflected by the move and the studio, and it's all very exciting. But we still have a half-cooked plan, which we'll have to start getting the recipe sorted for pretty quickly to try and get ourselves to Australia. Obviously, in the short term, getting out into our new home is important.
Well, exactly.
I was just going to say, if we're sort of up for getting more people on board,
absolutely.
That little tournament thing in August might be sort of a good way of getting eyes on.
That one is worked onto the forces Latham onto the back foot, which he pushes into the onside.
Let's talk about that off air, Will.
No run, yes.
Yeah. Let's not have a production meeting on air.
Indeed not. Worked away beautifully.
Oh, he's found a gap.
Worked away as he found the gap square of the wicket. Yes, he has. He's got himself 4 runs, Tom Latham.
It's all starting to come a little quick now, isn't it?
And that is that his 50?
There's not one boy for me.
I think it is.
Have 2 or 3. I need 4.
No.
Nope. Right. I don't think it is. It's upish. Oh, it's spun wickedly, and I don't think there was a man out there either way.
He split them, didn't there? There was a guy more out towards Cow.
Again, nicely worked away. Get just a single this time. So working that leg side field.
But you see, this is what Bangladesh just didn't do, did they? I mean, when they lost that wicket, the 3rd wicket or whatever, they just kept trying to hit the big shot. They were really unadept at trying to find a gap in the field.
Yeah, that's that gap that they're working with between.
Well, this is it. But then they move someone else and they find another gap and they can hit it
there,
there,
and quite a wide, long leg. But they're finding that gap. Down the track comes Ravindra. He tried to give that meat, potatoes, and kitchen sink all in one go, but he succeeded only in driving it to mid-on. And that was a dot ball. More effort, less result, frankly, Bear.
Yeah.
bit like your social media reading.
Oh, it's not been so bad this time, has it?
Right. That one's cut by Ravindra. Is he going to beat the man? No, he's not. Taskin is the man out in the deep cover boundary. They take just the one, I think. Who have we got tomorrow? It's New Zealand and South Africa back in Rawalpindi again, I think. Am I right there?
Yeah, tomorrow should be a fun game.
So that we think New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. It's New Zealand are playing here. They're not going to be playing.
Yeah, South Africa, Australia tomorrow.
Yeah.
Same ground, not the same teams.
That could be a potential another big run fest then, couldn't it? Another big set score and another big.
Well,
chase.
if two make it, Bangladesh will have been pretty much out. It means that tomorrow's a must-win for both sides then, I think, isn't it?
Well, in some...
Cut by Ravindra. Down to backward point. Takes a single. Well, yes, because if Australia have won their game, because obviously they beat England, New Zealand will have won 2, so they'll have won 2 out of 3.
Yeah, but they're in different groups.
Are they?
Yes. New Zealand are in the same group as India. If New Zealand win today, Bangladesh and Pakistan are out. In England's group, the result tomorrow.
Oh, it's Australia.
In some ways, if we beat, so we still have to beat Afghanistan. But if we lost to Afghanistan tomorrow, Afghanistan would still have to play Australia, and whoever wins tomorrow would have won 2. But the other side would have only won 1. And if South Africa lose, for example, we'll have to play them on Sunday, and if we beat them by enough, we could still go through effectively if Australia beat Afghanistan. So even if we lose tomorrow, there's a theoretical chance that it could go to the last game.
I wouldn't be pinning your hopes on that, Bear.
Well, no, because if Australia win tomorrow, there's a good chance Australia beat Afghanistan.
True. Right, the Fizz into the attack. That's
Oh.
been whacked. Oh, it's been dropped. It was I think he was looking to pull it a bit more square. It went straighter than it went. It went to Mardullah, who was looking every one of his years as he attempted to try and catch that.
He made a good effort.
And no, he didn't. It was pretty much straight to him, and it popped in and it popped out. It was certainly hit hard, but
Slippery ball.
Hard hands, slippery ball. He had 2 or 3 attempts to try and rectify the situation, none of which were successful. And he went down, like a man of the advanced years that he is. That one's beautifully guided.
He's a lot younger than us, mate.
Well, true, but we're not out there playing top-level elite sport.
Is he 40 or 39?
No, he's 40. He's 40.
Is he 40?
He's
Oh, I
40.
didn't know that. I thought he was still in his 30s.
Poor old chap. I remember 40 just about.
In that
I would
case,
say that
he
he's a
is
young man.
advanced in age.
He's advanced in age of professional cricketer, but you can still kind
yeah.
of do shit at 40 if you keep yourself fit.
Latham on 47. Ravindra's got to his landmark. Can Latham get to another landmark for him? What a tournament he's having so far. Not on this occasion, because he just angles the ball to backward point. There is no run and a dot ball for the Fizz.
I'm guessing he's the oldest international cricketer still going then.
I imagine there's a couple of associate players who are older.
Actually, I might be aging him prematurely. Mamadullah, he's 38.
Yeah, there you go. Same age as Adil Rashid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Indeed. Now we're looking at good fielding from New Zealand. Whether they're going to show bad fielding from Bangladesh as a contrast, I don't know. They're not on this occasion because the Fizz delivers one just outside of the off stump, which is pulled away to square. And they take a single, just 2 runs though off this Mustafizur over. No sense of urgency though for New Zealand. No real feeling that they need to crack on with things. They absolutely don't. They're going at 5. And it's 193 for 3, and something has tickled the bear. Can we wait 2 overs? Is it 2 balls? Is it worth waiting 2 balls?
We can wait 2 balls.
Is it worth the wait?
Yes.
Good. Down leg. I think that must be a wide. Surely it's a wide, is it? Yes. Those chubby arms of Ashan Raza are spread. So you might have to wait an extra ball. But when I always think if someone's on social and they chuckle quite loudly, building up the suspense, is worth it.
It's worth a super chat, don't you think?
Worth a
you
super
actually
chat.
want me to read this shit out?
No, yeah, but when they wrote it, they didn't know it was going to make you laugh, did they?
But it's a special man who's insulting us, and
a special
should
special
pay
insult
to,
from a
I think
special
he
man.
should pay to insult us.
Cut by Ravindra.
Oh, good
Beats
shot.
the man at point. 4 runs to him, 4 less for New Zealand to score.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He gives it it's quite close to his body to cut, Will, but he seemed to just use plenty of wrist, didn't he?
Kind of, I don't know. What's
Keep
that?
finding these gaps. They tend to show the gaps in the field after the ball's been hit there, which is not necessarily especially helpful. You know there's a gap there, or someone would have fielded it. In comes the Fizz. Over the wicket, left armour to left-hander, who drives him straight. 2 fielders go off in hot pursuit. I think Shanto wins that race, and it will be 2 more, and the 200 is up, which means 20 kits delivered by DP World to grassroots cricket. And we did a bit of homework. We found out it's actually quite worth having, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
A lot of good stuff in there. Right, 200 for 3 after 38. Bear, what tickled the bear?
Well, Jay says friends, and then he says, disremembered, on a debt. You want us to pay for this? Yes. And if you're insulting us, look, we would take this. And as Dave Woods, he kept telling TMS about us, and they blocked him. We would never block any of you, you see. So you can insult us at your heart's content, Jay. Just pass it a bit.
Well, steady on. I
wouldn't
wouldn't necessarily. You might be opening a Pandora's box
Yeah,
there.
well,
So
that's
steady on.
Jay Grover says, "Forget this inept commentary."
200 for 3. 237 the target. The fat lady is just starting to gargle.
Oh, Imran Hussain also says, bye-bye Pakistan, see you in the next tournament. He also asks us, who do you think will win Afghanistan versus England on Wednesday? I'm pinning my hopes on England. I think we've got runs in us. I don't think these wickets are going to be as dangerous as the ones in India where we were really pretty crap. But I'm starting to think that this is all down to Butler, really. It's just that he's the wrong man in the wrong place.
I know. No.
I just don't think he inspires anybody. And once his head goes, he goes pretty quick, and then he can't G everyone up on the field.
Right, Tom Latham is the man who's nicely easing this out to wide mid-on, despite the best efforts of Shanto diving to his left. They take an easy-peasy single, and 36 are needed off 71. It's all fairly straightforward at the moment.
Ooh.
That's gone up in the air, though. I think that's gone straight.
Gone.
It's just gone. Reshad tossed the ball up. Ravindra's eyes lit up into the floodlights it went, and it dropped straight into the hands of Long On. No drop this time. Wicket's gone, and it's the end of Ravindra's terrific innings.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, it just looked like it gone too high and not long enough, didn't it, as soon as it left the bat. Unfortunately, yeah, I have to say goodbye to. I think he's done enough, though. That'll bring in, Glenn Phillips now?
Well, Glenn Phillips is the man who's been sat there with his pads on. He was the one who accelerated magnificently against Pakistan when they needed him to. Admittedly, on the back of 200s that had been scored by Will Young and Tom Latham. Latham's still there here.
But he got them up to that
amazing
high score as well, didn't he? Because he got 60 odd of 30 odds. I mean, they got to 320, otherwise it would have been 280, 290. That's what it was looking like. And then he went a bit fucking Rambo, didn't he?
He went a bit Rambo.
And got them up to where they wanted to be. Messi reminds us. Adil Rashid turned 37 last week.
So he's a year younger than Mahmudullah. It is Glenn Phillips. Should we give him a welcome?
We should give him a welcome.
Electric in the field, powerful with the bat.
Where's his jingle gone? There it is.
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
The catch, by the way, was taken by Parvez Hussain Emon, who is on a sub. Who's he on a sub for, Will? Do we know?
Don't know.
No, I don't know.
No, we don't. No, we don't. But it's 201 for 4. Maybe Mahmudullah's gone off for a rub down with the Sporting Life after dropping that catch, but we'll let you know if we can find out. Hussain in, slapped by Phillips with his first ball, but no real meat in it. It's out to cover, and they'll take a single, so he'll get himself off the mark straight away. Looked like for a while like he'd really got that, but its arc, as we're now calling it, was more up and thus not enough length. It was a 9-iron when he needed at least a 7, and it meant that our new man Parvez Emon took the catch very tidily too, by the way. Latham angles the bat, guides to mid-off, take a single, and 34 off 68, and it's 50 for Tom Latham. Can he lift me with his 50?
Well, he's going to do something else.
What's he going to do?
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, the only thing I would slightly take advantage of, I'm not too sure how much of a bowler's pitch it is. Certainly not proving that for New Zealand, who are comfortable enough, defended though by Phillips. That one did hurry him, just pushed it through a little bit.
It's not easy to bat on. but it's not 237.
No.
Easy.
I think we
that's
would
odd.
all agree with that. That was nicely pushed through there by Rashad Hussain.
So
what's he got this time? Wide of off stump, slapped past point. It's going to be fielded.
475.
And they should come back for an easy 2, which they do. It's the end of 39. Rashad Hussain has his hands on his head. Maybe it was possibly within catching distance. I don't think it was. A backward point. It's 205 for 4.
What I can inform you is if the Kiwis win, no one is going to win the GPL. There's a 4-4-3, which would be a Kiwi loss, and a 5-6-6, which cannot be reached because the winning score.
On the assumption that's unlikely to happen, what's the pot starting at tomorrow morning?
So we're in the 70s now. It'll be 70 or 71. 71 it should be.
71.
What time does it close?
10:15. So you get an hour. You get an hour and 15 minutes. So
yeah.
basically the first 15, 17 overs.
Right, the Fizz is going to bowl the last little spell for me of the last over of my spell for the day. I wasn't due to be here. Well, I was due to be on commentary, but not physically here. That one's guided to wide. But then I got a message from the Bear. They take a single. It just said, "Am I on my own?" And I could almost see little tears rolling down his cheeks when he typed it. And I felt so guilty. I thought, oh, for fuck's sake. So, yeah, I changed my day plan, and here I am. Keeping you
It's
company,
appreciated, Tone. It's much nicer being in here with someone.
Yes,
it's
it is.
better to have more people in the studio.
Although, you know what is weird? It's actually quite hard with two, because you actually spend so little time
together.
You shuttle backwards and forwards.
Well,
so
that's
in
why.
the studio.
Well, you bloody
In comes
wrangle
the
the
Fizz.
rotors, mate.
Well,
not
I
me.
know, but there's a limit to how I can wangle them. That's worked.
That's true.
Down to backward square. They take an easy single. 208 for 4. 29 off 64. The fat lady now. She's not just gargling. She's about to walk to the microphone, I reckon, in the next 3 overs.
Yeah, I reckon so. Although I do say
maybe
Andy is not here. He's left the feed again. I don't know if he'll come back. I don't know if he actually watches the game or he just thinks it's about time I went back and checked to see if I should join.
His ears might be burning a bit if he's been listening to us.
Well, I hope so. If you're listening, Andy, it's time to get back on that
208
computer.
for 4. 53 for Latham, 3 for Phillips, who's new to the crease, because century maker Ravindra hold out to long on. That one beats the outside edge. Slower ball too by the Fizz, well disguised slower ball. Mushfiqur didn't take it cleanly, but he rolls his fingers across it.
I think this pitch takes 15, 20 balls to get really used to as a batsman. But then I think you can bat pretty freely.
I'd go along with that.
And look, again, New Zealand are really organised. In the middle, when they lost those wickets, they just plodded along. From here, they could accelerate. If they needed to accelerate a little earlier, they could have got themselves chasing 300 quite easily, you reckon?
Oh, I say, that's a good that's a good ball. It seemed to get it hurried Phillips. B he was trying to work it into the leg side, but it got caught in his pad and then seemed to get stuck halfway down, rolling down his legs, and finally hit the ground. But the net result was there was no run. What I would do then, in my capacity as advisor on rotors, even when not here, is if Will didn't mind kindly staying, and if Messers is listening, which he always is.
Well,
Messers
it's not
can
going to
join
go
you
too far anyway.
and you take ball by ball
Yeah, that's what I was doing
to see it
anyway,
home. I don't think it'll be the full 10 there. That would be my prediction.
I think.
And if for any reason there's enough clatter of enough wickets, it's going to be exciting to do anyway. That's cut by Phillips, but cut straight to backward point, and there is no run. 208 for 4. 1 ball left.
You require
of this
30
over.
runs.
I'm due on anyhow.
Yeah.
Messers is due on anyway.
It's only the Andy situation. Same as last time, Will. If he turns up, you can drop off.
Will
Will basically, I've been on all afternoon.
Will has been volunteered. All those
because Tone desperately wants to get in his car and drive home.
I do rather want to beat the traffic this evening.
Yeah. It's Monday, should be alright this time.
Yeah, right. You don't do that drive as often as I do. That one is out towards point. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It's 208 for 4. 40 overs are complete. Just 10 left and just 29 runs needed. It should be a
Agreed.
walk in one of Rawalpindi's beautiful parks.
Yeah, I must say the traffic.
Can I say, Tony, before you go, thank you for coming in to keep the bear company, because I think it probably made it more pleasant for all of us, including the bear.
Indeed. It must be noted that schools went back today and the traffic was much worse than last week in London. Which is
shit.
Always a pain in the arse, but there you go. Right, so here we go. 3 overs, you reckon? Maybe 4. Maybe even 5. Because Phillips has only just come out, he's 3 off 7. It is difficult to get yourself going. Latham will just keep rotating the strike. Eventually it'll...
This is such a New Zealand way of doing things, isn't it?
Well, India did it in the first game as well, didn't they? You know, rather than try and get that, is made sure they... Which is kind of sensible. It's a bit dull though. Just means it makes for a pretty dull game. As that one's played up to mid-on with good force. And mid-on couldn't field it. Well, parried it off towards mid-off, allowing them to get through for a single.
Well, even though technically it'll be a dead rubber or just sorting out who's top of the group, the India-New Zealand game will be interesting.
Well, it will be.
One of them goes on the attack rather than just grinds.
Well, it's kind of putting down a marker, isn't it? Because if whoever wins that, the only other time they could meet will be in the final, obviously. So, you know, you want to... And it'll be in Dubai. I still think India have a massive advantage. It'll be the third game in the same place, and New Zealand would have played in 3. Well, you know, maybe New Zealand can adapt quickly. They played in 3 different places, but I think it's a lot slower and a bit very different conditions out there.
And you know, and India aren't doing any travelling at all.
No,
and it's all on the same pitch, and so they know exactly what it's going to do, and everyone else is having to turn up and kind of
get used to it.
Shit together.
Exactly. When everyone else is travelling around 3 different stadiums as well, you know, they're playing on different conditions every time, and India just get to settle into one. It's all a bit wrong in my eyes.
Yeah.
It loads it in their favour.
Money.
Yeah, I think if they're playing that way, they should play one in Dubai, one in Rome, and one in Hong Kong, just to spread the cricket around.
Yeah. He's not there.
He was complaining about having to wait last
time.
That
might have been last time, but he's not here. He's definitely not in the waiting room.
Yeah. Oh well. As Eric J says, anyone in New Zealand or Bali still awake? Well, I mean, Bali's only the same as Perth. It's just midnight. New Zealand, it is 5 a.m. So if they're awake, they're really, really keen. I think they'll save their long nights for when it matters, because this one is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, this was a sort of... I don't know, this was sorted 3 hours ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very small crowd today too. I mean, it was interesting. The England-Australia game had a really good crowd yesterday.
Yeah, it was a really good game. I mean, you mean on Saturday?
Yeah.
That was an attempted cut
on Saturday. Yeah,
it went over the top and there's no run. I think the people expecting a good game, and I think it was a good game. It's the best game of the tournament.
Yeah.
And it ended up not being that close, but at least it was interesting until it was obvious that Australia were going to win. So I mean, there was a good chase for 40 overs. That 45 in the end, I suppose. That one turns quite sharply, beats Glenn Phillips's bat. That did turn.
Yeah.
Never really threatened. No, it's too short and probably too slow. Turned too much, really. 28 required, 58 balls to do it in, 57 balls to do it in. Cuts that one hard, out behind point. There is a man out there. It'll just be the 1 run. Wishy.
They're gonna do this in singles.
No, I don't think so. I think Phillips will get himself in. He'll try 1 or 2. I think they'll get within 15 or something like that, and then someone will try and hit a couple of big shots. And then you might lose a wicket and might slow down again. Eventually, they'll just get over the line. If they do get hold of it, don't lose a wicket. They could do it in 3 or 4 overs. If they lose a couple of wickets, just getting there, trying to hit big shots, they'll still do it probably in 7. 3 overs to spare, and then that's it. Then it'll just be between them and India to see who's top of the group. probably say this is an easier group than England's group. This one is worked around out into the deep, and there's a single.
I have a feeling Afghanistan are going to do England.
They did us last time.
They
did us last
nothing
time.
kind of like, there's nothing kind of technical that makes me think that. It's more just like, that's what my gut says.
Well, this is, I mean, I'm sorry to say it, that's a nice drive from Glenn Phillips. Straight back down the ground. Can't get it between mid-on, mid-off though. Not enough power on it. It'll just get a single. This is what I mean. This is where I think Josh Butler's leadership comes into question, because England should batter Afghanistan, and I think he goes too much in his shell, doesn't have any answers, and it just, look, he's a good cricketer, he's a great batsman. I still have him on the side. I just don't think he's the right captain.
So something he was always kind of when at the academy and stuff, like he's sort of like the genius with tunnel vision kind of thing. Like, he is an absolute genius with the bat, and he's bloody good with the gloves as well. But
he's not a leader. He's not a leader of
himself.
Yeah, exactly. He's not a leader of men.
He's like the perfect lieutenant.
Yeah. Well, exactly. He was really good when he was behind the stumps and he was advising. And Owen Morgan was captain. That was great. That skews off the outside edge of Phillips's bat, and there's no run. Exactly that. I think he sees the game very well, but I don't think he translates it as captain. The authority and the drive and the things you need to give to a team to encourage them when especially when things are going against you. Now, sometimes you end up losing anyway, but England seem to be making a habit of losing, and they haven't got a bad side. Maybe there's a couple of rough decisions. I think Livingston just doesn't do it often enough. Salt's kind of similar. So you've got two positions in your top seven that, for me, are up for grabs. That's really stayed low down the leg side. Probably given us a wide, I believe. Yeah, it was. And there is no run.
Who would you give it to, though?
I'd give it to Harry Brook. I think he's the only one you could give it to, really, in there. You'd maybe Phil Salt, but I don't think he's stuck on in the side. Currently, Harry Brook's having a bad time, but you'd probably say he still keeps his place anyway.
I don't know. I really don't rate Phil Salt.
Again, he does it every once in a while, but not often enough. When he looks good, he looks great. Yeah, he scores quick 100 or 70 or 40 deliveries or something, and he looks good. It's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. But he does it a lot less consistently than Duckett. I mean, you can moan at Duckett and say, he never goes on and gets 100, but he consistently gets 40 to 70, which ain't so bad.
Yeah, like if every opener ever that England's ever had got 40 to 70.
I mean, I think his ODI average is in the 40s, which is pretty good. I don't know what Phil Salt's is, but I'd imagine it's high 20s, early 30s will be my bet, if that. That's off the inside edge half of Glenn Phillips' bat, trying to drive it. Goes out between his legs. They need to crash into each other, him and Latham, halfway down the track, but they get through easily enough for one in the end. Score moves on to 214 for 4. 41.3 overs done.
Very quiet on YouTube at the moment. I think a certain amount of shut-eye is going on.
Well, yeah, it's ambling towards a finish, isn't it? I mean, to get audience participation, there has to be some excitement, right? I mean, I did notice, I looked at the figures on Saturday when England and Australia was going, and towards the end it was climbing and climbing, because the match was exciting, and then it faded away. We haven't had a single game that's gone competitively into the last, 2 overs? Don't think. That one's driven up to mid-off. It's a direct hit, but I think Latham went early enough. They've gone to the other end. Phillips was slow to get off. Or was the other way? Yeah, it was that way round. Well, bowler is whoever threw the ball thinks he got him out. I think he made it. It's going to be close. Maybe he didn't make it.
No, he's out.
Oh, he just out. The actual light doesn't light up till the bat is actually on the crease, but there is a tiniest bit of white line. No, he's going to be out. That's going to be a run out. That's a good bit of fielding. It's the tightest of tight decisions, because the frame before the light comes off on the bail, his bat is just short of the white line. The frame after, it's over the white line. The light is on, but there is probably about 5 millimeters of white line between the end of the bat and him being safe. But
I think it was Mahmudullah who threw it, who's got as much white in his beard as me almost.
I know. It was a good throw. And there is a run out. I got on one of them earlier, thinking there might be one. Didn't get it though. Well, we have to say goodbye. It's a bit unfortunate. It's well backed by Tom Latham, 55 or 76, but he heads off the pitch.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And next up for the Kiwis is this man.
Even if my club race well sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just one of 5.
He can bat reasonably well.
Yeah.
And
they only need to go at 1 every 2 balls.
Exactly.
It's
So it doesn't even really matter.
Got an average of 39, best of 140. That's not bad at number. That's not bad at number 8, is it? Or 7.
7.
I mean, that's better than Livingston, and we all think Livingston's quite good. But I don't know what Livingston's ODI average is. But I saw in the World Cup it was 15.9 in India for that entire tournament. Which is shit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson can probably equal that. That's played up towards mid-off. And there is no run. I mean, great. He had a good series in the West Indies, we have to say that. He scored a ton out there, didn't he? And won one of the games on his own, pretty much. But it's just so rare that he does that.
I don't know what he is. Do you know what I mean? Because you know how every all-rounder has, is a something, there are very few people that are actually equally good at both. Or
you'd say he's probably
Livingston's ODI average is 32.
Oh, okay.
And his bowling average in ODIs is 40.
That's defended back to the bowler. I think that's the end of the over, and there is no run. Messi? Anything?
Yes, there is. Yes, Rich Turner's back with us. It says, thanks, Grillers. It's been a pleasure following the commentary live for a change. Back with you on Saturday.
Okay.
To which Eric J says, deserter.
Yes, well said, Eric.
You're hanging in for the long haul, Eric.
Exactly. We're back tomorrow. Rich Turner. We'll be here at 8:50 in the morning. I think I'm here all week.
Yeah, it's heavy duty doing 12 days in a row, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be here for the last 4 of those.
I had a day and a half off at the weekend. Pulls out of his delivery. As Bracewell was facing up for his first delivery from who's bowling? It is Rishad Hussain, I believe. And Bracewell was facing his first delivery. The leggy. Pulls it outside his off stump, gets back, forces it straight to cover, and there's no run.
I really need to come up and learn the studio at some point.
That'd be handy.
That'd be good. Good to have somebody else able to do something.
Exactly. Fucking hell. After the disaster that I saw yesterday afternoon. That one's clipped out into the deep mid-wicket area, and there is no run. I still don't know quite how I got to where we were yesterday afternoon, but hey.
It's just the bloody train tickets are so expensive.
Well, yeah.
It's like nearly £100.
Yeah. I know. I've got a potential party from.
Well, I mean, one thing about moving studios, you'll be able to set up everything exactly where.
Well, I want it to be. I know. I'm thinking that's a good shot from Phillips. Tees that up, golf shot straight back over the bowler's head. It's gone all the way, pretty flat. In fact, I am going to give it this one, I think.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air. Smaximum.
Played that like a drive in golf.
Did. Well, at least it's of some use.
16 required off 45 now. That one's short, wide. He goes back, tends to cut it, goes over the top of his bat to the keeper, and there is no run.
Particularly if you lot bugger off to Australia for the you're going to need someone to be back here doing the studio, aren't you?
Well, no, we'd take it with us. We'd do it remotely.
Oh, right.
That's
it's a 4-yearly pipe dream. Don't worry too much.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it.
I know.
We'll be in Lewisham in the fucking middle of the night. We'll all be moaning. That's cut inside backward point, and there's I think they got through for a single. They didn't do. Phillips got one. Unless miraculously one of us wins the lottery, but I'm thinking I'm the only one who plays it, so it'd have to be me as well. That one's cut out to the man at deep point, and there is a 1 run. I dream of winning the Euro Millions on a sort of 3-week rollover and getting 30 odd mil. Would be nice.
You know that house lottery thing?
Oh yeah, I do that too.
The Omaze thing.
Yeah.
I know somebody that won it.
Oh wow!
3 weeks ago. It's insane. I thought it was a fix.
No,
because I've never known anyone, and it like.
Well,
so, but
I mean, there are things. I mean, most of the people sell the houses, and why wouldn't you? I mean, most of them probably got their own house, and maybe a three up, 3 down, or whatever in fucking Sheffield or wherever it can be. But they're quite happy there, and they don't need a 6-bedroom mansion out in the middle of Norfolk, which is the one they're giving away at the moment. And it's worth 6 million quid. I quite happily do with the 6 million quid and forget the house, So most people end up selling it. I mean, I think to start with, there was some things about the fact that the houses were made by developers, and some of them were in actually really odd locations and difficult to get to, and were hard. They weren't particularly selling on the market and stuff. But I'm not sure if that's entirely true. Bracewell is facing up around the wicket, flashed at by Bracewell. It's not Bracewell bowling. It's the youngster Tanzid, I think.
Yeah, it's my little brother's old music teacher from school.
Yeah, nice, handy.
But he's doing exactly that. Apparently, you have to hang on to it for a year for weird legal reasons.
Oh, that's fine.
So you can't sell it straight away, but.
Oh, well, most of them give you 250 grand as well. So as long as you can, well, this is the thing. You imagine the council tax on something like that, you'd have to pay it.
Yeah.
And the bills on it, they're not going to be fucking cheap. That's driven out towards wide, mid off, and there is a single by Bracewell. Phillips will go back on strike. 13 required of 40. Couple of hits. Oh look, Andy's finally turned up. He's good at his timing.
I want to finish.
Well,
this
are you
game
happy to
though.
stay on? And I'll go because I'm having real problems with my computer at the moment.
Yeah, I can stay.
What?
That'd be great, mate. Thanks. I'm going to have to reboot the whole bloody thing.
Okay.
Oh, shit. I'm
Thanks.
sorry,
okay, catch you guys tomorrow.
All right.
See ya.
Thanks,
it's Rana
Will.
who's there. All right, Andy, you're back. You're here for the denouement, mate. You're on mute.
No, I'm not on mute now.
You're not.
And obviously, this is going to be one of New Zealand's most miraculous victories of all time.
Miraculous? This? Rana is in. It's into the pads of Phillips. He just works around the corner. There's no run. It's been, well, I won't say pedestrian because I'm thinking the wrong adjective. But I mean, it's they've done it by the numbers.
There, I think there's a point to be had. We were on commentary earlier, and you said that you thought about 270 would be. I think you said defendable was it, or at least.
They might have a chance, I said. Well, it would depend on whether they got early wickets or not. But I mean,
it isn't defendable. But I think that we would have just nailed it 270.
I think so. I mean, they have to get wickets. They got a couple here gifted to them later on if they're trying to finish it quickly. But they've always got the power in the hutch now. I mean, that's just played up to mid off, and there is no run. They needed to get.
This is a side point there. I mean, I don't know if our listeners know this, but do you know why Mitchell didn't play today?
No, you were trying to tell us earlier. It wasn't dropped, right? Or
No,
was
he wasn't dropped. Well, at least that's not the official story, but I do know why he's not playing.
Oh, well, you can tell us after this delivery. That's short, an attempted pull by Phillips, who gloved it really out to mid-wicket. Shakes his bottom hand, and there is no run. Tell us why he wasn't playing, Andy.
Well, I did try to allude to it in my previous commentary spell. So Bear, you're old enough to remember the 12th man, right?
Yes, but I God, and you know what? We used to talk about it a lot, and I've completely forgotten it. He was the Australian behind-the-scenes guy who.
Yeah, it was Billy Birmingham, and he mimicked like the whole Channel 9 commentary team. He was very good at what he did, and not just the commentary team. He actually mimicked the whole wide world of sports.
Okay, short, wide, crunched by Phillips. He's going to get 4 for that one. He is going to get 4 for that one. We are closer to the end than we were before by 4 runs. So right.
Anyway,
go on.
There was one line when it's like Richie Benner was like reporting in from like I think it was from Bombay, and he was just doing like a reporter's like cross. He said so and so's been damaging the Dalton all night after eating a dodgy vindaloo for dinner, and he can't play basically. And that's basically what happened to Mitchell, as far as I understand. I've spoken to a couple of people today, and basically he's got the shits.
Ah, well, it happens in that part of the world. It used to happen more often than it does now, to be fair. That's driven out through the covers. They're going to come back for 2. That's good running, and they make it pretty easily. I mean, there were times in the 80s and 90s and stuff when test sides would go over that. I mean, even England had the runs, didn't they? I mean, was it Pakistan? It was Pakistan. The test series before last, we couldn't. He didn't play the first test because everyone had gone down with dysentery.
What about New Zealand in like was it '89 when they had to get the cameraman to go and field for New Zealand?
There was a massive dose of food poisoning or something. That was dropped down behind square by Bracewell. They don't get a run.
Anyway, yeah, I just didn't want you to think that I did nothing between spells, but I found out what happened to Mitchell. He's got the shit.
Okay, well that's driven out into the covers and there's no run. However, with Ravindra scoring a ton, he's not getting dropped for the next game, is he? So creates a selection conundrum.
Well, that's the other thing that made it interesting is that because they had to figure out what to do with the top 3, and it didn't matter in the end because Mitchell was out, so someone had to come in, and obviously that solved that one.
Yep.
And for fans like me, and I'd rather see Ravindra batting at 3, and I know that Kane Williamson.
That's cut. The last ball was cut, and they both hit the man at cover, and there is no run.
I know the whole world wants to see Kane Williamson bat at 3, but if I'm choosing the New Zealand team, Ravindra bats 3 because he proved himself in that position.
That's thrown up on the pads by. Oh man, I can't remember his name. I want to keep saying Rashid, but it's not Rashid. It's something else, isn't it?
Yeah,
Rashad,
so anyway,
not Rashid. Sorry, 1 run.
Yeah, beautifully New Zealand. But this has happened over the years. Like someone just slots into a position. So like. You go back to the 2023 World Cup when Williamson was injured, Ravindra just slotted in and scored 300.
Yes.
And that's why I wanted to bat 3 because it's the perfect position for him. 3 in 1 days, 4 in Test matches, and bless him, Kane Williamson's probably up there with the best batsman in the world, but maybe he can just adjust his position from time to time. It didn't happen today, but when we move into the next round of games, which the Black Caps are obviously going to go through to, I'd like to see Williamson drop down to 4 now.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, Latham scored a ton in the first game, along with... Who scored a ton in the first game? with
Will Young.
Will Young, exactly. Ravindra's now scored a ton. Kane Williamson scored a ton in the warm-up game, didn't he, as well? So he's had a couple of poor games in this. And as you say, he's a class batsman. I mean, they're all in the form at the same time. Phillips scored a quick 60 off 30-odd balls in the last game. They've got a problem with the black sight screen behind. It's one little corner of it showing up colours.
Yeah, just while we've got this delay in proceedings, and I appreciate I'm talking over our socials here, but I'd actually like Williamson to open. He could open a lot. He could open, and Ravindra could drop to 3. And I'm not saying Ravindra can't open, but I just think he's better at 3, and he's the future. And I should shut the fuck up at this point.
No, fine, rabbit on. Let me give you some socials, because Rajesh Mohan has come in and told us England bowler Bryden Cast has been ruled out for the rest of the tournament, and will be replaced by leg spinner Rayan Ahmed. Interesting.
That's an interesting shout.
Which is a bit stupid as well, because they didn't even give Rayan Ahmed a single fucking bowl in India in 8 games.
What do you guys think of Ravindra though? I mean,
I think he's class.
I mean, he's amazing. He's like proper class, yeah.
I mean, I thought. I mean, when England beat you in the 2 tests in New Zealand, first 2 tests before we lost the last one, that series actually turned out completely different to how I thought it would. England got runs on the board and batted pretty well, and I thought that actually New Zealand's batting was probably stronger than England's, but England seemed to be able to get through you guys. You couldn't get through us, and that was the difference in the first 2 tests. And he didn't have a particularly good test series, but up until then, he's been having a great time, hasn't he? I mean, he started his career really well.
Yeah, I'd love to know what you're the socials. I'd love to know what his actual international stats are at this moment, because he's bloody good. I mean, he's seriously good.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
His test average must be pretty high, as well as his ODI average, one would have thought. That's short and it's pulled by Bracewell. Didn't get all of it. Sort of Q-ended it down to long leg, and it's a single. So just 5 required. 29 deliveries. So we're into the 45th. Blasted 6 will do it. I'm sure Glenn Phillips will do that. They've had to put something black in front of that.
New Zealand's obviously going to get through the next round.
Yep.
So who else is going to get through the next round from this pool?
India,
I guess.
Yeah, they're playing for top spot on Sunday, haven't they? The other 2 are already out now. That one keeps a little low.
So does that mean
no run?
Does that mean that New Zealand will play India in Dubai? I guess it means that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, New Zealand will play India in Dubai, but then they can't play them again until the finals. They can't then get them in the semi, because obviously in the same group, which is quite handy, especially the way they're looking.
Yeah. Do you want some Ravindra stats or?
Yes, please.
His test average is 37.7.
It's defended
what's
out
what's
into
his
the offside.
ODI?
No run.
What's his one-day international average?
So in ODIs, so he's had 29 ODIs, and his average is 40.4 with a high score of 123 not out. Oh, his highest score in tests is 240.
That was against South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then his
T20 average is a lot lower. I mean.
Yeah,
but they go by 30s in T20, don't they? Not 50s, you know.
Yeah.
Taskin is in. Ooh. Now I think they're appealing for out, and I think Phillips might have inside edged that onto his toe. Now the question is, did it go from his toe onto the ground and bounce up and get caught at cover, or did it go from his toe to the ground and then bounce up, or ground to toe? The umpire is saying no. He's saying it went into the ground and bounced up and it was a bump ball. Now the question will be, because it was quite close, I think that's the case as well myself, but I've seen these actually turn out not to be the case.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go upstairs for that, aren't you?
No, he's hit it into the ground and then it's bounced up off his foot, so that's not out.
But no, just with Ravindra, he hasn't really played a lot of T20 cricket, and when he did start, he actually started in the T20 team, but he was batting like 7 or 8 at that stage.
And when he started off as a left-arm spinning all-rounder, didn't he? Oh, that's going to be a no ball, surely. Free hit. It's a beamer almost. Phillips has tried to wallop it down the ground. Are they not giving that as a no ball? That's got to be a no ball, surely.
26 T20s, but only 24 innings.
Well,
T20s.
I referred to the 12th man earlier there, but if you remember that line when Bill Laurie says it's not like his fucking team's in any trouble or anything, so I think we'll be alright.
Yeah. That's a no ball. That's a long no ball, surely.
Yeah.
Apparently they measure it. He's like, oh, well, actually, it's closer than you think, but
yeah, you're right.
I don't think they're going to give it. You know, it's just about made it under the. It looked higher than that.
Was it an umpire referral there?
I think they look at it and what they do is they now measure that they have the measurements of each batsman from hip to ground, and they can compare it with Hawkeye to how high the ball is above the ground. And they
they're just flashed up on screen New Zealand review. So did Phillips get the chance to say, I think that was too high? Is that even a rule?
Well, I didn't think so. I thought you could do that in the IPL, but I didn't think you could do that in ICC cricket, so maybe you can. And well, if that is the case, then it was reviewed, and it turns it was 4 centimetres. At the point it would have passed, it would have been 4 centimetres under his waist, and therefore it wasn't a no ball. But he's pulled that one extraordinarily hard. That's going to be 4 of them, 1 run required. 46 overs done.
I guess the thing with Glenn Phillips, of course, is that it's gone absolutely ballistic in recent media that he does 800 press-ups a day, according to Simon Dool. So perhaps it was something to do with the fact that his six-pack was slightly lower, or something to do with. There was a mind there.
Yeah, I suppose the ball had a few inches to go and was dropping. Who knows? But they have these calculations these days. Bracewell is going to face up to what probably one of the last 2 balls of the game. 1 run required.
Former wicketkeeper, opening batsman.
It's gone back, punched that into the offside. That's going to be 4 to end the game.
That's the game.
New Zealand end on 240 for 5 after 46.1 overs. It ended up being quite an easy win. Was an easy win. They did the hard yards was done by Ravindra and Bracewell again. A really good partnership for the 3rd wicket. For New Zealand, played the game right, and the teams that have won games have paced themselves nicely in this, or if they've lost wickets, they've taken it back and not tried to go too early. I thought Bangladesh looked like Pakistan did the same yesterday, got themselves to a reasonable position and then threw a couple of wickets away, having lost a couple of early ones, and Bangladesh did the same today. Had a decent start actually, and then I think the 3, 4, 5 and 6 kind of threw it away a bit, playing shots too big too early when there was plenty of time left in the game.
I've got the screen on my phone, but what over did we finish in?
46.1.
Oh, okay, so it was pretty easy.
Yeah, very easy. I mean, if they'd have had to go earlier, they could have done, I'm sure. And they slowed down a little bit because they lost wickets when they were trying to finish it earlier. Certainly Ravindra, you'd have thought. Latham, that was a very tight run out, but really easy win for New Zealand. New Zealand and India top the group. They play on Sunday for big boys spot, and I guess it's not a crunch game, but they'll be wanting to stamp their authority on the other one in case they meet again in the final, which looking at them, they've got a good chance.
I guess the guy coming on screen right now will be man of the match.
Yep, well, one presumes so.
Just for any random person that's listening, he's from Hart International School in Wellington. And just for what it matters to probably no one, my former headmaster was his headmaster when he switched schools. You know, Hart International signed my headmaster from Wellington College, which is my old school, into Hart International in footballing parlance. Anyway, that's probably really fucking unbelievably ridiculous. But the other thing that was good to see tonight, of course, was Kyle Jamieson coming back to New Zealand side.
Yep.
That big, tall, lanky guy. He looks a bit like, I don't know, what would you call him? Like, he looks about Erling Haaland, maybe. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I'll go back to Stokely.
It's all right. What time is it in Bali?
It's around midnight. Basically.
Oh, okay, so it's not too bad. But that is it. This is quite a dull game. Another dull game. This tournament hasn't thrown up very many interesting games, it has to be said, or tight games. Tightest, obviously, was the England-Australia game on Saturday. And in the end, that wasn't that tight. And they really took it at the end. But it was interesting, at least, for a long way. This game, well, was it interesting? I suppose it was, but you always thought that New Zealand had it in the bag. Just Bangladesh hadn't scored enough runs. And certainly once a partnership started to develop and they couldn't get any wickets, that partnership between Ravinder and Latham, Ravinder 112 and Latham 55, really basically took it away from Bangladesh and made it an easy finish. But that's that. We're back tomorrow. Good game tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that one. South Africa versus Australia. I think is it in Rawalpindi as well, or is it in Lahore? Don't know. I have to look.
I think it is.
But yeah, I think that that's a battle for potentially top spot in the group as well. England may hope for an Australian win, weirdly enough, and then have a chance to have a knockout game. Yeah, I know, but because we have to play South Africa, so if South Africa lose tomorrow, it gives us more chance, really, doesn't it? Because we could even lose to Afghanistan then and still beat South Africa somehow and manage to get through.
Oh yeah,
because then Australia could batter
loophole.
Afghanistan, exactly.
Yeah,
and then we could all end up on 1 point with Australia at the top and still manage to get one win and manage to get through. Let's have a look.
Sorry, I just must say one thing. I've just checked the schedule and obviously we commentate from all places around the world. I just want to double check one thing. Billy, you're not. Is it you, Billy?
No, it's not Billy. That's Will, not Billy.
Oh, it's Will. Yes,
Williams, but
I was trying to think. Billy has a hell of a lot shorter hair than Will does.
Yes.
Yeah, and Billy's also about 12, 15 years younger than me.
Possibly that too.
Poor bastard being sort of like, I just feel sorry for him. People thinking that I'm him.
Yeah.
Listen,
I'm sorry for that, Will. I didn't want to degrade you that much.
Oh no! I don't mind.
Look, we're still on here, and we don't have to get off there too quickly, but let's just have a little bit of a think about how this tournament's going to progress from here, because I think obviously I'm Kiwi, but as I think both of you know that I lived in the UK for 13 years, but I'm very enamoured with the England team. But to be honest, I've kind of lost confidence in England right now. And also I've been to Pakistan 5 times. I've lost confidence in them as well. It just feels at this particular moment, and I haven't seen much of the West Indies play, and I've also commentated cricket there. But I kind of feel like this. It feels like a New Zealand, possibly New Zealand and a South Africa tournament. How do you guys feel about that sort of thought?
I do. I mean, I'd like to think that England could win, but I mean, I look at them and I think they got potential. They don't seem to be able to string it together right now. I look at South Africa and I think they got quite a banging side. Australia, I think, can't say they got lucky against England the other day, but I mean, who'd have thought what's his name would have got a ton against us? Joss Inglis. They played exceptionally well. Does that team string it together to win this tournament? I don't think so. I mean, their bowling looks positively weak.
I think what do you think? I mean, from your standpoint or your sitting point with your lovely flowing locks that look like Ryan Sidebottom, what do you think's going to happen?
That's the best compliment I've had in a long time.
That's all right. It was coming. I just needed the right moment to say it.
I think New Zealand are arguably the most consistent side in international cricket at the moment. They bat down to 10 at least, and I think their bowling's got like variation, which is nice, particularly now Jameson's back. I think Matt Henry is really consistent and can swing the bat if he needs to. So I think that New Zealand will always be in the question, and I don't think England are going to get through.
I think if they win tomorrow, they've got a chance. They've certainly got a chance. I mean, I think.
Let Will carry on.
Okay.
No, I get it. But I think so. This is I think, like we were saying earlier, I don't think that Joss has. He's a phenomenal cricketer and a lovely bloke, and I love him, and he's very, very nice, and I feel really guilty but he's not a captain.
No, yeah,
because he's not a leader of men. He's your guy that you want, sort of like, because his cricket brain is incredible. Being in an academy with him was he's probably the person that I've learnt the most about cricket from. Essentially, his cricket brain is the only reason I have any sort of cricket brain.
Well, can I just ask you a quick question? And I didn't appreciate the backstory, but why do you say he's not a leader of men?
His voice, Andy.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, who would? I mean, that sounds really cruel, but I mean, I don't know.
He's so.
No. I get that, guys. I mean, I know that he's a little bit timid in the way he speaks. I mean,
but he's not. But that's the thing. That's not actually what I mean. He isn't actually timid. When Joss is pissed, you know about it. He really
He likes to get on the beers with the lad, sort of thing. He's not.
No, I've seen him get out for 15 and then go and smash up a dressing room. His kind of he's got a temper, but he's got a temper that's very much kind of for him. He's not gonna throw it at anyone else. And I think there's
my impression with Josh Butler, right? I've never met the guy before in my life, but my impression with Josh Butler, he's a bit like Alistair Cook, right? And I remember, right? I mean, I don't know if you guys can remember this, but was it after the victory at Lord's in the Ashes was it 2015? I think it was, and Alistair Cook and Matt Pryor took a bus, right, outside of Lord's. They took a bus back to the hotel, still dressed in their white, which was actually opposite my flat in London, opposite Lord's cricket ground. I was living in Grove End Road at that time. And I kind of feel like Butler's a bit like Alistair Cook, just a good guy. No one's gonna be disappointed with either of those two. They're both brilliant cricketers. But I think I tell you what I can foresee, Will. I can see McCullum will change the captaincy of the one-day team pretty quickly.
I think so.
Because Bear, I'll tell you why, because it happened to him as well, right? McCullum only became New Zealand captain when his best mate, who became the coach, said Ross Taylor's not suitable to be captain. So McCullum took over. Now, I can see that McCullum's going to work out that Brooke or Livingston or maybe Duckett or whoever, I reckon they're going to change the captaincy really quickly after this tournament.
I think so too. I think it's wise as well, because I don't think it's a diss on Joss necessarily. You want your best players to play, and I don't think he gets taken out of the side, and then maybe he can go back to being keeper, which makes a better balance for the side to a certain degree. I mean, everyone was complaining that he shouldn't be keeper behind the stumps, and
See, I don't agree with that.
well, no, the point is, well, no, it's not that. They didn't want him behind the stumps because he was captain, so he made the decision not to be behind the stumps.
He should be keeper. He should be. He's a really good keeper.
Yes, but they made that. But they made Andy. Hold on, but they made that decision because it was taking too long, and they were bringing in a time relegation. Because you had to speak to the bowler, he had to go from behind the stumps to go to the end of the bowler's run up, and then go all the way back to behind the stumps, and it was kind of pointless.
Which is exactly what I meant with the
to even bring that up.
But no, it wasn't. It was a valid reason why they took him out. That's why they decided that he shouldn't be keeper. That is the reason.
Yeah. But I think so that brings me back to my point that he's the guy that you want as he was Morgan's.
Yes, exactly, man, and he's good at that. So
because he sees the game better than anyone I've ever.
It's the classic.
Ever met.
It's the classic. We've had this discussion before, certainly with Jim.
The reason why he sees the game better than anyone else is because he's behind the stumps.
Well, that's
yes,
the thing,
but then he feeds that back to the captain. He should be. It should be that way round.
Who's standing at mid off or whatever, or mid wicket, and then. And then you can then talk that to the bowler, and also because he sees the game better, he should have the gloves, because as a bowler you want someone who knows exactly what you're going to do before you do it.
Well, I completely agree. I think that Butler should be behind the stumps. He should be the keeper. I don't know why England has 4 current wicket keepers in their side. It seems a bit of an overkill.
Yeah,
I'm
massively.
not sure that he should carry on as the captain. That's the point I'm trying to make, and I reckon Brendan McCullum will take the captain. I mean, I know that he wants to put a smile on Joss Butler's face and all that type of thing. We've read all this stuff. I reckon Joss Butler should just go back to the trenches, as they say. Just
exactly.
Rude.
Look, you won't get any disagreement from me.
No,
I think that's definitely the case.
I mean, I think it's actually a really similar thing with Joe Root. I think Joe Root is probably one of the greatest batsmen England's ever had, right?
Shouldn't have been captain. But, I mean, they did the classic, make the best man captain.
Yeah, which is what you do with under 12s.
Yes, I know. Exactly that.
Which is like totally fine, like that. But that's what you do in primary school. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, I think Ben Stokes was probably, but he just, I presume when Rooty took over, it was just out after he'd come back from his ban for punching the dude or whatever. It wasn't that far away from that, and maybe they didn't think they could give Stokes captaincy at the time. And Root was the best player. He was the obvious man. He was always going to be in the side. Anyway, guys, look, we've got to wrap up. It's time for me to go home. I've got things to do.
I think you're right. Yeah, let's wrap it up. Anyway, just for anyone that's still listening, after us crapping on endlessly, New Zealand is on, we just switched the screen there, but New Zealand's on 4 points, so they've won 2 out of 2. India's level with them. In the other pool, South Africa, who will play, or at least in the other pool tomorrow, there'll be another game, which will be brought to you by, in fact, here we got on the screen. Tomorrow is Australia against South Africa. And of course, it will be brought to you by Gorilla Cricket.
We'll be here, and we'll see you. Yeah. I'll be here, definitely. I'm always here. So I'll be here at 10 to 9 on air, and I'll see you all then.
I'll be in about then.
Cool. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
Guerrilla Cricket. Guerrilla Cricket.
Brigades patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's